Let the chaos continue. Welcome to night 2 of the NFL Draft, where the action is just going to get weirder, and we'll have you caught up on every single pick along the way. It's Yahoo Sports Draft Live. I'm your host, Jason Fitz. I'm sitting next to brilliant minds that had a very late night and worked particularly hard. Charles McDonald, Nate Tice, Matt Harmon will be joined all night by C-Rob 2, Charles Robinson. In fairness, you guys were up until 3 a.m. covering the draft and recording podcasts. I was hanging out with Raiders fans at a bar. I think I got the better assignment. I'm just saying.
Probably, yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'd say so.
It was electric. But we're going to keep it going. We're going to have some electric fun tonight. C-Mac, what are you looking forward to the most?
There were a lot of defensive tackles and defensive linemen in general that didn't get drafted yesterday. I thought was going to. Kayden McDonald from Ohio State, T.J. Parker from Clemson. So seeing where those guys come off the board early will be interesting because, you know, like we were talking yesterday, there were a whole bunch of quality prospects that could have gone round one. You could have made a lot of justification for guys who we're going to see go yesterday. So there's still a lot of value to be had on the board. I think it's going to be fun to see what guys end up.
Hey, Tice, what are you looking forward to?
I know quarterbacks grab the headlines, but tight ends for me is woof. Yes, tight ends. There's a big glut of tight ends that are ranked similar from team to team, from evaluator to evaluator, but how teams stack them is going to be really interesting. The landing spots for these guys, we might see several go back half of the second round, but definitely into round 3. Should make a very interesting night because there are a lot of talented guys. Really curious to see where they end up.
Harmon?
Yeah, it's been my line all draft season. This is a very flavors-based wide receiver class. A lot of different types, a lot of different buckets within that type. And for me, I've got 11 guys that could be credibly drafted on the second day. It starts with Denzel Boston, who I thought could have been a first-round pick. He was in the same tier of prospect as Omar Cooper Jr. For me, those guys were like neck and neck in my rankings. But after that, there's a ton of guys that you can draft on the second day, and they're all different types of flavors too, from Antonio Williams all the way to Chris Bell. Very, very different types of wide receivers, so we're going to get some clear messages from teams tonight.
Definitely a flavor of ice cream draft, so I don't know if we're going to get a bunch of trades or if it's going to go straight chalk. I have no idea. One thing I know is no matter what happens, Charles Robinson is going to be here all night keeping us informed, and we're going to go to him right now. C-Rob, one of the biggest picks last night obviously was Ty Simpson going to the Rams, but now much is being made of Sean McVay in his press conference and his reaction to it. What can you tell us?
What, you guys weren't impressed with Sean McVay's mannequin? Say as little, move as little. Just kind of look left and right. Look, the reaction was interesting, and I didn't catch up to it until late last night. Obviously, we were off the show, and I was writing, and I as soon as I got up this morning, I made some calls to try and understand where that came from. And what I was told was, look, this is being overblown. This was actually completely intentional on Sean McVay's part. Once they spoke to Matthew Stafford and they told him, look, we're going to make this pick, but you're our guy, and we believe you're our guy beyond 2026, and we really want to get that deal done with you. Sean McVay then put in motion what he thought was the right thing to do, which was, when I'm on camera, I'm going to be very intentional about the fact that this is Matthew Stafford's team. So Les is going to talk about Ty Simpson. He's going to talk about the pluses. I'm going to make it clear this is Matthew Stafford's team now and into the future. That is our priority. And that's ultimately what Sean McVay tried to convey. And, even the point where there's the phone call, there's the clip of the phone call, and Ty Simpson says, "Let's make history, coach." And Sean McVay's kind of like, yeah, all right, let's keep moving. Let me not comment on that and really, So the record skipped at that point, and but that was completely intentional on Sean's part. I think it was just, let me convey to Matthew Stafford exactly what we told him when we were making this pick. This is not going to turn into an Aaron Rodgers situation where you're sitting there and you're staring at Jordan Love going, what the hell did we do here?
All right, so then the other quarterback that's in the news right now is Carson Beck. What can you do? Seems like he's flying up some draft boards to C-Rob. What do you know?
I don't think he's flying up draft boards. I just think there are some teams that really liked him. And coming into this draft, when I sat down and looked at the stacks amongst positions and then how teams were evaluating players on their board and putting them in order, when you actually averaged it out, Carson Beck came back as the third quarterback in the class, which surprised me to the point where I back-checked it and called some people I trusted, and I said, this kind of seems wild to me. Is Carson Beck really potentially the third quarterback off the board? And this, the sources basically, one in particular said, yeah, I buy it because, there's the size. He does have an arm. Maybe his demeanor isn't for everybody, but if you like him and you like the tools, that's really what you're going to be going for, particularly in this class. And I will say this, in the stack, it was pretty interesting. There were a couple of teams that had him as, the area where they saw him fitting was in the second round. And then there were multiple other teams that were saying like fourth, fifth, did not like his demeanor as a leader and maybe thought of him a little bit as a loner. Certainly a divide, but the teams that like him, and if he comes off in the second round, we'll know who that is.
Well, we know one thing. We'll be relying on you all night long, C-Rob. Thanks for hanging out with us. Of course, C-Rob will continue to get us caught up on everything we need to know. And you guys, by the way, can get in on the fun. Don't forget, you can follow along with every single pick and live draft grades all night long in the Yahoo Sports app and at yahoosports.com. Officially underway in the second round, the San Francisco 49ers are on the clock, so we will keep you updated on everything as it happens. One thing to be clear, we're second screen here, right? So you're not going to see Raj or whoever is calling out the picks tonight, and you aren't going to hear the bells chime, but we will get you caught up on every pick as it comes through. You guys can also be a part of YouTube. We're already chatting with everybody, so let's have some fun and get weird. Let's take a look at the best available pieces that are still out there. This is the Football 301 best available list here. Gerard McCoy is at the top of this. Tice, why?
Injury concerns. That is something I actually wanted to ask Charles Robinson at one point this night. I'm very curious where teams weigh him because he's extremely talented. If he were healthy, he would have been a locked-in top 10 player and maybe quarterback one of this class. And so it's just the injury concerns is why he is dropping right now because they're pretty serious. But when you really notice, not only just beyond McCoy, a lot of defense. A lot of defense. Not only just Chuck and I's board, but also just individually. 12 of my 15 next players on my best available are defensive players. So we're going to see, I think that's where we're going to go. Like Chuck alluded to this at the top of the show. We're going to see some guys in the trenches, but we're also going to see some corners too, McCoy being one of those guys.
Chuck, what stands out to you?
I think when you look at this board, it just seems like how many guys from big schools are still left on the board.
Right.
Talking about McCoy, we've got TJ Parker, Kayden McDonald, Avieon Terrell, AJ Terrell's little brother who played at Clemson, another Georgia linebacker, CJ Allen, Anthony Hill from Texas. I mean, there's still a lot of big names left on the board, guys who you've seen have played big-time college football. And there's still a lot of value here at the top of the draft. I know people have talked about how this isn't a great draft class, it's not sexy, but when I look at who's still available in round two, like there's a lot of impact players left on the board.
I've said this a lot on Yahoo Sports Daily. I kind of hate this narrative that this is a bad draft. I think to me, maybe there aren't 30 guys that blow up, but there's a lot of quality to be had in this draft. So I keep hearing people say, it's a bad draft. Check it out next year. Next year will be better. That's what we do every year, number one, which is asinine to me. And then number two, I still think there's a lot of quality. I got to ask you, Harmon, about Boston, because obviously I lean on you for wide receivers. He's on this list. Why is he still available?
I think some people look at this particular archetype of receiver, and I would kind of push back that he's even really in this archetype as one of these big, burly, non-separation outside receivers. Like, people think he's Keon Coleman. I no disrespect to Keon Coleman, but I don't think he's a Keon Coleman type of player. I think you see this guy get a lot more separation on a particular type of route tree. Like, I think he wins a lot more on the over-the-middle routes, digs, crossers, slant routes. He's not necessarily the guy that's going to get a lot of separation vertically, but in today's NFL offenses, like, you can move this guy around. I think about a player like Michael Pittman, like how he's used, I think would be pretty good for Denzel Boston. Last year, we saw Tetairoa McMillan be used, I think, to his best capacity when he was moved around and allowed to take reps from the slot, off the ball, and win on a lot of those in-breakers. I think Boston can kind of be a poor man's version of a Tetairoa McMillan type of player who had a really nice rookie year for the Panthers. So I think, to me, it's just, it's not for everybody, right? Like, even for most quarterbacks, they don't want to test those tighter windows where he is going to be a contested catch threat. So I think for that reason, it's a little bit of just kind of big wide receiver stereotyping. And secondly, it's a little bit of like, this type of receiver is not for everybody.
Can I ask, just what in the wide, wide world of sports is going on that we are watching the clock just walk down on San Francisco? They've had all day. They've had all day to figure out what they're doing at the top of this. The pick is in.
There.
It took you 6 of your 7 minutes.
They're trying to get somebody to trade up, I'm
trade
sure.
up.
I mean,
Yeah.
you've been trying all day. Like, at this point, it's 4 a.m. You're in the bar. You've already asked her out 37 times, and she said no. Just go home. Like, I'm just saying, just make the pick. The pick is in for the San Francisco 49ers with the first pick in the second round of the draft. We'll let you know. Any guesses?
Oh, man, I would love to see them maybe go receiver in some way, shape, or form. Of course, Boston is the guy who I prefer, but I think what Matt said at the top of the show, there's a lot of different flavors just at receiver. I'd like to see him maybe go offensive line. To me, that'd be Chase Bisontis, maybe Emmanuel McNeil-Warren from Oregon. But again, the 49ers could go in a lot of different directions here. That's probably why they were working the phones too, because they want to kind of supplement their roster, especially what happened last year. They played a lot of young guys, which continued the kind of good times. I'm also just, kind of curious if they try to milk a trade here, because I feel like a lot of teams, because there's, like you said, Fitzy, was that maybe there's not those blue bloods, the blue chippers. I think players are a lot more specific and role specific. And I think because of that, then that's why you see the range of these players. So I'm sure there's a lot of interest in 33 because teams want to get their guy.
Should also be pointed out the 49ers have another pick later in this same draft. So they have a little bit of excess here. And I'm sure, to your point, obviously, let's just be clear here. If Ty Simpson were still available with the first pick in the second round, we'd all be talking about trades. Right. Just because it's not a quarterback doesn't mean there's not still value to what's going to be coming off the board here. So obviously it makes sense that they've tried to get the best that they can in return. We're still waiting to see what the pick is. But Chuck, any guesses?
They have a lot of needs for a team that is, always winning games. I think when they got to the end of the season and you see the 2 games against Seattle, you see the tier gap that they've kind of fallen into, which maybe is partly because they missed having the 3 first-round picks from the Trey Lance trade. Maybe that's where we're seeing it, but they kind of got to nail this draft to get right back in the swing of things.
Man, it's funny when you mention that. I say it all the time. Imagine missing so hard on a quarterback that you gave up picks and you just got your butt whooped, but nobody got fired because you got lucky at the end of the draft and found that guy. It's crazy. That we're there. We're watching the grandiose portion. This to me also. The guy stands up in the microphone, takes 15 minutes. It's just get the pick out.
Well, that player you're talking about, Trey Lance, his brother's in this draft, Bryce Lance. You think they'd go back to the Lance family at the wide receiver?
Are you allowed to? Are you allowed? No.
No, I don't think you can.
Okay.
De'Zhaun Stribling is the pick, the wide receiver out of Ole Miss. Thoughts?
I love Stribling. He was 52 overall for me on my big board, but again, we're getting into this range where this is a big range of players that could go where we're at right now in the early 30s. But Stribling from Ole Miss, he's a physical player. Probably either 1 or 2 as the best blocking wide receiver in this class. This is a team that just lost Jawan Jennings, so that is a role that he could fill right away. Or Jennings is just hanging out there, I should say. I think he has inside-outside versatility. He tested very well, but I wouldn't say that's the strength of his game. Is pure speed. I think it's more of a power player. He was one of my last watches at receiver, and I shot him up the charts because I was like, I love this type of archetype. Just the physicalness, just a smart player. It actually makes a lot of sense that Kyle Shanahan would dig this because of kind of his do-it-allness, maybe is the best way I could put it.
That right there, I'm so glad. I also got to this guy late as well, and he seemed like a guy that was the late riser, right? Dane Brugler from The Athletics, he's going to go in the top 64. It's just a matter of how high. He went really high, as we're seeing here. But to me, it was I understand why this guy's the late riser, because you guys know this. The coaches are the last ones to come to this process, and this is a total coach's favorite wide receiver. So it makes sense that this is what they went for here. You mentioned I think he's the best blocking receiver in the class. He works the middle of the field really well. He's got, I wouldn't say he's fully developed at all as a route runner, but he's got a promising set of release moves. And he's got great hands, and he makes plays with the ball in his hands. You'll see when you pull up the highlights, a guy that is really hard to bring down in the open field. Again, you're seeing the routes here right now. Dig routes, slant routes. It's exactly what Jawan Jennings was doing for this team. So I think you're right, Nate. This is a very natural replacement for that player.
I don't like it. No receivers from these offenses worked in the NFL.
That is a fair point, because there's a little bit,
and it's not just Ole Miss. It's Tennessee too. It's the old Bill. You got to be as good as Josh Gordon, basically.
This isn't quite Tennessee level Looney
close,
Tunes,
though.
But he's been productive in different offenses.
Yeah.
This is his third school.
Is that an advantage or a disadvantage that you've played in 3 different offenses before you get to the NFL as a wide receiver?
I would say advantage if you're coming from Lane's offense, because Lane's receivers don't do anything in the NFL.
Yeah.
There's a little bit, a tiny touch of Mingo in his profile. Okay. I just think he's a better version.
Trey Harris had a quiet rookie season.
Well, he's not a deep wide receiver. He had moments when he was.
He's a second-round pick.
Well, they signed. That's not his fault. They signed Keenan Allen to take up.
He
should be better. Better player
as well.
He should have played better.
My favorite part about that whole analysis is that Harmon's excited, Tyson's excited. We get over to C-Mac, arms folded.
All the Veterans players, get out of here. Go play real football, and then we can come back.
It was the arms crossed with the I don't like it that I absolutely loved. That was perfectly done by you. The Cardinals, by the way, they got the assignment. They understand that they need to get the pick in, and the pick is in. Chase Bisontis is the pick guard out of Texas A&M. We knew that there'd be a run on offensive linemen, right?
Yep. I thought this guy might even sneak into the first round, Bisontis, and a good athlete, can move real well. Doesn't have the longest arms, which sometimes can hinder him in pass protection, but I thought he could fit in any type of offense, and it actually makes a lot of sense that he goes to which really a McVay offense under Mike LaFleur now in Arizona. I really like this. The Cardinals, I know the whole Jeremiah Love thing, I thought they had to address their offensive line, preferably right tackle, but they need a guard too. Now they got Isaac Shimalo. They got Paris Johnson Jr., hopefully going to have a big bounce back season because he's got a ton of potential. So I like this. Getting a physical player. They still have Isaac Adams, I believe, from at guard as well. So they have some depth there that they can work with. I don't think he has any center flexibility, not that they need that. He's a guard-only player. I really like this. I got to give it to the Cardinals. This is what they needed, and I think this is a proper spot for him. I think I had him about 38 on my big board. So
yeah, one of the biggest hang-ups, I think, if you're trying to get excited about Jeremiah Love in fantasy, again, you put apart the idea of whether they was smart to take a running back third overall, that whole deal. Because I do think when you look at this offense, I'm excited about Mike LaFleur as a play caller. I think he showed some good things when he got a trial run in New York a few seasons ago. Thought he did some good stuff there, especially with 2 running backs on the field, and they have some depth at running back. I mean, one of the guys that Jeremiah Love's going to be taking carries from just announced the pick in James Conner there. So they have some depth at that position. That's exciting. I think they have promising pass catchers as well. We'll see what they do at quarterback. But the biggest hang-up for me was okay, we don't want an Ashton Genty situation from last year, Fitz, not to bring up bad memories, but where he's working behind a really poor offensive line. We'll see what Bisontis can do, but at least it's a step in the right direction.
I like this pick a lot. I mean, if you're gonna take Jeremiah Love at 3, you had to.
Correct.
Better give him some rushing lanes.
That's why it makes sense. Yeah.
No offense, we just so happened to Ashton Genty last year, where part of the season he had more yards after contact.
Should we say it one more time?
No. I've got my hot takes on Love. We'll get into those later in the show because we got plenty of hours to fill. But you're right. If you're going to take a running back, then make things better in front of him.
And yesterday, I said the reason why I didn't view him as an elite tier running back prospect like Bijan Robinson or someone like that is because he doesn't run between the tackles great. He doesn't break, first contact against linebackers at a high clip. So you have to make life a little bit easier for him. If you can get him into space, that's when he's most dangerous. But, in the NFL, man, you're not going to get those runways that you did in college, right? So you're going to need people to blow open those holes for you. You got Paris Johnson's really talented. Bisontis can slide in next to him, and you just pray that the Cardinals can get something going, or else they're going to be in the gutter for a long time.
But it's also good value, right? You're getting a guard in the second round. All of this makes sense. You're getting the right position at the right time to make things in front of your running back better, to better augment the pick. If you're going to take a running back at 3, then you have to do a lot of things the right way after that. I think this is another example of doing things the right way. I don't share the same concern some people do about positional value, so I think this made a lot of sense. The Bills also get the memo. Their pick is already in. The Bills, their pick is in. They don't have another pick in this round. So obviously it's going to be a minute, at least as we stand right now, before they go again. Tice, any thoughts here?
Bills, they could go a lot of different directions. I thought spine in some way, shape, or form. At one point, we have mocked C.J. Allen to them, who's still available. We've mocked Emanuel McNeil-Warren to them, and that was when they had the first-round pick before they moved back. Those guys are still available. Kayden McDonald, still available. Guys that would make a lot of sense. So spine of the defense is what I would prefer, but they could go a few different directions.
The Bills fans have been waiting for a minute to see
C.J. Parker. There we go.
C.J. Parker, the edge rusher, is the pick.
This is what they needed. This is great.
I think we mocked him to him at some point.
This is great. That Parker was hard because this kind of second class of edges, what we're going to talk about on day 2, there's some DPR, designated pass rusher types. There's some heavy-handed types. T.J. Parker is the heavy-handed type. I like this. They need guys that can push the pocket. They need guys that can set the edge against the run. He works real hard. As far as he went on a Clemson team last year that struggled, he was just bringing it every single snap. He can kick outside on pass rush downs. Jim Leonard, who's a very creative defensive coordinator, is going to find a lot of use for him. Might not be the sexiest player, but I actually like this for a team that sometimes takes guys that are a little maybe flashier at the position or has tried to address the position with vets like Joey Bosa, Von Miller. Now get a guy that's maybe the hard-working type that I think they've really needed.
I think it's important also to point out here at least that we have a new head coach, right? Yeah. And so that means a new identity, especially when you're coming off a head coach that had a defensive identity. So I do think it's important. I mean, the Bills basically said, we think one person is the problem because the only thing they really changed was Sean McDermott, right? So let's see how this addresses some of that. But Jim Leonard, being the defensive coordinator, is going to make this team look different.
It should be a pretty significant identity change on defense, too. And that's what's going to be really interesting with Brandon Beane still being the general manager there. He's primarily and has exclusively scouted for a Sean McDermott defense. This is a pretty significant right turn here from that identity standpoint.
The Raiders are on the clock. I thought we were going to have drinks and party together because that's supposedly what happens when the Raiders are on the clock. But they've traded it. So they have traded. Houston has now moved up to 35.
Of course they have.
Houston is now in.
They can't help themselves.
I will say John Spytek, the GM of the Raiders, made it clear that they were looking to accumulate more. They wanted the opportunity to get more swings. Yeah. That doesn't surprise me. You see the Texans trade up to 36. Houston receives 36 and 117. Vegas receives 38 and 91. So a little bit of a move here. I think I'm reading that right.
Yeah, can you get the 91st overall pick? That's a nice little jump in there.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's weird. I'll be honest. All of this feels very weird to me because if you're just tuning in for the first time, I'm a massive Raiders fan. Last night I got to hang out at Peter Dillon's with a bunch of Raiders fans to watch the drafting of Fernando Mendoza. I'm so used to being on pins and needles for the draft. The first overall pick was so secure for so long. I don't know how to feel. I'm used to being I have no idea how to feel right now. Usually the camera's in my face waiting for my favorite team to blow it. I have no idea. So they've traded down. The Texans have traded up. What are the Texans looking for that they're moving up?
Man, they already addressed offensive line. To me, tight end is a position that I think is warranted. I know they have Dalton Schultz and stuff, but he faced an injury late in the year. They've needed kind of a gritty guy there. Just because the defense is a strength doesn't mean you don't stop addressing it.
They need depth that feels like across the defensive line, honestly.
They could go really corner and that would make sense. They could go
linebacker.
They could go linebacker is another position. That's one that we've mocked again. Azeez Al-Shaair is a free agent after this year. He's a key cog in that defense. They need competence there to make this defense work how they play. Henry To'oTo'o is a free agent after this year too, and he's been okay. So yeah, linebacker could be definitely a position too that they could look at.
I mean, this is they're so close to having just like this full face-eating defense. Yeah. I almost wonder like what they kind of view as like the last piece, because I think you can make a case of like even someone like Kayden McDonald can make a whole lot of sense for Houston, just trying to get bigger on the inside. Where you've seen like someone like Sheldon Rankins, who's had a whole lot of positive influence on the defense over the few years, just getting younger, because Rankins has been in the league for a long time, and as capable as he is, man. You just signed Will Anderson to a massive 3-year, $150 million contract. That's not going to get any cheaper anytime soon, especially when you have Danielle Hunter also making $40 million a year on the other side. So maybe you just try to get another cheap contract on the defensive line. And I think Kayden McDonald will make a whole lot of sense here.
At some point, Danielle Hunter has to like slow down. At some point too, right?
No, I think the power of 1-year deals will keep him going.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, incentive escalators? Let's do it. Yeah.
So for everybody that's watching us right now on the Yahoo Sports Network, we're going to take a quick break. For everybody that's watching us on YouTube, we're going to take a look at some comments. We're going to respond to them. We'll get you the pick after our quick break here as we address some of the comments that are coming in on the YouTube chat. And with that being said, gentlemen, let's take a look at what we got here.
Okay.
We got comments below. We got a Broncos fan patiently waiting for their turn to take anyone. Can we just acknowledge like one ancillary impact that we don't talk enough about? There's so many teams had 2 first-round picks.
Yeah.
There were plenty of teams that literally had fans that had nothing to watch.
Broncos, Packers, Falcons.
Yeah. No, there was a lot of them. And then the teams moved out. 49ers moved out of there. There's teams that moved out of the first round. Yeah, so that was this type of draft class.
Well, if you're a Broncos fan, just pull up the Jalen Waddle highlights. Yeah. I got the route charts for you up on the internet too. Like just take a look
what do you
at
want
those
to say?
while you're waiting for your
We liked the trade.
It was good. It was good. It was a good
I liked
pick.
it. It's what you needed. It was better than what you could have got right there.
Yoshi206 in the YouTube chat doesn't like the Stafford pick. Nobody thinks Stafford isn't QB1, or I say Simpson pick. Okay. Nobody thinks Stafford isn't QB1, but Simpson absolutely doesn't help the Rams win in 2026. I want to die on this hill, guys. The Rams don't really need help to win in 2026.
That's what they all
right
say.
on the edge.
As of right now.
Yeah. That's what
For now.
Right. Until
that's
one
what
injury happens and you have no depth.
Look,
there's a
bang.
Okay, well, I can't give it out yet. We're still in break. We're doing comments right now.
Oh, that's right. Look, can I say this? As someone who just went through Kirk Cousins, Michael Penix, you might want to be careful here,
Yes.
man. Might be a little careful. Because you probably wish you could have had that 8th overall pick on a player that played that year, because I mean, it sounds good that, we're Super Bowl contenders. We think we're ready to go until you're not. And that could be this year. You never know what's going to happen.
I mean, their receiver room is very volatile.
Yes.
Devontae Adams, another year older. Puka Nacua has had a volatile offseason. We can say that. And there's not a lot of depth there either.
I agree with all of that. But I also just think the Rams were a couple of plays away from being a Super Bowl team last year. And the Falcons, no offense, as we continue to say that about each other's favorite teams, were not a couple of plays away from being a Super Bowl team at any point. We'll keep the comments coming and the responses to them in YouTube, obviously, as we prepare to welcome everybody back that's watching on the Yahoo Sports Network right now. The pick has come in, And we do know the pick. Again, anyone catching up, the Texans traded with the Raiders. The Texans move up. The Texans have made their pick. Their pick is Kayden McDonald, defensive tackle, Ohio State. Gentlemen, they moved up to get Kayden McDonald. What do we think?
Awesome.
Awesome?
Yeah.
That's the happiest reaction I've seen from him in 2 days.
They just took a defensive tackle with the same last name as him.
Yeah,
right. Playing the hits.
That's right. Yeah.
I'm pretty not smart. I should have picked up on that. Why do you like it?
I think he should have been a first-round pick, and it's just it's really hard to find nose tackles with his level of production. Just in terms of solo tackles, he was 5th on the team last year behind Arvell Reese and Sonny Styles. He had 4 less than Arvell Reese at 31. He had 9 TFLs, 3 sacks. For a guy who's 330 pounds, you don't see that level of activity and action. Normally those guys are just gonna be like run pluggers, but no, he's out there like making plays with range. So when you start thinking about how he fits in this defense, I can't imagine more perfect fit for a nose tackle and like with this specific defense, where you already have the guys off the edge that can get after passer and Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter. And now you have like a playmaking nose tackle that can also stuff the run. This defense is going to be impossible to do anything against next year. That's a perfect fit.
We got a hysterical comment in the YouTube section. Dr. Ganja, which I love the name, said CJ only has to score 14 to win games now. I'm just saying there is some truth.
No, and I think though this team, the Texans defense, and how the 49ers play, like they're so specific. They don't blitz a lot. They play a lot of zone. So they need guys that can eat blocks in the middle. Mm-hmm. That's what Kayden McDonald does. But like Chuck said, he makes tackles. He's not just away from the play, just eating blocks, which makes sense for a defense that's very attacking.
Yeah.
Very go forward, go, go, go. So really a perfect fit for him being a true nose, but it's an attacking nose. It's not just a plugging nose. And this is what this defense needs. I mentioned linebacker. This team always needs safeties because that's the spine of the defense. They have to come downhill. They signed Reed Blankenship. I guess haven't addressed the linebacker here, but this makes a lot of sense going for a big, big nose.
Yeah, I don't think you can possibly just be a sit back and passive guy in D'Amico Ryans' defense.
Right.
Swarm is quite literally their identity, so that makes a lot of sense. And yeah, this is just, again, something we've been talking about with Houston, that continue to build on a strength here. The offense is, I think it can be better this year, second year Nick Caley. I think the last memory of CJ Stroud is probably tainting us a little bit too much to the overall, from an EPA standpoint, per play, he was sandwiched between Patrick Mahomes and Sam Darnold last year. Yeah, that's what's crazy about his season last year. So nevertheless, though, I still think the offense is not ready to take on being the strength of the team. The defense will remain the strength on the team. Yep. So continue to build up with that while you hope that CJ gets better next year. Their 2 receivers that they took last year can get better. And obviously you made an addition to running back as well. The
list of unanimous All-American defensive linemen from Ohio State over the last 50 years includes, obviously, Kayden McDonald, also includes Bosa and Chase Young. That's it. Those are the 3 names. That's good company
trends,
to be in,
baby.
Right now. And again, the comments flying in the YouTube session, but I love Sean McKenna said Texans might be the 85 Bears. All right, let's relax a little bit, okay? Let's relax a little bit.
Pretty good defense.
That's a good defense.
It's a pretty good defense.
And they got a lot of speed. Yeah. They can do a lot of things.
2 awesome teams corners.
I love this. I love remember when the Ravens for years would have the awesome defense and they would draft Nada. They draft another guy every year, and everyone's like, how many defenders do they need? It's like, who cares?
You always need more.
Pile on. Get Suggs in there.
And I think that was the danger of what we were talking about with the Rams a minute ago, Fitz. And it's like, when you think okay, we had it last year, and we just copy-paste it over again to this year, I think the best teams, and obviously the Rams are one of the best teams in the NFL. I don't mean to take a shot at their process here, but the best teams continue to not just rest on that and they do things to push off regression. And I think that's what Houston is doing here. It was no regression coming in for this defense. We're going to continue to add talent to that unit.
The Giants pick is in. Yesterday was a little bit of an up and down day in y'all's mind for the Giants, right? Arvell Reese, obviously a pick everybody at this table, including myself. We all love the Arvell Reese pick, but for the Giants, what are they looking for here? The pick is in. They're about to announce it.
Well, Jordan Tyson was getting flirted with them, so maybe another pass catcher to be kind of an auxiliary target for them. I really like their day one. Just getting Reese with pick 5 and then addressing the offensive line with Malinois. So I thought they addressed already 2 parts that they really needed. Maybe a safety, that's another position here, or a corner.
Defensive back.
Or a corner.
Colton Hood is the pick out of Tennessee. He was obviously high on the Football 301 draft board. Yeah. Here's my question. Why is Colton Hood still available?
Because this draft is weird. there's no consensus anywhere. And I'm forgetting the name of the cornerback who they lost to the Titans this year. Cordell Flott.
Yeah.
So who was actually a really underrated player.
Yep.
I think that has a lot of potential moving forward. But they needed to replace him because unfortunately, like Deonte Banks has been a massive bust after being a really promising rookie. And you lost Flott to free agency. So you had to add someone. And Colton Hood, another guy who easily could have been a first-round pick. He's got a lot of traits to play on the outside, can play sticking man coverage. I think he makes a pretty good fit with what they already have. Like the idea that you can have Reese and Hood, I like another Giants draft. Hasn't been great for me in the past, but I'm starting to like another one.
I know. Frisky. That's what I've described Hood as. I think what you mentioned there, Chuck, he can hang up in man. He's competitive. Really, really competitive. Get a little trouble sometimes. Get a little handsy, but I do think he's a good athlete. He's willing to play the run, which is needed in this defense because they're going to play a little bit of cloud coverage. So cover 2, cover 6, that corner has to be in the run fit and those looks. And that's what he did in college. I'm sure if you're watching right now, you'll see some of the highlights that look like that. But really, Hood is a player that could fit in any type of scheme, whether it's man heavy or zone heavy. I like this a lot. He was 26 in my big board. Again, weird draft, so I'm not going like, oh, a huge fall or anything. That's the range that these guys are going. Could play outside. Yeah, I like this pick. Giants are 3 for 3 for me.
Yeah, technically their other starting outside corner across from Alontae Taylor is Greg Newsome, who did not have a good year last year.
The artist formerly known as Greg Newsome.
Yeah, who did not have a good year last year after going to Jacksonville in the middle of the year from Cleveland. So that was kind of like just a dice roll signing. There's a lot of spots like that on this roster, honestly, where you're just like, okay, well, they definitely need to improve here. Like there's some work because, as Chuck mentioned, they've had some big hits in the draft. Obviously, Malik Neighbors, who, by the way, I don't know if you guys caught him at all, though some of the clips on the Bleacher Report draft team. I really like Malik Neighbors. I've had a couple conversations with him. He's been awesome to chat with, but he was a little skeptical of the Arvell Reese pick at 5th overall, which I think is interesting. So he's been a big hit. They've had some other big hits, but then their whiffs have been significant whiffs. So they're still trying to make up for those here, and I think that's what this pick is about.
The Raiders, remember, traded down with the Giants, or sorry, I should say with the Texans. They are now on the clock and the pick is in. So the Raiders have gotten it done. We haven't seen the Raiders make a pick since Fernando Mendoza. A lot of places.
If it's Matt Millen, it might be a receiver. That would be what I would go with.
Who's the athletic receiver that we
Denzel Boston.
Denzel Boston would be the top receiver still on the board.
Yes, that would be one.
Receiver is a point of need for the Raiders for sure.
We will see. Obviously, I have him higher than the league does with Boston right now, but he would make a lot of sense. Or Treydan Stukes.
Yeah, Treydan Stukes.
Awesome. Great player. I like Stukes a lot. I had him just outside my 50. I want to say like 51 or 52 on my board. A slot, preferably. One of these new kind of do-it-all dynamos from the slot. But, I'm actually glad you could see that some teams list him at safety in slot, and that's what I agree with. He's not a corner in slot. He's a safety in slot. Really good athlete, former walk-on, and just worked his way up. He is a little older. But man, I'll say the compliment, the glass half full version of that is he's experienced.
Yes.
Yes, and you can see that show up because another guy that's willing to get in there, he's good size, he's a good athlete. I really like Stukes, just weighing his age. That kind of dinged him for me, but having a dynamic slot like this is a lot of fun. So they just need more talent on that defense. Really like this player.
Yeah, he's a good player. I was kind of excited about it because I didn't hear about him until the combine, and I saw the athletic testing was really strong, and I watched the film. I was like, oh, it's solid, and I was like, oh, he's 25.
That's it.
Right. That's
like 3 of them in this day too.
And unfortunately, that's a cap on your ceiling because it took you a long time to get to this point. So now you're going to start in the NFL and you'll be 30 before you blink. So maybe it works out, but they had to try something to get faster on defense.
Well, the other part of this is going to look vastly different, right? Pete Carroll came in last year and liked a particular type of guy in the secondary. Pete Carroll lasted 1 year and has been fired. So now you have an all-new team basically doing this thing in an entirely different way. I think that speaks to sometimes you're going to have to get different guys in the secondary. Like Pete Carroll likes such a specific thing that the Raiders have moved away from. It doesn't surprise me at all that they needed that. All right, we're going to go to break. If you're watching us on the Yahoo Sports Network, we're going to take a quick break. We'll make sure that you don't miss a single pick when we come back. And in the meantime, if you're watching us on YouTube, stick with us. We're going to get a bunch of reactions right now on some of the comments you have coming in the chat. More to come in just a second. Let's see what we've got in the chat, boys. By the way, I feel pretty good about that. I'm not going to lie. I feel pretty good about that pick. So
I like Stukes.
As long as you feel good, I feel good, man.
Thank you.
That's really good.
Windy Molasses asked, Chuck, did you take Matt and Nate to Times Square Chili's last night? Chili's is a delight, but I don't know why.
Yo, who do you think I am? Yeah. Times Square Chili's?
Yeah. I'll take
no.
Wait. I love Chili's. There will be no disparaging comments
on
Chili's.
the Rainforest Cafe on the Strip in Vegas.
Chili's is amazing. I don't care what y'all say.
Okay, also, Times Square, that's like the shrine to consumerism. That's not me.
Shrine to consumerism.
Yeah, they got
also, by the way, we
me.
got off the show at, like, what did we leave here, like 1 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah.
Is the Chili's at Times Square open at 1 o'clock?
Only one way to find out tonight, brother.
Yeah, gotta check it out.
No, I'm all set.
Okay.
I'm a food snob. I'm not.
The guiltless sirloin for somebody that looks as good as you do, sir. The guiltless sirloin is low calorie, high protein.
I think there's some guilt in that sirloin.
There's no guilt.
Somewhere along the way.
It's called guiltless.
If it's guiltless, there's guiltful.
You know what? It's called guiltless. For I will stand for no disparaging remarks on Chili's. Isn't trading up for Stribling and passing over Denzel Boston a little rich? We're asked. What do you think?
Yeah, I do think Boston is a tier. I would maybe even go 2 tiers better in my kind of grading scale.
I would agree with that.
And Boston's got legit one-on-one outside ability, I think. And also was a willing blocker with size. So like even some of the stuff that Stribling is kind of more of, and he's also younger than Stribling. So that's the thing. I love Stribling. I even tweeted it. Like one of my favorite players of the draft.
Yeah.
Still like Boston,
Boston
more. Both things can be true.
I wonder too, obviously they signed Mike Evans to what looks like a 3-year deal, even though it's kind of just a 1-year deal. If Mike hangs on for more than just 2026, there is a little bit of overlapping skill set with Denzel Boston and Mike Evans.
Obviously, what do you?
No, because that's your comparison.
Yeah. Bud Light Mike Evans.
Yes, there it is.
Bud Light Mike Evans is the perfect way to welcome everybody back that's watching on the Yahoo Sports Network. Also, I want my baby back, baby. Nobody's going to sing it with me.
Please.
There will be no Chili slander. All right, we've got, obviously, we'll get you caught up on everything going on in the draft. We're waiting for the pick as we sit right now. So how do we feel at this point? The Raiders just got their pick off, obviously, so we gave you the reaction to that. Now we're going to figure out what's coming up next as the Browns are on the clock and the pick is in. How are we feeling?
I'm very curious. They addressed the 2 positions of need, offensive tackle, wide receiver, kind of everything you thought. So now, to me, it's like, all right, what do you guys think you need?
Do you think they could double up at either of those positions?
Well, that's what I was saying. I think they go more receiver because, again, the Browns are very analytically driven. So they're going to go, this is a pitch. I mean, shoot. They go Boston here, too. That would actually be a fantastic
That would really
double
compliment
up.
Casey.
Yeah, both of our guys, Concepcion and Boston. Right? Is that what it is?
It'd be the Football 301.
The Football 301 team.
Wide receiver room.
Harold Fannin.
Oh, yeah.
So we got Harold. We get
their current wide receiver one's like the anti. Hey, look at that.
What they do.
You got to do it.
Who needs Miss Cleo when you got this show to give you all the psychic energy? Well done. Why does this work? Let me ask you this. As a wide receiver guy, Harmon.
Yeah.
What makes this combination work?
These are two, again, what we're talking about, the different flavors at the wide receiver position. These 2 guys could not be more different flavors. Denzel Boston, this big hulking perimeter receiver, and then Casey Concepcion, the smaller separator, speed player who can do a lot with the ball in his hands. The good thing is, though, I think these 2 guys can also be slightly interchangeable. Because Casey Concepcion is, in my opinion, the best press beater in the class, you can credibly line him up on ball and ask him to win against press man coverage and do sort of the X-receiver role. And Denzel Boston, because his best routes are those crossers, the digs, the in-breakers, you can line him up off ball and allow these 2 guys to move around. And if you watch Todd Monken's offense in Baltimore, that is what they did with a lot of these guys, especially Zay Flowers, who's a common comparison for Casey. They want to move him all over the formation, but they kind of lack that tough, physical, on-ball, blocking receiver, contested catch guy in that Ravens receiver room the last few years. That's who Denzel Boston can be. And again, if you just look at the Browns wide receiver depth chart, their current wide receiver one entering this weekend, Jerry Jeudy, he can really only do a couple of things, a small handful of things at the wide receiver position. Now you've got 2 guys who can do a lot of different things, really expanded roles, and they're both, in my opinion, more reliable from they're going to be in the right places at the right time. That's never really been Jerry Jeudy's game, and unfortunately, Cedric Tillman hasn't been able to stay healthy.
This is why you take the offensive lineman first.
Yes. Then you can do the fun.
Then you can do the fun stuff.
You can have dessert.
Because what offensive tackles on the board here?
None.
None.
You're reaching for whatever guy you want. Yep.
Get the tackle first, and then there's always going to be skill players left on the board later.
A true XF value, or reach a full round for a tackle that you probably have to play.
Yep.
That's going to, if you're wrong, it damns you. So, no, I mean, like you said,
and they got the value of trading down to still get the
Yes.
guy they wanted. Like the Browns are quietly having a home run draft right now. Like this is really good.
They had, and I want to see what happens where they, and like Fano, I like the plan of Fano down the road. I'll see how this year happens. Because maybe I don't think left tackle will end up his best spot. But man, I get the pick though. But these two receivers, I like both of the receivers, and I also just like where they ended up. Like, I mean, I think Boston has a true X skill set. And he went almost literally where Cortland Sutton went, which is by comparison for him.
Yeah,
Sutton went
that's
pick
within that
pick
archetype.
40, and Boston goes pick 39. So it kind of feels.
I joked with the Yahoo Fantasy Forecast producers last night that against all odds, I guess I'm going to have to become a Shedeur Sanders guy. And now we really got it.
If you're lucky, you'll be a Shedeur Sanders.
If we're lucky,
right?
I'm just saying now you're going to end up. Yeah,
I
think I'd rather go to Chili's.
What's the guy? What's the Moneyball guy? Paul DePasta.
DePodesta.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, when his first year with the Browns, they took like 4 or 5 receivers in that first draft.
Yeah, wasn't it like Corey Coleman though?
Yeah, it was on. I definitely like Concepcion and Boston.
Much better.
Way better than that.
Yes, they
also,
came
it
from
should
real
be noted,
offenses.
let's stack that on top of a draft last year for the Browns. It was absolutely great. So they're doing good work. Our next pick has come through. We have it. It is done. And we have R. Mason. Sorry, my screen just refreshed. I no longer have it. We have R. Mason Thomas. Thank you. Edge going to the Kansas City Chiefs out of Oklahoma.
So my comparison for R. Mason Thomas, D. Ford. And that's and they drafted D. Ford in the 20s when he came out, and now R. Mason Thomas goes there. More of a DPR type, which is designated pass rusher. I think if he doesn't win instantly, he has some trouble winning and sustaining because maybe his lack of strength. But having said that, of this kind of group of DPRs, he's kind of the guy I preferred on day 2 because I did see the upside of him as a true pass rusher. There's one other guy from Auburn, Crawford, which we'll probably talk about soon. But I do think R. Mason Thomas, and his name is R. Mason. The R does not stand for anything. Yeah. It's just R. Mason.
Love that.
But he can bring some heat. They've needed guys so desperately for years now that can just win a one-on-one, and Spags doesn't have to do anything. So they got a couple. They got Peter Woods, R. Mason Thomas. They got Mansour Delane. They said, hey, we're boosting up this defense. And then, and then Patrick and this O-line will carry us on offense whenever Patrick comes back.
Yeah, I like this pick. I was Jekyll and Hyde on R. Mason Thomas. I couldn't quite figure it out. But I think this is a good spot for him because he ends up with because I think he needs to play on a team that had a dude at somewhere on the defensive line because I don't think he's going to be the top creator maybe that even like D. Ford could be at his peak. But still, this is a solid player who's going to come in, do some dirty work stuff, play hard, which is what the Chiefs need, man. They just need bodies on defense.
Yeah.
A lot.
Juice.
And they still need more. They still need a lot more, too.
Harmon?
I mean, I think it's been fun to see Kansas City really hammer this defense because I do think, again, they definitely need a receiver. And offensive line-wise, as long as they trust Josh Simmons, they're in a pretty good place there. But you can get a receiver at a different point in this draft too. Like I'm with what Charles said earlier that you can have dessert if you eat your vegetables first. And I think that's kind of what Kansas City is doing here. They're taking a defense that had really kind of slowly but surely withered away a little bit. I think they're hammering that, which is smart to me.
Last year they had I'm so sorry, Fitzy, but last year Spags was blitzing more last year, and it was the least effective his blitzing has been since he got with the Chiefs. And they had a build-up where they had 2 years, that defense was awesome. So the year they beat the 49ers in the Super Bowl the second time, that year, of course, I think was the peak of this kind of little grouping, and now they're going to have to reconfigure it. And I think, again, they tried to do this a few years ago with FAU, Felix Eneduke. What's the U stand for? Uzama? I think that's right.
No, Uzama, something like that.
That's
the Bengals tight end.
Yeah, so that was
a lot of,
I think it's the same.
Uzama,
But FAU. So they tried to get a type like this. They've got D. Ford. That's a type like this. So obviously they like having that kind of DPR heat guy, and they say, hey, we can muck it up, but sometimes we just need a guy to beat the right tackle and beat the left tackle. And they got pick 74. If they want to go receiver, there's going to be a glut there.
There's going to be a lot there. And they need a specific type, too.
Yes.
They need a big on-ball player who can beat man coverage, and that will allow them, I think, to kind of get the best of what those guys like Worthy and Rice do if you trust Rice long-term, which is obviously a pretty big question. But this is what's kind of hard to judge just a first-round pick, or in Kansas City's case, 2 first-round picks. Sometimes you need to see the rest of the picks to see the vision come together. Yeah. And I do think seeing Peter Woods and then R. Mason Thomas, those two guys complement each other really well.
The Bengals made their pick. It's Cashius Howell a Texas A&M edge rusher that had, like, if you just watch the highlight reel, I mean, boy, did he have a year. Like, got after quarterbacks over and over and over again. But he's here for a reason. So what do we make of Cashius Howell being here?
Again, I mentioned that kind of group of designated pass rushers, the glut of them. R. Mason Thomas was part of it. I consider Malachi Lawrence part of that, but he went 15 picks higher. Cashius Howell is just another one of these guys that he has the shortest arms, I think, on record of edges, or at least one of the shortest arms, and he kind of plays that way, good and bad. He can get into guys real quick. And just like kind of copy and paste some stuff I said with R. Mason Thomas. If he doesn't win right away, he has trouble sustaining with a second move kind of coming off or kind of maybe getting a guy off of him, getting arms off of him. If he can run the hoop, though, he can create some havoc. I liked him as almost like a really good relief pitcher in baseball. Like, he's not a starter, but, man, this guy can come in for one inning, throw 101. He might get jacked a couple times, and might go up 420 feet. But sometimes he gets you 3 outs and gets you out of a tight squeeze. Like, I just think another body to throw at offenses.
Yeah. It's just the team, man. I think this is not a great fit for him.
Oh, yeah.
Just with Cincinnati, I mean, I feel like he just needs to go to a team where he kind of has to be the man right away.
Yeah.
Because if you look at, like, they drafted Shamar Stewart, I mean, that was a total dud.
This is almost like a literal Hendrickson replacement.
Yeah.
Short arm,
Yeah.
DPR. I mean, Hendrickson's a better version, but yeah, obviously.
But, you know, it's not even just Shamar Stewart. It's Miles Murphy, Chris Jenkins Jr. Like, they had to go trade for Dexter Lawrence and sign Boye Mafe. So hopefully those guys give enough where he can kind of just stay in this, in this kind of like DPR role, third defensive end role. But man, like, even for Boye Mafe, this is a big step in responsibility than where you're coming from in Cincinnati. So I just wonder if it's like too big of a spot for him, because I think if he's going to figure it out, it's going to take some time for him to develop and get stronger as a player versus the run.
The Saints made their pick. Somebody I know you've watched, Christen Miller, Georgia. What do you think?
He's hot and cold, a little streaky.
Hot and cold.
That's just, like, at his best, I mean, he looks like someone who should be a first rounder. At his worst, you know, he's getting dogpiled by offensive linemen that are a lot worse than him.
All right. Well,
I mean, look,
that's some variance.
And I agree. That's why he's in round 2. You know, a talented guy. If the Saints feel like they can get the most out of him, I understand it. But man, I think the floor is pretty low here at times with Christen Miller, which is it's kind of confusing to get a hold on a player like him, because his best is, you know, just absolutely dominant. I mean, there's like a split in the Oklahoma game, or not the Ole Miss game they lost in the playoffs, where, you know, he's blowing up guards like in the first half, and then as the game goes on, he's getting kind of tired and, you know, not as impactful and getting run over, and it's like, I don't know which one you are, but maybe at the top of the second round, this is okay, especially in a class like this, just to take a bet on the upside.
He was player 41 for me. He goes 42, so it's kind of like, yeah. The Georgia defense, it's so funky, or they just kind of run a little bit of everything. So Miller might be a guy that in a defense that's more straight ahead or more NFL-ish, like truly NFL-ish. Not that what Kirby Smart's doing is not, but just maybe it's a little too varied for my liking. Having said all that, Brandon Staley is the defensive coordinator, and he's funk and stuff up front and everything, so maybe that was an appeal. But I do think some of Miller's best snaps when he just gets the straight snap and go and play like a true defensive tackle. I liked him. I mean, this is exactly where I'm comfortable taking him, even if I think that some of his dynamic stuff is more projection. Maybe some of these other defensive tackles in this group, I do like what he brings to the table. He's strong, he's good, he's effective on those slants and twists, and I think maybe that's why Staley was like, yeah, I want a guy that can be effective on those, and we can just drop in and do it.
The Dolphins are on the clock. The pick's about to be in. If you're watching us on the Yahoo Sports Network, we're going to take a quick break. If you're watching us on YouTube, we're going to take this chance to interact with some of your comments. So we'll be right back for everybody on YSN. And then in the meantime, gentlemen, let's take a look at some of what we're getting in the YouTube chat, which includes this incredible comment, maybe the single greatest comment in the history of comments. Real Tyler Murphy, obviously real because his name says so, says Raiders low-key went from F to a B team.
F to a B team?
Yeah, they
I
went
like
from
how he didn't want to go all the way to A.
Yeah, so
It would be reasonable to say F to B.
B as in bowel movement? What?
No,
B is better than before?
Well, I think we can all agree better than before.
Yeah.
They don't have the Nepo B baby as their
Kelly's not
offensive
there?
line.
That is it.
That's
does
nice.
help.
I had
That does
one.
help.
I had one TV broadcaster last year call me the week that he was doing the Raiders game, and he quite literally said to me, "I have never in my life seen a worse offensive line than this one." And I said, "Coaching or players?" And he said, all of the above. I've never seen anything like it. So it was bad last year.
Yeah, it was.
It was bad. I also will remind every Raiders fan, because that's the world I live in. Only one quarterback selected with the first overall pick in the NFL draft since the year 2000 has had a winning season his first year as a starter. Only one, and that's Andrew Luck. So Andrew Luck also was starting on a Colts team that nobody thought was going to be where they were, right? So I say that to say it's going to take a minute, right? The Raiders suck for a reason. Yeah. But I do think there's a reason for optimism, mostly because I'm looking through rose-colored glasses known as Fernando.
Nate knows this. I was so out on that Raiders team last year, and then now this year I'm like really willing to kind of buy low on them.
I think it was the favor they did do for us was that they showed that they were waving the white flag early. So it was like by October, I was like, oh, okay, I can unplug you guys. All right, I'll check on you in December or January. So at least they did that favor for us. And I think the confidence that they have right now, I really like. I really do.
This is where you guys, as real football guys, not fantasy analysts, get a real break from this stuff. Because, like, we still had to talk about the Raiders on our show because they had two players that people drafted really highly and cared about. It's like, all right, so checking in on the Raiders, still bad.
I was trying to hype up Trey Tucker a little bit.
Okay. You know what? None of this slander will stand. Welcome back if you're watching us on the Yahoo Sports Network. We appreciate you hanging out with us. By the way, some comments are so good that they have to be read for the world. This one is just too perfect. Cian Lange, I said, shame that the guy whose name is R wasn't selected by the Bucks. That's the sort of comment that gets read. That's amazing. I don't care what you people say. That is amazing. God, we do have a trade, by the way. The 49ers have made a trade. The 49ers have, they're getting a 5th round. We'll see here. 49ers get a 5th round pick for D. Winters to the Cowboys. So that's the move. How do we feel?
Well, yeah, the Cowboys needed linebacker depth and linebackers in general. And I think the 49ers, because they just re-signed Dre Greenlaw. So that probably makes D. Winters expendable, who had to play for them last year. And
he's a player.
Yeah,
he's a football player.
He's out there. I was going to say he has a pulse. I say good. He had moments early. I was like, oh, they found another guy. And I was after a while, I was like,
they couldn't just get that done during the Osa trade too. Like, hey, why don't you? We'll throw you a 5th round.
Yeah.
They got to go back to each other. A couple months later.
And actually, what I really like, maybe there was a player to be named later for once in football.
We'll get you caught up on a pick too that has happened. Jacob Rodriguez, the linebacker from Texas Tech, has been selected by the Dolphins. How do we feel about that one?
I mean, good athlete. I still think very smart, like just a more football player than true linebacker. I think I had him maybe a little lower than some people, but I see the athleticism with him. Does this make Jordan Brooks expendable? I mean, that doesn't matter. The Dolphins aren't building for 2020. They're not building for 2026, so who cares? But no, I think Rodriguez is. I know a lot of people did like him. He's a heady player. He's a good athlete. My little concerns with him is sometimes I thought, even though he would diagnose a play, he wasn't maybe overly physical when he was tackling a guy. Like if you kind of just notice, a lot of times when he's tackling somebody, he gets around the ball a lot. Those guys weren't really getting knocked backwards. He's tackling and being there. So not saying that's a bad thing or anything, or actually I'm a little bit.
I would say that's
a little bit of a bad thing. So it's kind of a double-edged sword. He can get around the ball a lot, and I see the headiness and I see the movement ability, but some of that physicalness, maybe working from the box or maybe once he actually has to make the tackle, that's where some of my hesitations came up with him.
He's like a finesse player kind of, which is not bad. It's just on a team that is bad as the Dolphins, it might look ugly at first, but he was a guy that I liked more than I thought I was going to, mostly because I feel like I've been kind of conditioned to like these Paul Dawson, Scooby Wright.
Yes.
Man, draft history is just littered with that type.
The Scooby Wrights of the world.
The epic college linebacker that's kind of size, gets a million tackles, and I watch him like, oh, he can actually run a little bit. He's solid. So I don't mind this pick, but I think it's going to pay dividends more down the road than maybe.
Do you think Troy Aikman said in one of those meetings, he's like, there's this linebacker from Texas Tech I played against.
Oh, God.
Zach Thomas.
He used to be for you on your guys' team.
They're like the same height. I can see him running the ball a bunch. Zach Thomas, 6th rounder, ran a 4.8.
You know who we just don't talk about at all? The Dolphins' 1st-round pick last year, Kenneth Grant.
Him.
He's this big, massive nose tackle. That theoretically, if he could get it together and kind of come and be the player they wanted him to be last year. It was a very random 1st-round pick. I remember that from last year. That would be nice for a smaller linebacker that you need to keep some of those bodies off of him.
They actually had like an elite run defense like the back half of the season.
Yeah.
We'll see if it holds up front. Zach Seiler's really good. Yeah. Chop Robinson was good as a rookie and then kind of fell off last year, battled some injuries and stuff. No, they had some beef up front that actually was decent last year.
the Lions have traded up. The Lions have moved up 6 spots trading with the Jets. In order to do that, they gave up the 128th pick. The Lions then turned around and used that selection on Derrick Moore. So the Jets will pick at 50 and 128, and the Lions have already picked. They picked Derrick Moore, edge out of Michigan. What do we think of that for the Lions?
They needed to draft someone, and
that is true.
No, they had
that works.
I mean, on the edge, they had nobody. It was Aiden Hutchinson and the 4 of us out there, really.
Ooh.
I've been working hard. I'm ready to go.
I've
been working hard. I still think I'm gonna get my ass kicked when we get out. It's just not gonna work well.
I think they took a bet on honestly one of the last guys on the board where you can squint and see. Okay, you can find a plan where this works because. Derrick Moore, he's a very functionally strong player. He's a guy that doesn't play a great technique all the time, but he doesn't get moved off the ball too, which I think is weirdly kind of promising. You know, if you just have functional strength to just be there and be in the way, that helps. But he's got a long way to go in terms of technique. But man, when you start looking at who's left on the board in terms of potential future starting defensive ends, he's one of the last ones that has an NFL body, NFL athleticism, NFL strength that's ready to go right now.
Yeah, and it kind of is do-it-allness. I think there's an appeal of that. Now they have a pair of Michigan ends, him and Aiden Hutchinson, and I think Hutchinson's kind of weakness is maybe playing the run, and I think Moore can really help that out where they've needed someone that could just be a little sturdier, just a little bit more well-rounded. Maybe they don't need another speed rusher. They don't need more heat coming off the edge. They got some nice size in the middle. They got big linebackers as well. So they kind of needed with Hutchinson to kind of complement him and just let him do his fun things. And now you get a guy that can play, and not using nothing against the pass either. And I think Moore, I considered Moore, he was in my top 85. This is arbitrary, but he was. But I was even just looking what Chuck was referring to was some of those speed rushers already went off. Maybe there's only other guys that are kind of this type as Gabe Jockets from Illinois. But then you go off of that, it's it's a lot more speedy than more of those heavy-handed, kind of more run first defenders or run. I would say first, but can defend the run as well. But I like this. I understand they needed guys.
They needed guys, and obviously, again, you're looking at Aiden Hutchinson as your number one. You're looking for a complement to that, and I think that is kind of what you guys are saying, that you're looking in that room specifically for more of this type of edge rusher. So it makes a lot of sense to me. And just, again, there you have just really, really, really been hurting for this spot in particular, an edge rusher across from Aiden Hutchinson.
It's funny because we've got a poll out right now on YouTube asking what the biggest story of round 2 so far is. The run on wide receivers, defense going fast, best players sliding, or what I think is the story, teams attacking needs. It's funny because so far, acknowledging that Chuck is sort of our Simon Cowell, so far he's given us, that guy is a player, and well, they had to make a pick.
He's a player.
He's the tough one to please on this. But overall, having done this a long time, there's a level of positivity overall with it. Yeah, I get it, that I'm not sure I always see from the entire table. Oh. Even from you.
Yeah, well, look, I'm still scarred from the first year that I covered the draft in 2015, and I watched 300 players. And when the season was over in December, I went back to my big board and I was like, 200 of these guys don't matter at all anymore. It's already over for them. Most players, you should not have high expectations for most players that get drafted. If you get a solid starter, that's honestly a win. So that's how I started approaching.
Got to hang on to the roster. Maybe have a couple of moments.
No, you are right. That's one of the things I said last night, and I stand by it. The reason the draft is so popular is it represents hope for so many fan bases. But what's crazy to me is that the NFL has sold fan bases on the hope when most of these, I would say all the time, if your favorite team sucks, how often do we see a fan base of a bad team turn around and say, we're going to trade, we're going to get more picks? Why? You suck because you can't pick.
My team will never make a bad draft pick. You're a Browns fan.
I also think, because of that hope thing, I think everyone goes, well, it's a coin flip, it's 50-50, and it's more like batting average. So if you go 1 out of 3, you're pretty cooking. You're doing really good. So I think that's also too. It's oh man, we found 3 guys. That's not enough. It's actually no, you're doing amazing if you found 3 guys that are actually even tolerable.
Every now and again, you get a transformative draft. Right. When it's the 2017 Saints, or obviously some of the early John Schneider. The Rams a couple of years ago. You just don't want to go strikeout.
Correct.
I had a former Hall of Famer, that GM, tell me years ago, and he said, look, if you have a draft and you get 3 high-level impact starters out of it, you just had an epic draft.
Yeah, you can coast on that for a minute.
Yeah, I mean, and again, giving the Browns credit, for example, the Browns had a big draft last year. Now you got to do it again. Like, that's the unfortunate thing is you got to do it again and again and again.
And particularly at one position, you got to do it. Just one.
Yeah, that's the.
We're not talking about that part of the Browns draft last year, unless they make another weird pick today. We'll see where it goes. The Ravens pick is in again, new era in Baltimore. We got to stress that this is not Harbaugh. This is not the same version. This is a Jesse Minter Ravens team that looks completely different. They're going to put their own stamp and their own identity on it. Zion Young, edge rusher out of Missouri. What do we think?
This is like the prototypical Ravens.
Yeah,
I was going to say it's a new chapter. No, it's not.
Player ever.
I will be in my trailer. I'm taking the rest of the night off.
I am not.
I mean, well, because I'm pretty sure at some point I probably compared him to like when they had in the 2010s when they always had guys like Pernell
McPhee,
Jared Johnson, guys, these like 6'3", like 270-pound edges that don't really do anything but just beat the crap out of you. And over the course of a game, it really gets tough to deal with. Ultimately, these are the players that most of your defense is going to be built out of. Yeah. Maybe not stars, but guys who are sturdy, heavy-handed, and if you're going to be like a really good defense, guys who like aren't getting moved off the ball on the front. And man, I think the Ravens they just needed to find more guys like that because it gotten a little bit shaky, I think, for them in terms of when they were looking at just the future of their front seven. Mike Green didn't really do much as a rookie, and then they just signed Trey Hendrickson. But if you sign Trey Hendrickson, you need to draft someone like Zion Young because Trey's he's not here to play the run. He's not shy about it.
Nope. Hendrickson's there to hit home runs. He's not there to get on base. He'll strike out, but he's there to jack 45 home runs. And you need a guy to get on base. That's kind of what Young is. My comparison for him has been Trey Flowers, the former Patriots Lions player. Very heavy-handed. And the game that really won me over for Young and actually dinged this guy for me was against Caden Proctor of Alabama. Proctor is a power player. He's 350-something pounds, 360-something pounds. And Zion Young took it to him as a guy that gave up 100 pounds because he was just so strong. He plays really hard. His competitiveness is great. He can kick inside as well and pass rush down, so I'm sure Jesse Minter will love that. I love this pick. And what Chuck said right there at the end, he compliments Trey Hendrickson. Well, also that's not the only reason you're drafting him. He fits with everybody. But then it's that works great. And compliments Mike Green if they do get something out of him, too.
I was just going to say Mike Green, the guy they drafted last year, is another one just screaming off the edge, pass rusher. And you mentioned Jesse Minter, big part of that coming from that defense last year. Big-bodied edge rushers. When we talked about with Akeem Messidor last night, that was a departure. This guy is certainly much more 6'6", over 260 pounds. He's going to be a little bit more of that archetype.
I love the two keywords tonight seem to be sturdy and heavy-handed. Things that aren't usually compliments, but when we talk about football players, they are.
Yes. The only time where it's very heavy-handed, that's a good thing.
We're no, thank you so much for being heavy-handed. All right, the Buccaneers have made their pick. Missouri linebacker Josiah Trotter is the pick here for the Buccaneers, who continue to add some beef on the defensive side of the ball.
This is Jeremiah Trotter's kid, so he plays how you think he will play. This guy is a hammerhead. If there's
nothing worse than kids of people that were around the league.
There's dozens of us. No, I do think that I think with Trotter too is that maybe the more modern comparison or a guy that's playing right now is like Nick Bolton. Would maybe be a guy that plays a little bit like him. He's not fantastic in coverage, but he is actually, I think, okay. And I think if he's just average, why you have Trotter on your team is that he's heady, he's a smart player, and he also just stuffs the run. And he goes to the Bucs, who had Bain. Now they have Trotter. They've needed a Levante David long-term replacement. He's a different player than David. David, I think, was more of a true two-way linebacker in coverage and against the run. But they need a guy, a long-term Mike, and you could see it definitely last year. And kind of this Bucs island of misfit toys in their front seven with Bain, Vita Vea, Yaya Diaby,
very interesting.
Kalijah Kancey, the guys with long arms, short arms, big, small. I mean, it's just every type. It's like a Dr. Seuss book. And I'm very, I use this word a lot, but I'm actually really curious to just see what it looks like because I like a lot of the players, even if they're not maybe idealistic for their positions.
Yeah, this is interesting.
It's rich.
It's a little rich, but if there was a linebacker who was going to be a great fit in a Todd Bowles defense, probably this guy. Just go for it.
Go downhill, baby. Go downhill.
Did you have him in your top 75?
Yeah, I did.
I did too.
I had him around 50. I think.
We went from top 100 to top 85 to top 75.
Yeah,
I cannot keep up with these
He did
countdowns.
75, but this is the thing too, is that C.J. Allen is still out
on the
there.
board, yeah.
Anthony Hill is still out there. Those are guys that are consensus top 2 guys. I had Trotter at 72. Like, I liked him. I included him over maybe some other guys like Jake Galladay from Cincinnati. But the fact that he's going over Allen and Hill, like, that's actually pretty interesting to me.
Yeah. Yeah, I had him around, I think, like 55, 60,
Yeah.
maybe.
Is that the right range?
It's a hammerhead. That's the best way to describe him. He could be a fan favorite. He's a guy that just, like, he's so smart and just so physical. It's kind of, he grows on you.
Important piece of business to get out here, as one of our comments comes from Earball, who says, "My wife is watching with me. Can you shout out Big Lex?" Yeah, we can.
All right.
Go Big Lex.
Go Big
Like, I mean,
Lex.
that's asking you shall receive. That's what happens. We have a trade,
That's
by the
too
way.
much, though.
The Pittsburgh Steelers decided to rev up the home crowd. So the Steelers have traded up to take the Colts pick. So the Colts trade 47 and 249. The Steelers trade 53, 135, and 237. Don't worry, there won't be a quiz at the end of this, I promise you. What you need to know is that the Steelers have gone up. They have now gotten up, and they've made their choice. Their choice is Germy Bernard. What do we think, the wide receiver?
Yeah, last night, obviously, they were on the phone with Mekhi Lemon before the Eagles came up and jumped over them and then took Mekhi Lemon. So it's very obvious that they wanted a wide receiver. Nate, I know you were mixing it up with people on Twitter this morning about the wide receiver. You had some time. I saw you had some time. I jumped in there a little bit just about a game.
I know, you came in there.
I came in there trying to help you out a little bit as the wide receiver guy, saying, like, look, you needed an impact left tackle, and that could actually move the needle more for you, especially because part of that argument is on day 2, you're going to come back and find a lot of wide receivers available here. Germy Bernard is one of those guys who I do think could maybe fit within a similar usage case of Mekhi Lemon in this offense in particular. They just traded for Michael Pittman, who I've heard they might want to use as more of a power slot than what the Colts have done previously, which I think actually would make sense for a player like Michael Pittman, especially at this point in his career. And I think Germy Bernard is a guy who probably is going to be a little similar to Michael Pittman as a Z that can move in slot. He's a really physical player. He runs dig routes over the middle of the field really well. His outbreaking routes in the intermediate area are really good too. So I think I just said he was the consummate glue guy throughout the process. And that's kind of what they need. They need a little bit of a glue guy. Like DK Metcalf is kind of a small, limited application, good player, but a limited application player. Michael Pittman has his strengths. Germy Bernard can kind of be that, again, wide receiver 3 glue guy in his rookie year, and then maybe his role can grow and expand after that.
I love this player. I really do. Like, it's like everybody could use a Bernard. Like, Zacchaeus is a player recently, but I think Bernard might be going to be better than that. But the number 3, you never mind the ball ever going to him. He can play outside, he can play inside, can block. Just does everything well. Having said that, I think the Steelers need a little more juice, a little more guy, dynamic ability at receiver. So that would be my one issue with it. Even if I really like the player, and again, you're not just drafting for 2026.
Right.
Like, Pittman's not going to be there forever. Well, Metcalf is pretty long contract, but you can always use this guy no matter what the team makeup ends up being, not just this year, but in the future years as well.
All right, so everybody watching on the Yahoo Sports Network, we're going to take a quick break. For everybody watching on YouTube, we're going to take this opportunity to interact with you guys in the comments. For everybody on the YSN, we'll be right back. We'll make sure you don't miss a single pick. All right, gentlemen, let's take a look at some of the comments, including, I don't know, Harmon, you got your friends out here? Anthony says, Harmon, buddy, you become much more than a fantasy guy. Your all-around ball knowledge has entered top tier. How do we feel about that?
I wouldn't say top tier. I'd maybe say a couple, maybe B tier.
You're a real boy.
I've had the chance to work with Harmon for a couple years now. Great dude. Also doesn't love being complimented. Like, every time I tell him what a great guy he is, he deflects it. So, I just had to make sure that you know how much you're loved.
We'll unpack that later. Okay. When we get to like the end of the third round, maybe then we can unpack like why I can't take a compliment.
We can talk about that.
We'll get into
We'll talk about that. Also, one of the comments we get from CANGI says, how many quarterbacks will Boston catch a pass from this season?
We got Watson. We got Shador.
At least 2.
Gabriel, he gonna get in the mix.
It's a long
some
night.
Random guy will come up off the street.
Deshaun Watson's going to be the starter. I am convinced.
Well, yeah, week 1. That's the point. Like, week 1, he'll be the starter.
Sure.
Will he be the starter the entire
They've been
Week 2? I don't know.
They've been soft launching the Deshaun Watson starting. They've been kind of like going, he's still on the roster, and this.
We're still paying him a lot of money. We'd really like to get
two Achilles, all that good stuff. They have pick 70. Maybe that's the Carson Beck pick. Todd Monken, Georgia Todd.
Oh man!
I mean, if you
go.
do that, do you just literally you have to trade Shedeur then, right?
Well, then also you still have your former third-round pick, Dylan Gabriel, on the roster.
I mean, I've spent all this time praising their draft last year, not acknowledging that they absolutely threw a third-round pick in the trash can,
And a fifth-round pick.
And a fifth-round pick, yeah.
Hey, not Harold Fannin.
Hey, one quarterback last year had the worst Browns advanced stats in 20 years, and it was not Dylan Gabriel.
Joe Flacco?
Maybe if they let him out there longer.
At 4 verts is how you get to him. I want nothing to do with any of this smoke. I am done with the Shedeur smoke. That's the only type of smoke in my life I don't like anymore. Keep the comments coming. And yeah. He's not scared of it at all. All right, we're going to get back to the draft fun. As we continue the show on the Yahoo Sports Network and everywhere else, you can check us out. We're hanging out with you for every single pick. If you're just tuning in, where you been? We are going to have a raging night all the way until this thing gets over. I'm Jason Fitz. He's Charles McDonald. He's Nate Tice. He's Matt Harmon. C-Rob, Charles Robinson, going to join us throughout the course of the evening, as well as we await the next pick in this year's draft. The Falcons are on the clock. How we feel about it?
I don't
Forgot about them.
Yeah, it's honestly, same. What's there to say? What's there to say about this team?
Well, you tell me.
I don't know, because I don't even know if I could talk about what happened to their first round pick from last year. So let's just wait and see what happens here, and hopefully they can start getting on the right foot, because I think what's been happening around there is not good.
Is there somebody that they could pick right now that would bring out the whole gospel choir and make you be like, hallelujah?
No.
I know there's not really that.
There's
guy
not anybody
that's
left, yeah.
Because even like McCoy, it's like, his knees.
I mean, McCoy would be exciting.
Colton Hood went above his teammate McCoy, which they never played.
Oh, we got Bernard Turner up here announcing the pick. That's my guy.
Is that Turner?
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, he's lost a lot of weight.
He lost a lot of weight.
Like guys when they
He looks
finish
like
playing
we're
go
done,
1 and
right?
2.
Like his build.
That guy used to be 250, man.
Oh man, I know he was a thumper.
Yeah, when guys finish playing, they either end up looking like golden gods or like they ate the old version of themselves.
They drafted his brother.
They drafted AJ's brother. I love it.
This is love the player.
Avieon Terrell, by the way, is the player. Go ahead.
Yes.
It's really funny they drafted Avieon Terrell, AJ Terrell's little brother, who's a star cornerback for the Falcons. This is honestly the kind of player that they needed in their secondary.
It's a good pick.
It's funny because it's a good pick.
Yeah,
but
people are gonna say it's somehow else.
So much of what the Falcons have done some seasons, like, well, we got Matt Ryan. He brought in like Austin Hooper, Mohamed Zacchaeus. Like, some of his old buddies are back.
And it's funny though, because I've been begging for years, basically since they drafted AJ, could you draft someone?
Yes,
someone.
And they drafted his brother.
Right, it's what, 6-7 years after AJ's been in the NFL, they finally add someone into his brother. So we'll see what happens here. But I think when you look at the Falcons DB room, like you have Jesse Bates, who's still a good player. They got 2 safeties and Billy Bowman and Xavier Watts. They're solid. AJ Terrell's a good player. But the problem was the other quarterback spots have been so bad that it's negated literally everybody else on the defense.
The Vikings game 2 years ago.
Yes.
What a pull by you.
D. Alfred, like Sam Darnold threw the worst passes, just floating up in the air, and D. Alfred loses it.
Oh my God, I can
it was like a
picture it.
punt
I can
return.
picture it.
Yes.
Yes, I can picture it.
So to get Avieon Terrell here, another guy who easily could have gone like late first round and nobody would have batted an eye. To get him here, I think it's good value. So Matt Ryan, first draft pick. I'm liking it.
Yeah, I know. That's the thing. I know people are going to make the big
That
deal.
feels so weird when you say that.
I know. People are going to say, it's because of the brother, his brother's on the team and everything. It's like, no, Terrell was my 32 ranked player. He had some weird testing this offseason, had some injury stuff, and I think that kind of did him no favors because he doesn't have the biggest size, but like, this dude rocks. Like, lightning fast is how I put it. I think he's got great ball skills. He's a willing tackler. He can play in the slot. They don't need that because they, like you mentioned, those 2 guys that they drafted last year. I think Bowman's in the slot now, so they don't need that. But he has the ability. He can't hurt. But playing on the outside, so now you got the Terrell battery, the studio corners on each side with the Terrell brothers. So I like this pick. This
Their
is something
defense
needed.
was surprising last year.
They
too,
kept
under
Jeff Ulbrich.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a new coaching staff, but they kept Jeff Ulbrich as a defensive coordinator. And yeah, that was a unit that was kind of quietly surprising. We all expected them to just be a nightmare defense again, as they have been for many years, and that was not the case. So building on that is nice here.
Look, I get that the quarterback situation isn't what anybody would thought it would turn out to be when we were all covering Michael Penix getting drafted. Think about that day. That day when Michael Penix was drafted, we were sitting there in the room. I thought Michael Penix was probably going to end up.
No, I was
Raiders.
at home throwing.
You were at home. Okay.
You did join me for a podcast later that evening.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. But I'm not sure if you remember, but
No, I don't remember.
It's just
I was there with you, Fitz, and I still haven't reached that octave since.
Was your phone
shock.
just?
Yes.
I mean,
day.
I remember very distinctly C-Rob looking at me because I really thought that the Raiders were going to draft Penix, and he's like, "Oh,
Yeah.
Yep.
Just to
There
take
were
us
no
all
words.
down memory lane, Charles Robinson was he was tipping the picks for us on the broadcast, and that one goes, I'm gonna let you guys find out. Like in real time, so I'm like, who could it
It's like, yeah, who
possibly
could possibly
be? And
be?
I did not see Michael Penix.
I just want to say that that Kirk Cousins Michael Penix situation went exactly as Nate and I said it would, to a T.
Yep.
Kirk was too old, wasn't good enough. Mike got hurt, tore his ACL for the third time. I don't know what they're gonna do at quarterback, but the one thing I
got
have
Tua.
is, why didn't they get Kyler for the same price? Could have had Kyler.
I know.
I have no interest.
He's not left-handed, apparently.
So we have a trade. I want to make sure everybody knows that the Panthers have moved up. So the Vikings moved down. The Vikings moved down a couple of picks. They moved down to 51. The Panthers move up to 49. So for that two positions, there's another basic pick swap. You see there, 159 for 196. Again, there will be no need for math. We'll just tell you who's on the clock when they're on the clock. The Panthers then turn around and they select Lee Hunter, defensive tackle for Texas Tech. So of significance here, in order to move up the 2 spots to do this, they're willing to move down 40 spots later in the draft to get Lee Hunter, defensive tackle, Texas Tech. Do we like this pick?
Yes and no. So I do like that they're addressing defensive tackle.
Yeah.
I think they've needed someone next to him with Derrick Brown. They went after Bobby Brown last year as kind of like a stopgap option. But Hunter, to me, there's really 2 defensive tackles here that I would consider. Hunter's one of them, and Dominique Orange from Iowa State. I prefer Orange over Hunter because didn't test very well, which, is a sliding scale for a big guy. But that concerns me with how he plays sometimes. For a big guy, I think he backdoors things too much, doesn't take it at the point of attack. And that's what he's going to have to do. That's what his role is going to be, especially next to Derrick Brown. It's like, no, we got the dynamic player, Lee. You do the dirty work stuff. So I think it's a guy that it scares me because I think he wants to play a different way than what he should be playing like. Having said that, he has some ability. His highs are as good as anybody at his position. I really mean that. I just think there's some inconsistencies, and that just kind of worries me a little bit.
Is it fair to say there's 2 different types of defensive tackles for most NFL defenses? Somebody that's either just plugging up a hole or somebody that's absolutely moving the line of scrimmage. And he feels like he's kind of neither to me?
Yeah, he should be a plugger, and he wants to be a gap shooter.
Yeah.
And that's the
He's
issue.
not even close to being athletic enough to be a
Yes,
gap shooter.
correct.
I mean, dude, he had 21-inch vertical.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say the testing is
that's literally
it's first percentile.
That's like, that's literally like middle schoolers do. Like athletic middle schoolers, like they can hit like 21, 22.
You think we can? I think I could.
I think I could too, honestly.
On a bad
And
note.
not
To be noted, you said first percentile. That's a bad thing.
Yes.
That's
First percentile
not-
is bad
it's
for the
not
math,
bad.
for the math
Yes.
folks.
The math
out
goes
there.
for it, yeah.
And not to be the old baseball scouts and like Moneyball too, but it's like he's bad-bodied. Like, and those guys can be kind of scary too. It's like, okay, now he's got NFL money. It's like, can he keep the weight down? Can he keep like his fitness up? And those guys can just be a little scary to me.
To me, I think what's kind of worrisome here is you're in a division that has three good to quality offensive lines in run games.
Sure.
Man, it was really honestly it was just like the explosion for me. There's just so little of it. I don't see how he becomes an impact player. And I think like when you see like the difference between him and Derrick Brown and just like getting off the ball, one guy is like actually moving. Like when the ball snapped, like Hunter takes him 2 steps to get into contact as a shorter arm defensive tackle. I don't know. It seems rich to me. Like I would have got him on day 3, just like let's just throw him in there. But like second round pick, like you're
The trade up too is
you're
a little
you're
tough.
expecting something from.
I have him at
this. I just don't
73 on my board, so it's like,
He didn't make my top 75.
yeah. It's there's just concerns with him.
The Jets are on the clock, and this takes me to a comment we got from Lump Slumpy, who says Browns and Jets just need their 2027 first-round quarterback now. This has driven me crazy this entire year because last year I was doing phoners and interviews with Nashville radio stations, and everybody was like, should we take Cam Ward or should we trade out and wait till next year's draft class? We do this every year. Like the number of people that said, oh, I don't know, do we take Fernando or do we go and take a look at next year? Because next year has Arch, who, by the way, hasn't really lived up to the hype of being Arch so far. Next year, like you can go up and down the list. Remember, I'm old enough to remember when Garrett Nussmeier and Drew Allen.
I was going to say this was supposed to be one of those classes.
Like so, this concept that everybody says, you know what, we'll address quarterback next year. I have to stress this, guys. 4 teams this year in the NFL won 3 games. 4 teams went 3-14, and one of them ended up with the 4th overall pick. Just a few years ago, we watched all of these teams battle to try and get in the top 3, and the Patriots and the Commanders and the Bears were lucky enough to be there, and they wouldn't touch them. So the only assurance you have that you're going to get your quarterback next year is if you can guarantee you're going to outsuck everybody and get the first overall pick. It's not that simple.
And the funny thing, too, about both of those teams, maybe to the commenter's point, is that, like, both of them have built up their offenses to actually look pretty good around that quarterback right now.
Sure.
Like, I think the Jets especially, like, we'll see what Geno Smith is this year. Obviously, he was a disaster for the Raiders last year. But
the Raiders were a disaster.
But the Raiders were a disaster for Geno Smith. That's very fair. But they've got a good set of bookend young tackles. They took 2 pass catchers in the first round. They already had Garrett Wilson and A.D. Mitchell. They kept Breece Hall there, maybe against his will. Like, they have an offense that could be pretty good. And they added some defensive players as well. So, like, the Jets especially could be, like, too good to suck and get the first pick or whatever.
Yep.
I do not believe that the Jets, as they are constructing next year, are anywhere near being a top 5 draft pick.
Yeah.
And then you say, well, we'll just take all of our equity and trade up. Well, everybody's going to try.
That's it.
Like,
that's what gets me. It's like they'll just package the picks and we're going to go get Arch Manning. It's like, well, if the team with the number 1 pick
probably will want Arch Manning if he's good. Yeah.
I'm going to stand pat. This happened with Drake May at pick 3. It was the Vikings and the Broncos, amongst other teams, were like, yeah, we're going to move up to number 3.
Too, right?
Yeah, Giants as well. And it's like, and then Elliott Wolf was just like, no. Like, I'm just going to take him. So, especially if there's a guy there, and there's more interesting names than maybe outright very good, Dante Moore, Leno, Sellers, amongst others. But, like, Arch Manning is going to be a prize, but everyone knows it. It's not like he's coming out of nowhere.
The Manning is not sneaking up on it.
Joe Smith from, Holy Cross. This is Arch Manning at Texas at a national championship contender.
And I had people tell me that the home run offers that I heard the Raiders were making with the Commanders to try and move up because they wanted Jaden Daniels. And the Commanders still said, no chance. So you better hope that if your plan is to get a quarterback, you better hope that you're terrible. The Jets aren't going to be. They took D'Angelo Pons here, friend of Yahoo Sports Daily, which you can watch on the Yahoo Sports Network from 9 to 11, Monday through Friday. Came on the show. Love the kid. Like, just absolutely love his energy. Love the way he approaches it. Love the way he plays the game, too. But corner out of Indiana comes into the Jets. What do you guys think?
He's awesome. Cool player. Limited size, and that's his big knock on him. Tested well, jumped out of the gym, but he is a heady player. He's feisty. Like, if you really want to get maybe outlandish with comparison, there's some Antoine Winfield Sr. to his game, where it's like, yeah, he's not the biggest guy, but I think he's going to outstanding zone corner. I think he's fantastic with that. Very heady player, just makes plays on the ball. Like, you're going to love having him on your team. I think everybody will. Even
well,
if
you said makes plays on the ball. Famously, the Jets did not have an interception last year. I'll never forget that. I think with this guy in town, they probably have some better odds this year of getting at least one of those.
It's funny because it's funny when you watch teams overcorrect like that, where you say, okay, well, we couldn't get our hands on any ball, so let's get Minkah Fitzpatrick, Deshaun Wright, and then D'Angelo Pons. So I don't know how consistent they'll be. They might get torched a lot, but they'll get their hands.
They'll jump some stuff.
Right, they'll jump some stuff. But look, I actually think what the Jets have done here on defense is kind of cool. Yeah. They had to get competent, so you go get Devondre Sweat, which I think is a really important player for them, especially with the David Bailey pick, just to have that enforcer in the middle. Go get some veteran players like Deshaun Wright, Minkah Fitzpatrick, and now you're adding, D'Angelo Pons here. It's a start from not giving up 40 points a game for 6 weeks.
Yeah, like you can really squint at the defense and be like, okay, there's some something here.
I'm guaranteeing y'all right now, when he picks off his first pass, I'm going to tweet, that's the most interceptions by any New York Jet in 2 seasons.
You'll notice that.
We're just going to go. We're just going to go straight for it.
Notice that right off the bat.
Again, though, I think even though we just presume Aaron Glenn and the Jets dead man walking because we don't think this team turns around quickly. I think they're better on paper than a lot of people are giving them credit for. I just don't think the Jets are headed for the land of suck. The Vikings pick is in, by the way. The Vikings, part of the trade down. They trade down and then they take Jake Galday, the linebacker out of Cincinnati, which got either Nate has a little tummy issue or he didn't love that pick.
He's a great athlete. He's another guy that doesn't hit anybody. He's a linebacker. He's big. He looks the part. He can play in space.
It's real.
It's just such a great.
Just think about it, like that's the most back-ended. You know what? He's
because I get
he's a linebacker.
He had
Linebacker,
steam throughout this year. He's 6'4", he's 240. He can run. Like you can see the appeal of him, and then you watch and you're like, please like tackle, please actually hit this guy in space. They hadn't played. Basically, he was a slot player. So he's a linebacker kind of a name only. He's more of like an old walked out Will linebacker, as they used to call it, which is what a modern slot is. So to me, even the Vikings taking him, like this, they're trying to get another Van Ginkel going on here. A guy that can split out, can kind of just do it all. He's not going to be like he's going to rush the passer a little bit, he's going to drop in coverage. He ended up in a great spot. Like Brian Flores is going to make the most of him, but he did not make my top 75. I liked others. I thought he kind of was just like a good athlete that just didn't play physical.
Two things. One, I do think that obviously after taking him and then taking Banks last night, we are going to start doing what we do on offense. Like, if we could just get him into a Shanahan system. It's like, if we just get Brian Flores with him, which maybe there's some validity to that. I know we're not supposed to talk about what's on the TV necessarily because we're the second screen experience, but it's funny saying like he doesn't hit anyone, and like every single tackle that they just played on that highlight reel, he was fully engulfing and then just kind of bringing him to the ground with him. So like that was what you described perfectly.
It's funny, like we kind of get enamored, and I say this happens to me too, like with just like the height, weight, speed. But this game is about hitting people and getting them to the ground and being tough and being physical. And it's not something that he's great at. He made my top 75 just because I was like, man, he's big and he's fast.
That's
and that plays, but. Man, I guess if there was a defense where he could figure it out, maybe it's this one, but I just didn't see the physicality in the box that you would like to see from someone who's that size.
All right, we're going to keep going, obviously, on YouTube. If you're there, we're going to respond to some of the comments that are in. If you're watching us on the Yahoo Sports Network, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll get back, and we'll make sure you don't miss any of the picks along the way. Stick with us. All right, guys, I love this one. LR Pro says, the year is 2090. And the Bills still haven't drafted a wide receiver. I mean,
it's favorite DJ Moore. That was your pick.
It's funny though.
You did a second rounder. That was your pick. Just be happy with TJ Parker.
I mean, do we feel like the Bills have done a good job?
Yeah.
Okay.
I like them trading back.
Did they draft anyone yesterday? No,
they traded back like 100 times.
I mean, for the DJ Moore part of it, like you're getting him back with the coaching staff that he had success under. I know I talked to him at the Super Bowl. Like he's really fond of that scheme. He said he's been kind of watching it from afar too and seeing some of the success there. So that is a part of their draft class. And I thought they might, and they still can add some more wide receiver talent. Like it does go into day 3 this year and like useful players in the wide receiver room. And Khalil Shakir is a good player as well. So they have said they're not giving up on Keon Coleman. We'll see how true that is. But it is a thing that they have said.
The poll results, by the way, are in for the biggest storylines so far of round 2. Runaway win for defense going fast. Wide receiver run at 25%, teams attacking needs at 22%, best players sliding at 19%. I'm a little surprised to see best players sliding because I don't think there's been a big meteoric sort of slide anywhere, has there?
No.
McCoy is probably the only one, but again, his is explainable. It's not like like what's happening here. Maybe Emanuel McNeil-Warren, but that's also the only other guy at his kind of position was Stukes, but Stukes has slot versatility. McNeil-Warren is a true safety, so that's probably why he's dropped a little bit. That's just kind of how safeties go. So to me, I actually think it was interesting how the linebackers have stacked out with Allen and Hill still being on the board. And these other guys going ahead. Not that I'm like crazy tier difference, but I just thought that maybe those guys were somewhat of a consensus top 2.
Yeah, the action so far has been interesting, but I don't think it's been as dramatic as players falling.
No.
We're going to welcome everybody back that's hanging out with us on the Yahoo Sports Network into the fold as we continue to get through all of the picks. The Packers have made their pick, but we have not yet seen it. So any speculation on the Packers?
Probably a receiver, right?
I was going to say, I mean, hey, listen, they're taking like a big-bodied, traitsy receiver at some point. We'll see if they do it here.
Is there a big-bodied, traitsy receiver right now you think would make sense?
I mean, I don't think they...
Corner here.
Yeah, well, they could definitely do corner. Do you think they could be a McNeil-Warren team?
No, their safeties are pretty cool. No, I don't think they would go safety. Like Brandon Cisse is a guy I know they have some interest in. They wouldn't touch McCoy, so if they did go corner, that'd be one. I know they maybe want D tackle, but D tackle's kind of already just got sniped. Orange would be the only one I would consider.
Any of the linebackers potentially here?
Linebackers, well, that's where Allen's in there, and that's where Anthony Hill's in there. I'm trying to think of other linebackers that maybe fit their type. Edge Cooper is still, a talented player. Brandon Cisse. There we go. There's the corner.
Brandon Cisse, the corner out of South Carolina.
Yeah, I think. Have you just asked about safety? I think he should be a safety. He is. There's gifts there. He's very talented athletically. I just always thought he kind of had a slow trigger, like reacting to the ball, breaking on the football. So more of an athlete, more of that's what you're betting on, and flashes. And he has some physicality. It's like sometimes he wants to be physical and sometimes he doesn't. But again, a guy that I think would be more centrally located, whether that's slot or deep safety. So a guy that I really cooled on. At one point, he was like in my 30s. And I think I dropped him all the way to, almost 70 at one point. So
that feels jarring for a drop.
69. So yeah, it's just because corner. Yeah, corner. You watch a lot, and they're not doing a lot, and then finally, just after a few games, I'm like, okay, I'm not really seeing that kind of like he gets how to play corner, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's a little worrisome, I think, because last year, like looking at the Packers defense going into the season, it was like, are they going to be able to cover anybody? And the answer was no, not really. Especially like as the season went on.
Like if they didn't get a sack, like it was.
I mean, and not even just as the season went on, like within games. Like we talked about last season, they were basically the worst defense in the whole league after you get out of the first two drives of the game, which is the majority of the game.
Right. There's a lot of game after the first two drives.
It's about 10 drives a game.
So they didn't have the talent in the secondary last year. I would say they probably still don't have it now, but at least this gives you a chance, man. I just don't think that this pick really fixes any of their problems.
Yeah, and obviously Jonathan Gannon's now the defensive coordinator there too. I mean, Jeff Hafley moving on.
Yeah.
I still don't really know what to make of this.
I don't know, because Hafley was so bad last year that maybe it's his upgrade by subtraction.
Hafley got his name, like it was like the defense was looking good, and he was like, all right, I'm gonna get my name out there as much as possible.
And it was out there.
And it was out there, and as soon as he did, all of a sudden that defense, and when Micah Parsons got hurt, it was like, whoo, that thing came out.
Sean
It
Payton
worked though. I mean,
diced him up, man. Like as that game went along, you could see here's a Hall of Fame coach, and here's someone who's coaching the Dolphins.
Yeah. It was crazy too, because they're like their first 2 weeks, the defense looked good.
Yeah.
But one of those games was against Washington. It's like they didn't have anybody outside of Terry McLaurin. I think McLaurin was hurt as well. So it's like then they go against George Pickens and the Dallas Cowboys a couple weeks later, and he just went up and down the field on them.
I think it was the Cardinals game when I was like, okay, this is a little worrisome.
Yeah.
What's going on with this team? And then Parsons turned to put on the Superman cape for the fourth quarter. But I remember that game being like a little concerning. Yeah, the Packers, interesting team this year.
I find the Packers to be interesting because I just don't know what their ceiling truly is.
Yeah.
I find it's weird to have a team that you know is a contender, but when you do the math on it and you look at it, you're like, I know they're supposed to be very good. It makes sense that they're very good. I just don't know that I look at them and think, ooh, that's a Super Bowl.
I know, and they've been stuck as that like 7th seed in the NFC playoffs, and I don't really think you can look at them and think they've gotten better this offseason.
I don't know if they view themselves as like a Super Bowl team.
I think they are kind of just going like
just take a beat.
Hey, let's just maybe we'll get the 7th seed one more time, but we're not really pushing this year. I really do feel like they're kind of eating their vegetables this season and maybe pushing for 2027.
The Colts have made their pick. Pat McAfee came out to let the world know it is C.J. Allen, the linebacker out of Georgia. What do we like? Every time there's a Georgia pick, I just look right at you. There we go.
I mean, I'm a stan. This guy is a true freshman. They cleared out a linebacker room so that he could start and he wouldn't leave. Like he's not like the best athlete, but man, like I just think he's such a solid player in terms of just being able to be the kind of your leader on the defense, get people set up right, play with physicality in the box. I think his speed's a little bit underrated, but I will say, like, at the end of the second round, this is probably pretty good value for him because I don't know if I view him as a spectacular linebacker in the NFL, but I would imagine he's someone who starts for a long time and someone that ends up being a fan favorite and someone that your coach trusts, which is good here at this point in the draft. I think the Colts they need just some sort of identity, I think, on that side of the ball that's really been lacking. So I do like this pick of C.J. Howell.
Yeah, they lost Zaire Franklin to the Packers.
Yep,
we just talked about. Yep, and so I do think that they needed somebody to fill in the middle. I also the defensive coordinator wise too. With Lou Anarumo there too, that could unlock some things in the middle. I think Allen though. I think what Chuck hit, he's solid at a lot of things. I don't think he's an excellent athlete. I don't think he's very long. He doesn't maybe have those, but he's fine enough and he's good enough. Super smart, always kind of in a right spot, just kind of like a steadying force for everybody. So I understand why he ended up here, I really do. Maybe some more of the toolsy linebackers went ahead of them. So, but I get this for the Colts. They needed this position, and this makes a lot of sense because he's the guy there.
The Eagles pick is in. The Eagles try to make sense of, right? I think we've all been trying to make sense of the Eagles and how they maximize their potential, right? We all saw yesterday, the presumption is A.J. Brown's out June 1st, right? We all seem to feel that way.
He's been a member of the New England Patriots spiritually since March, yes.
Right, spiritually since March. I love that. They seem to address that. But I don't know that there's anything that the Eagles can do that just address the state of the Eagles in the draft, right? Something feels off. And the pick is Eli Stowers, the tight end out of Vanderbilt. You laugh?
It's your boy.
This was a guy that, so he's a Tino, meaning he's a tight end in name only. He is a freak athlete, former quarterback, but truly one of the best testing tight ends ever. But he's a guy that usually I don't like. Okay, this guy's a receiving tight end. He's an athlete. He's not really a football player. Okay, converted quarterback. But I watch him, and he really grew on me. He could essentially be my tight end 2, really tight end 2B with Eli Raridan from Notre Dame. I gave him a slight bump because of more inline ability. But if he has to win at tight end, he has to be with his play style, with his athleticism, he has to split out and beat DBs. He's freaky enough to actually do this. So he's a power slot, which I usually call a receiver but he's a tight end version of that. Doesn't know what he's doing blocking wise. He's figuring out as a route runner.
Yeah.
This is exactly where he should go. This is why I have him just inside my top 50. Very comfortable with this. If this hits and he kind of can become what you think, he might be a year away from being a year away, kind of that. But I like him better than Mike Gesicki as this kind of receiving only guy. True. He's a freak. And I wanted to hate him. I really did. And I scouted him. I'm like, this guy moves different. Yeah. He snatches the football. He's a good route runner. All right, I'm willing to tap into that and see what we got here.
I liked him a lot. I had him at 33.
Oh, really? Yeah. And I wanted to hate him. Yeah. I really did. Yeah.
He's just I fall for the powerhouse guys. And he's just a ridiculous athlete. And I think that this is the perfect situation for him because we had mocked Kenny and Sadiq to the Eagles in the first round because we knew that this is most likely Dallas Goedert's last season with the team. Yeah. So for him to go into a situation where he's got kind of like big dog at tight end to look up to and figure out and learn from in Dallas Goedert, this is like a perfect situation for him if he can figure out the blocking stuff. Because I will say, that does need some work.
Converted quarterback.
That explains everything. that explains everything. So I do like to pick from an upside play, and I'm sure I would have taken him higher than this just off the athleticism.
Yeah, and they've brought in a lot of tight ends. In addition to keeping Dallas Goedert there, they brought in Johnny Munn, who to definitely just be that inline guy. That's kind of his role. Stone Smart they brought in. Still got Grant Calcaterra hanging out there for whatever reason. I think we might be done with that here pretty soon. But just to underscore the point about Eli Stowers' athleticism, according to mockdraftable.com, among tight ends, 99th percentile in the broad jump, 99th percentile in the vertical jump. Again, for the non-math folks out there, 99th percentile, good. Very good. 96th in the 40-yard dash. Again, it's just the size, 6th percentile weight. But I think this is the type of team, if, again, as we said last night when they drafted Mekhi Lemon, if they can pull off the transition that clearly they are aiming to here, to be a different offensive identity-based team, and Jalen Hurts will have to be the one to make this evolution with the rest of the team, it fits in there with that type of offense here. I think definitely from a year one opportunity standpoint, though, this is one of those tight ends I think you will have to be patient with. Mekhi Lemon will hit the ground ready to go as their wide receiver 2 across from Devontae Smith, who's clearly going to be playing a lot of outside receiver this year. Yes. But I think Eli Stowers, it might take a year for him to really get going, so patience will be warranted with him.
That's why I continue to say that A.J. Brown walking away or being traded in this situation, I don't think that's a net negative for the organization. Like sometimes it feels like they lose who they are when they're trying to keep everybody happy.
Yes.
Like you do this thing really well and you win a lot of football games. Just stop worrying about this guy and worry about developing that.
And it cannot be understated. The biggest reason that I think this is not a big deal that they're moving on. I mean, it's a big deal. Obviously, AJ's been a great player for a long time. But one of the biggest things that's not a big deal is because of Devontae Smith. Like, go back and read what a lot of Seahawks fans thought when they traded DK Metcalf last year. They were freaking out because like that was their number one receiver. Like, no, you have a guy ready to be the number one in Jackson Smith and Jigba. Obviously, Devontae Smith's been in the league longer than JSN was at that point, but he's ready to be one of those receivers that takes that leap to the number one role. And I think it's like past time to empower him as that guy. He's ready to be that player. That's why you can move on from a player like AJ Brown.
Yeah, under Sean Mannion, there's a lot of questions. Is what kind of offense is this going to be? Is it going to be two tight end looks? Is it going to be spread? Is it going to be under center? Now they have guys that can play no matter what kind of personnel grouping they're in. They actually have valid players. It's not Grant Calcaterra playing a ton of reps that he shouldn't be even out there now. Now they got a guy that's like, no, I want to design players for Eli and actually get him some touches here. And also just to include this, I don't know if Mannion will lean into this, is that this offense has used a lot of RPOs under Jalen Hurts. You don't need your tight end to block on RPOs. So that's one little way to kind of get him on the field just early on where they were like, okay, Dallas, take a blow. Eli, you're out there. We can still get Eli involved without, or kind of hide him a little bit while kind of weaponizing it a little bit.
The Patriots pick is in. Why? Because the Patriots made a trade to move up. And in the world of drafting, they paid a pretty penny for this. They move up to 55. The Chargers get in return 63, 131, and 202. So that's a lot of equity to move up 8 spots in the draft. It's got to be a pretty good indication that the Patriots were in love with someone and felt like they needed to be aggressive in going to get them, especially for a team that we sometimes forget in the recent drama lost in the Super Bowl. So the Patriots looking at it, trying to find the balance, I think, between the fact that they were just in the Super Bowl versus the fact that they certainly need a lot as an organization to be continually a Super Bowl contender. Any thoughts on what this is?
Man, there's been maybe some like stuffing edges I've kind of looked at for them. They might be a tight end team. They added Julian Hill this offseason, which I really liked. They have Hunter Henry still on the roster, but I know they really wanted a receiving tight end. I think Eli Stowers is one of those guys, which kind of feels very Howie to maybe snipe before this, what they want to get. So tight end's one position I maybe look at. They could go a lot of different directions too.
Plenty of good wide receivers left on the board, too. The Patriots pick is in. The selection, the drama. Oh, Roger Goodell's reading this one.
I know, yeah.
I was like, what's Roger doing here?
Yeah, I mean, he's still there every once in a while. Gabe Jockets,
Yep.
the edge out of Illinois. What do we think?
He's the last heavy-handed edge. And that's what TJ Parker's a guy. They were picking 31, and they seemed like an obvious trade back candidate, which, that just kind of where they were sitting, didn't have to really do it. But I think that they needed, at one point, we would have like TJ Parker going there, Zion Young going there. Of this kind of tier 2 edges, those were the heavy-handed stuffers, the guys that push the pocket, the guys that, he kind of does a little bit of everything. Derek Klassen from The Athletic said he plays like he's made of rocks, and he means that complimentary and derogatory. He's kind of got blinders on sometimes, like sometimes he runs right by the football, but this feels, I know he's there tonight. Feels very Vrabel. Yeah. This is a kind of Vrabel edge, and it kind of makes sense. This is what they need. They need heavy-handed guys like this.
Yeah, this is there's like Danny Devin Sutton still on the board. Like there's that's about it though in terms of like guys who you're looking at who can be potential starters down the road. I like this. I think he needs some work. Yeah. I think saying he plays with rocks or like he's made of rocks is good stuff because when I watched him, I was like he gets so locked in on like winning his beating. I got to beat this man. He'll let the ball run right past him. I dogged out the tackle, but like it's 5 seconds in the play and I'm still engaged with the tackle. Like, move on, man. You got to get to that next spot. So that'll be like his. If he can take that next step, then he has a chance to be like a really good player at the next level. But when I made my notes on him, he's playing on tape delay a little bit. So,
yeah, that's good. He was 51 on my big board, and so just goes right in that little range that I figured he would.
We have a trade, not involving picks, but involving a player. Vikings are sending former Pro Bowl linebacker Jonathan Grenard to the Philadelphia Eagles in exchange for a third-round pick tonight, number 98, and a third-round pick next year.
Our first 2027 pick traded.
We finally get one out. There we go. Grenard going to the Eagles, and it says here also, Grenard and the Eagles reached agreement on a 4-year, $100 million extension that includes $50 million fully guaranteed.
Okay.
Lost Jalen Phillips, so this is the replacement.
And
for that.
they wanted to get they wanted to bring Phillips back. Missed out on him. That was kind of rumored that Grenard, Eagles had interest in Grenard. He was kind of the available guy. The Vikings want to give Dallas Turner more reps. And they need to give Dallas Turner more reps. Hey, these guys that we moved up for, one of them's better play. So I think that's a big part of it. Grenard has had injury stuff in the past. But the Eagles don't really seem to mind that. They do have a good training stuff. It seems like they always have guys with questionable stuff that end up playing anyways. They needed this. They needed a guy that has some juice off the edge. And Grenard was the best one that was kind of available, especially at this point in the draft. Anyways.
Now we have our next pick. The Jags take tight end, Texas A&M, Nate Burkisher.
This is a Y. This is a heavy-handed blocking tight end.
I was saying why, like why?
I thought you meant like why?
Yeah, he kind of really came along this last year. If I remember correctly, he's a transfer from Nebraska, but really was just a last-year wonder. He's a little bit older, but he can truly play in line. The Jags really wanted to get a guy to open up Strange. They want to get a guy to kind of loosen everything up. It'll help their run game running to the outside. Get a guy. They've been trying to get guys. They had like Quentin Morris on the roster. They had Munt on there. They tried to get guys to do this, but now they're just going to invest with an actual draft pick to have a guy that could be a blocking inline tight end. There's other guys I preferred, but I really like Burke. I had a late third-round grade on him. He would have made my top 100 if that arbitrary ranking, but.
A lot of talk all offseason that Jacksonville was interested in a player just like this.
Yep.
Like an inline tight end. I think they want to go to more, as like this coaching tree that Liam Cohen comes from is going to more like 13 and 12 personnel. They really didn't have a second tight end to be able to do this outside of Brent Strange. I will say, going to be really interesting considering they have like 3 receivers and then obviously Travis Hunter as well, who's still going to play some wide receiver. You're not going to get a lot of those guys on the field all at the same time if you are playing those multiple tight end sets, so that will be interesting to watch. It's already one of the most difficult wide receiver rooms to figure out. Now you're adding another variable into that. Not that he's going to be necessarily a big-time pass catcher, but just, again, when you're getting snaps and routes and everything.
Actually, you're wrong. There's actually like 2,000 plays in every football game, so they're all going to get 100 targets.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
See, we're the show that gives you math. That is what we do. If you're watching us on the Yahoo Sports Network, we're going to take a quick break. If you're watching us on YouTube, stick with us. We're going to take a look at some of your comments and get you some reaction. For everybody on the network, we'll be right back. All right, guys. Most importantly, I don't know what to make of this comment, so I'm just going to throw it out. Ben says, if Ted Hurst isn't a Pro Bowler, I'll eat my shirt.
Well, buddy, I hope you wear a size small because you might be eating that shirt. I'll tell you what. I wouldn't say that about a Georgia State wide receiver. I like Ted Hurst as a developmental type, third-round pick, but Pro Bowler's aggressive. What
would you put on your shirt to eat it?
Well, what does this guy want? Because he'll be eating a shirt for sure.
That's the fair question.
What's the counter? What do we get out of it?
That has nothing to do with Ted Hurst. To make the bet that any rookie is going to be a Pro Bowler or any of these players, especially
maybe he just means eventually throughout the course of his career.
Yeah,
even still,
yeah.
I know, we're not taking a shot at Ted Hurst again. Ted Hurst, really interesting player, athletic, big-bodied wide receiver. Played under Hugh Jackson's coaching last year at Georgia State, so that's
whoever this commenter is. If Ted Hurst is not drafted tonight, then send me. You can find me on Blue Sky at 4Verts. Send me your favorite condiment, and I will send it to you for free so you can eat your shirt on camera.
I never understand a bet that doesn't have skin in the game for both sides. Like, that's the thing.
Well, I would never say something like that.
Yeah, 100%. Like somebody walks up and says, do you want to make a bet? And then we say yes, and now we have skin in the game on both sides. Just the random, if he doesn't make the Pro Bowl, I'm eating my shirt. It makes no sense.
I also definitely would wait to see which team's going to draft him, too. Like the development project type.
Okay, because I was like, did I miss something here? I was like, did he get drafted? I missed it.
No, I love the concept that you're sold, that you've got it figured out, you're not going to have to eat your shirt, and then all of a sudden he gets drafted by a team that has absolutely no answer at the quarterback. There's
or like 4 wide receivers that, again, a Georgia State wide receiver is going to need a little bit of developmental time. Again, I like Ted Hurst as a third-round pick.
Yeah, look, none of this is about Hurst, and all of this is about the concept of
eating your shirt.
That's just, there's no way we can let that happen. All right, we want to welcome everybody back that's been watching us on the Yahoo Sports Network. The riveting conversation about eating shirts that you can only get on YouTube. That's where we go on this one so far. We're flying through this thing as we are late in the second round at this point. The Bears have made their pick, but we haven't actually seen that pick come through quite yet. We said earlier we didn't know necessarily what to make of the Packers as we sit right now. Like, where are they? I'll ask the question for the team that's on the clock right now. How high are we on the Chicago Bears?
I'm decently high on them. I really want to see how they address the O-line. That's left tackle is a big gap for them, but I like their pass catchers. Obviously like Ben Johnson. I like the growth of Caleb Williams. Defense, they try to so far address what I think they've needed. I'd like them to add one more defensive tackle or maybe one more linebacker, and then I'd feel a lot better, or somewhere along the defensive line. So that's really, NFC North is, I think, going to be a bloodbath this year. All 4 teams are vowed to win it. I really do think that. I'm including the Vikings in that.
Who the hell is going to be the Vikings quarterback?
Kyler Murray, the guy they signed for the cheap.
Yeah.
Fitzy's not a Kyler Murray guy.
No,
Okay.
I'm completely out on Kyler Murray.
The team went 9-8 with abominations playing at quarterback. Kyler Murray.
He's only had one bad season.
Kyler just has to be top 20, and they'll be fine. But no, they're wide open. This division's wide open. I'm as high as Bears as any of the other teams.
I really like the Bears and and I like that they didn't try to skip a step, or microwave the process, because they had a lot of success last year, but they didn't do all right, good first year under the first year head coach, and now we're going to really push this year. They just, I think, made some smart signings, fill the center position, which was a bummer, obviously. The surprise retirement there, that was a shocker for them. But I think getting Garrett Bradbury was a nice move there. Again, Kobe Bryant, some of the moves we're showing on the screen here right now. I think they did enough. And losing DJ Moore, you had the replacements already in-house that are ready to take the next step in their development.
The Bears pick is in. Anything that I have to say about Kyler Murray, I actually have to say no offense first. So there's nothing good to say about that. That's expressive.
They won 9 games with J.J. McCarthy and Max Brosmer. I think it's better than those guys.
And Carson Wentz, don't forget.
I don't think he's
and at one point,
I don't think Kyler Murray is an upgrade over any of that.
J.J. McCarthy's one of the worst quarterbacks that's ever played in the NFL.
I don't think Kyler Murray is going to be an upgrade over that. That's where I am on Kyler Murray. I know. Okay, Logan Jones is your pick for the Bears. Center out of Iowa. Logan Jones is the pick. You thought we might get a run on some centers?
Might get a run on some centers. I think this is maybe the first of it, and also I'm glad they did this because I was a little worried that they traded for Garrett Bradbury, and they're like, yeah, we're good with this. Bradbury's like a below average starter, so I'm glad they got a guy with long-term feasibility at center. Love this with a young quarterback too, with Caleb Williams potentially growing with a guy. Jones can run zone really well. He's coached really well under Kirk Ferentz. I was curious. He's one of these kind of 4 centers that I was wondering who would be first. Jones, Sam Heck from Kansas State, Jake Slaughter from Florida, and Cam Liu from Auburn. Connor Liu, I'm sorry. But those 4 right there. So I like this because the thing was the Bears' offensive line was such a strength last year. I was worried that they would just be like, yeah, we're good. We're just going to set and forget it. Glad they got a long-term guy that could play center, give them some depth. Maybe, I don't think he has too much guard versatility, but it's nice that they have a guy that they have a long-term answer at center. Finally, the Bears at center finally have a guy.
I know, again, the Drew Dahlman retirement was such a gut punch because he was a big hit as a free agent signing for them and really a perfect fit in that zone first run game that Ben Johnson wants, to kind of set the tempo with. And again, Garrett Bradbury, like I mentioned, that was a good, it was a good in all right, well, at least we don't have to go into the season with a complete disaster. But there's a reason that 2 teams that have had issues on the offensive line have moved on from Garrett Bradbury in back-to-back years. This is more of a look towards the future. And again, I think it fits the system to Nate was pointing out there as a zone first team. That is the identity that Ben Johnson wants to have at all times.
The pick is in. The Browns traded up, and the Browns, by the way, have traded up. They trade picks 70 and 107 to get to 58. The 49ers give up 58, 152. They do that to get Emanuel McNeil-Warren. We had a question in the YouTube chat earlier asking why he was falling. So first and foremost, this spot, does this feel like the right spot to you for him?
Oh, yeah. This is a guy I had in my top 30, so a guy that I would have been very comfortable taking earlier. He was a specific type of safety and one that's not really in vogue right now. And when I say that, it's because he's more comfortable playing single high as the deep guy and then rotating into the box. I think his upside comparison for me has been like a diet watered down version of Cam Chancellor and a skinnier version of that. but he's dynamic around the ball. He can hit guys, especially in the seam, fill up the run. Can get a little sloppy close to the ball and miss some tackles. But I really liked his tape. I wanted to not like him. I wanted to give Tiedemann higher than him, but I just kept keeping him in my top 25, top 30. Also, great fit, just what the Browns need on the back end here. They needed some young guys on the back end. So, yeah, Browns, man, they're doing a lot that I really like.
Yeah, I mean, it's the second draft in a row where the process is sound and it makes sense. Like I would have taken him, like, if he went 30 picks higher than this, if he was drafted like end of last night, I think that would have made sense. So to get him here, I find this to be pretty good value. And it's just fun to think that, you know, they're adding just kind of another big hitter on that defense that is already like juiced up with a bunch of players. So yeah, Quincy Williams with this guy, Myles Garrett up front, like that's a lot of speed and a lot of power. So it's going to be fun to see that group kind of come together.
You mentioned that he's a good fit as like a single high safety. Last year, the Browns were in single high on 64% of their defensive plays. The second place team was the Baltimore Ravens at just under 60%. So they were clearly number one. Mike Rutenberg is the new defensive coordinator there, was the Atlanta Falcons defensive pass game coordinator last year. They were fourth in single high percentage. So I do think that from a system fit like this is, sometimes with a safety like this who might not be for everybody, a destination can be destiny. This is a good destination for him.
I love something you said. The process is sound. I want to go back to that for a second because I think, you know, so much of what we do here is try and figure out what makes sense. We can't project whether or not somebody's going to be able to succeed. There's just too many variables in that. All we can do is try and figure out, does the process make sense? So the process being sound is significant. The Texans have made their pick. Marlon Klene, tight end. We continue to see this run on tight ends, but again, like it's like ice cream. These are very different tight ends. So what do we see here?
This is why I was curious. So I did like what the Jags do, and I'm going to get to Klene with this pick, but what the Jags pick in Borkerker, which I did like what the position they're addressing. That was a little rich. He was my tight end 8, and I thought as an inline blocker, there's other guys that I liked a little bit better. One of those was Klene, who was just a little bit higher. Again, these are guys that are graded very similar, just a preference of Klene. He's German, like truly German. Came on over, said, I really like American football. Let's move to the States and try it out. Came on last year, now that Coastal Level left, he was the main tight end. Has inline ability, has some blocking chops. It's not all perfect, he can get a little wide with his technique and with his hands, but he's got some just pop to his game. Like he's very explosive straight line. Not saying this is a one-to-one comparison, but runs like Kittle. And is built like him. Kittle, better blocker, longer, all that stuff. But I do think that of this group of wide tight ends I had in this range, Eli Raridan, Oscar Delp, Klene would be the next one in there. He made my top 85. Again, you know, most of you like that with Fitzy, but I was one of the higher guys on him, and I was curious if he would end up this high, and they needed this. The Texans really, really needed a tight end that can block and a long-term guy because they got crippled last year.
Yeah, Dalton Schultz is turning 30 in July, and, you know, he's
last year was contract too, I think. Or maybe they do a little extension.
I think they did a little extension with him. You know, they have a lot of interesting body types at wide receiver. So just getting a true wide tight end there when it does come time for Dalton Schultz to move on would make a lot of sense. I mean, Jaden Higgins, a guy you want to move around. Jalen Knowles, a guy that needs to play in the slot. Nico, I think, could stand to move around a little bit more, but he mostly just plays at X receiver for them. So getting a true wide tight end is a nice little finishing piece.
I'm still trying to figure out, we talk about teams' identities, right? The Texans were a team that a couple of years ago were supposed to take this meteoric leap into the same category as the Chiefs and the Ravens and the Bills, right? We were supposed to see this moment where, especially after we saw what looked like one of the greatest rookie seasons in history at the quarterback position, that was supposed to lead to this moment where the Texans become something bigger. Since then, it feels like they've been a little stuck. So do you think that these moves have helped that?
Well, what I said earlier about what I liked that the Bears didn't try to skip a step after getting the really dynamic season from their young quarterback and the first year in the new head coach. I think the Texans were one of those teams that was guilty of trying to all right, we had a really good season. Now let's trade for Stephon Diggs and become this 3-receiver set team. And that wasn't what to your point about identity, wasn't what their identity was at all in the first year of C.J. Stroud, whereas a lot of these heavier set, condensed formations and Nico Collins is crushing on inbreakers and Tank Dell, who got injured at the end of that rookie year and didn't come back the same player and now is still little banged up, he was really good on these outbreaking routes. So adding Diggs into the mix, like Bobby Slowick at the offensive coordinator at the time, couldn't make that transition to more of an 11 personnel team. So it does feel like ever since then, they've been kind of trying to get back to maybe something that they were in Stroud's first year, whether they can pull it off or not. But I think that was probably, again, it's like you get Diggs, who at the time was actually a helpful player for them, but I think it set them off course, not to Diggs' fault, but just from like an identity standpoint.
Which is part of why, in general, coming back to something we were talking about earlier with how unknown the draft is. I know it doesn't make for great talk radio or hot take TV, but I just think we need 3 years on every single player to figure out exactly where they are. Because we go nuts if the first year is either too good or too bad. We go nuts. Like, I think year 1, they're sort of adjusting to the league. Year 2, the league's adjusting to them. Year 3, we have a normalized process where we're going to be. The problem is nobody gets 3 years anymore. Like, I get that we live in an immediate reaction society, but the Texans are a great example of, rather than that first year for C.J. Stroud being a, wow, what a football team, that first year became, oh my God, this is going to be the best thing. And once you go full Kermit the Frog, you can't take that back.
And I also probably should have mentioned too in their chase for like, oh, we got to get this third receiver. They ignored a pretty important thing, which is called the offensive line, and allowed that thing to wither. Which I still think Stroud is wearing the scars from that second season.
Yeah, I mean, it was really ugly for them at times. I remember when they played the Seahawks.
I was just thinking about that.
Yeah, does everybody here need to get fired? Because it really looked like that unorganized. And I think the way that they were kind of able to just get it together and look functional by the end of the season, it speaks a lot to the coaching, maybe not so much to the player acquisitions, because one of the funny things about the Texans offensive line last year is those guys were settled by like the first week of April. So when you're looking at that window of the league year opening before the draft, these are guys that they pursued to have on their offensive line last year, which is a little worrisome, but they were able to get it together. So maybe there's hope for them this year.
The Titans are making their pick right now. Should be noted, they traded to get up here. They traded with the Bears. They're trading at 60. They gave up 69 and 144. Also, fun fact, the 69th pick has been traded 4 times so far tonight, from the Giants to the Texans to the Bills to the Titans, now to the Bears. And they do all of that to take Anthony Hill Jr., linebacker out of Texas. You said, oh.
It's a great pick. I mean, because we were talking about Robert Saleh potentially going after me, someone like Sonny Styles at the 4th pick. So to get Anthony Hill Jr. here, a guy who has a ton of upside, with someone who is proven to develop front 7 talent, Robert Saleh, it makes a whole lot of sense. Anthony Hill, he's kind of like the anti CJ Allen, who we talked about earlier, where he's the guy who's going to get you lined up straight. Maybe not the fastest guy. This is the opposite. This is one of like the big powerhouse athletes, but not always where he needs to be. It kind of got them burned. I think that's why he's still on the board here at the end of the 2nd round. But when you look at what the Titans have done here, the collection of players here is pretty cool. I mean, you got Cardinal Tate, traded back to the 1st for Keldrick Falk. They've got Anthony Hill here. You've kind of checked off a lot of boxes that we had for them coming into the draft, even if it didn't like appear in the manner that we thought it was going to. Because if you had told me that Cardinal Tate was be the 4th pick, like, man, like they got started off a little rough, and then you kind of come in with this really nice value picks on the back end. So I think this is a really cool start for them.
Yeah, he's more Dre Greenlaw than Fred Warner, or Quincy Williams than C.J. Mosley, if you're looking at Robert Saleh defenses. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. He's a great athlete. A guy I was super high on going into the year, cooled on him, and then kind of warmed back up. I can understand why you maybe dropped, because like you said, sometimes he just gets himself out of the play. But if he gets kept clean, and they got some glass eaters up front, and he just gets to run and hit, that's like perfect for him. So he's going to have some stuff in coverage where he's going to have to sort it out and everything. But the Titans, the Tate stuff was like, I really like Tate. And again, like, I don't want to revisit that conversation. But man, the group that they've filled out with these guys, Keldrick Falk, all these guys that they're accumulating, I really like what they're doing.
They've done a nice job all offseason of hitting both sides of the ball. They made a lot of additions on both sides of the ball. Some of their free agents, you can quibble with the price and everything, but they added guys on defense. They've also, again, really helped their young quarterback. I do, the Carnell Tate pick, whether he's a normal receiver that would go 4th overall, he fits really well with Cam Ward, and their styles will overlap. So they've done a good job of identifying both sides of the ball.
All right, the Rams had made their first pick that could actually help them on the field this year. Oh, a little shade.
Well, kind of.
Oh, yeah,
kind of.
I mean, kind of.
Max Clare is the tight end, so McVay gets another weapon to play with here. What do we think?
Yeah, we couldn't get Kenyon Sadiq. We'll get someone that's several tiers lower than that. But They want to keep up that tight end game, the 13 personnel, whatever you want to say. They have 3 tight ends after this year that are going to be free agents. He is not a Y. We've talked about some Y, some inline blocking guys. He is a good athlete, a smooth athlete. He's good in space, not great in line. Kind of already have that with Ferguson.
I was going to say, don't you think that's a little weird that they just took Ferguson in the second round last year?
Very samey with Ferguson. It really is. Colby Parkinson's the most important tight end that they have on their roster. I get why they do it. This is what they're leaning into. I thought they would maybe get a guy with more blocking chops to kind of ensure themselves with Parkinson. But I do like Claire a lot. I think, again, another guy in my top 75. He was my tight end 5. So, yeah, no, I get it because the athletic ability that he has, pass catching ability.
Yeah, I like Claire. I actually think he's got a chance to develop as a blocker. Like, he'll try.
He does try.
He'll try. You know, and look, he tries. He's got a bigger body. It's not always smooth, but, man, I mean, if you're going to be like, 245, 250 coming in, maybe you get up to 255 and be a little bit more physical. But if you're not gonna be the best blocker, you can at least be a kind of an asshole up there, which is what he is.
There is a moment too where, look, we see tight ends right now coming in and having such success. Modern offense. We talked to Greg Olson about that on Daily a couple of days ago. Like, at some point, when Tice says my 5th tight end right now, I think we need to point out that that's not always what a 5th tight end feels like. Tight ends have such an impact to these teams. Doesn't surprise me at all that we've seen this run. If you're watching us on the Yahoo Sports Network, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come right back, and we'll make sure you don't miss a single pick. If you're watching us on YouTube, stick with us. We're going to take a look at some of your comments. We're going to respond to them. It might be shirt eating. It might be Chili's. God only knows. But we'll keep it going on YouTube. And for everybody else, we'll be right back. All right, so I don't know if we can get any weirder than we've already gotten with Chili's and shirt eating, but let's see.
Only one way to find out.
All right, here's a question for Harmon. Kyle Brennan says, name a wide receiver core worse than the Dolphins group this season in the NFL.
Nope.
None.
Okay.
Nope. I do still expect them to add multiple players at the position at somewhere along the way, but obviously those are going to be third-round picks or later.
Yeah, because it's like Raiders. I'm trying to just.
Listen, the Raiders
have actually
they
some
have
talent.
like Jalen Naylor would easily be the best receiver in their room.
Trey Tucker's better than
I still have some hope for Jack Bash.
Yeah. I'm just trying.
Gentlemen, I am right here. All right,
I know.
let's just.
I said I still have hope for Jack
I think
Bash.
Dolphins is pretty easy. Yeah, it's pretty easy.
Yeah, I mean, I like Jalen Tolbert was a non-needle moving wide receiver 3 for the Dallas Cowboys. Tutu Atwell, they paid him $10 million a year for some reason last year to the LA Rams. And I like Malik Washington, but I like Malik Washington as like a number 3, and he's probably their best wide receiver on the team. And they don't even have the Raiders. Well, their number 1 receiver is really Brock Bowers. The Dolphins don't exactly have a threat like that on the team.
Yeah.
They have Greg Dulcich.
Yeah.
Does that light your fire?
No.
It's just amazing.
They let Julian Hill hit the Julian Hill thing still blows my mind.
Think about how the tone of conversation about the Dolphins has changed in the last 2 years. It's staggering.
They're the team that it's like, oh, you're the Jets, and like you think you're going to suck enough to get a quarter. Oh, you're the Browns, you're going to suck enough. You're not going to suck as much as the Dolphins, I'll tell you that.
I mean, the Jets, the Dolphins, there's a couple of bad teams that are going to play each other. Well, again, I don't think the Jets are going to be that. Suddenly I feel like
we just talked about like the Dolphins and their wide receiver core. I was doing like my early fantasy rankings this morning. I'm like, damn, the Jets all of a sudden have like too many guys to throw the football to. Whereas at the end of last year, there's like John Mechie's out there running a bunch of routes for that team.
Would you rather be a Dolphins fan or a Saints fan? We'll answer that in just a second. I don't know.
Well,
says the Raiders fan.
Right
But
now,
he's absolutely
yeah,
no.
easily.
I can't talk any trash at all to absolutely.
I'm
any
insane.
clueless. All right, well, we're going to welcome everybody back that's watching on the Yahoo Sports Network. Thanks for hanging out with us. He's Charles McDonald. I'm Jason Fitz. He's Nate Tice. He's Matt Harmon. C-Rob going to join us, too, throughout the course of the night as we get you through every single pick. You guys can be part of the conversation. And don't forget, you can also be part of the grading. If you want to watch it along in the app, you can go into the app, and there's little emojis. You can click the emojis and tell the world how you feel about every single pick along the way. You can follow along in the app and on Yahoo Sports. The Bills have traded up, so we're getting a bunch of tinkering here, a bunch of teeny tiny trades. The Bills moved from 66 up to 62. In order to do that, they give up 182. I feel like we should at least send a candy bar to Mike Garafolo because we've been using his reporting all night long. He's crushing it with these trades. We appreciate Mike and everything he does. The Bills are making a pick, so they gave up a little bit to move up a little bit. Any speculation here? Wide receiver?
Bills fans want it to be a wide receiver, whether it is or not.
So badly want to be a receiver. Man, and they already kind of got the one guy or a position I wanted to see them get, which is kind of like a glass-eating edge.
You could use a guard, though.
Could use guard. Yes, they actually could use a guard. Trying to think, and they go corner.
They go corner.
Sean McDermott.
Igbenogson. So it's Davis and Igbenogson out of Ohio State. Yeah. What do we think of the pick?
Well, they have Christian Benford, who's a very good corner, former 6th-round pick with a terrible number, and then they drafted Maxwell Hairston last year in the 1st round. So they don't have much behind them, but also that wasn't a screaming need for me. At least how I looked at it. Again, Jim Leonard's going to like his DBs. Like, he's going to want a bunch of DBs out there. He's fine going to nickel, fine going to dime. So maybe that's a part of it. Maybe they're insulating themselves. Maybe they see Hairston going somewhere, or moving around. Not exactly sure, actually. But no, I like the player. Davison was in my top 85, not top 75, kind of the next 10 list.
He was in my top 93.
I think very much. Upside for him, to me, was like a good, solid number 2. And played a lot of big games. He's been on my radar for years, it feels like. He's got solid size, kind of checks a lot of boxes, maybe nothing overwhelming with him.
I've never asked you for anything. I just want random arbitrary numbers now. Like, I want it to be, he's in my top 61.
Yeah, 91, over
pick
there.
weird numbers that make us all uncomfortable.
Yeah,
They
exactly.
brought in a ton of DBs this offseason.
Yeah.
Him, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Geno Stone, D. Alford, and you already mentioned they had Harrison and Benford. So, yeah, Jim Leonard likes his DBs, clearly.
DBs.
He likes
them
He likes
DBs.
players who have played defensive back for sure.
Yeah.
That's a list of defensive backs.
Those are NFL defensive backs.
But that's always interesting to me is like, okay, they just took Harrison in the 1st round. He battled injuries, kind of up and down play, and they immediately go corner again. And it's like, so are you saying that, I don't know, it's like Benford's good. So I don't know, it's like, are you saying, okay, we got to insulate ourselves from this? Or are you saying, that, that was McDermott's pick? Well, we don't know with Bean. Like, he's going to just say, like, whatever's going to help him get a promotion, so you don't know.
Yep.
I don't know. It's just a rich pick. I thought maybe the linebackers got popped off. I see that. There's some safeties, but maybe they don't want to, there's a little...
Well, they traded
for
up,
some
too. I
safeties.
mean,
Yeah, they
that's
moved up
the
for it.
interesting
Give a
part.
future equity to get that. That's
Jamal McCoy's knee was like nuclear back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's gone lower than Will Johnson, and McCoy had amazing tape. So yeah.
That's tough, because first-round tape for sure.
Yeah. Let's dig into that for a second. For anyone that doesn't know, the medicals didn't check out on that. So how much of a factor, I mean, obviously he's falling. So where's the line on that production and tape versus an issue you find in somebody's knee?
We're right in it. Like, this is where round 2 is usually like, okay, we can take a chance on a guy we have round 1 grade on. But if we're almost at 64, we're almost out of round 2, that's like
It's
real bad. That's like, okay, all right, this guy might not be able to play a long career. I know nothing. I have no reports on this or nothing I've touched with anybody. This is all just me reading other reporting out there. But as soon as they start floating, it's Will Johnson bad, who's a guy that was super talented, went to the 40s. Like, that must be, like, I'm not totally shocked that he's still here.
Well, here's the thing. The next 2 teams that pick, Chargers picks in here, we'll find out, but then the Seahawks at the end of the round, too.
Yes.
Like, they could be a team.
And they're a team I thought maybe would go corner at 32. Oh, man.
Man, I'm feeling old. I'm feeling old.
He's like, I got to still do it. He's still got the lights out dance.
Oh, man. Sean Merriman is out to announce the pick, and he gave us his lights out dance, which we appreciate. He still looks like he could kick the snot out of everybody.
Okay.
Jake Slaughter, again, another center.
Yes.
You said earlier, like, once you get one, we all know this. Like, once you get one, all of a sudden everybody panics, and we got to get them all.
That's it. There's 4. There's this group of 4 centers that I like. Jake Slaughter was my favorite of those 4. He was the last guy in my top 75, so he was 75.
Yeah, that's a good number.
That's become my kind of like my center pick. He looks like a librarian, but that's kind of how he plays. Like, if I had to give an upside comparison, he is a lesser version of Frank Ragnow, but bigger center. Maybe not overly physical, moves well. He his body positioning is how he wins, and I think that some of that is his footwork, but he's really intelligent. Like, his intelligence is palpable when you watch him. He handles a lot. They've had some decent coaching at O-line there, believe it or not, at Florida, as far as how much they put on their plate. Slaughter of that little group of 4 centers, he's the one I preferred. I had them all kind of graded in the same tier. But I just liked it. I like this for the Chargers as well. He's going to move well in that system. And they needed a long-term center that has really, I know they had Bradley Bozeman and the coaches and Greg Roman goes, oh yeah, he knows the playbook like the back of his hand. Bozeman was not good last year, and I know you're tired.
Worst starting center in the NFL.
Yeah, so now they have a guy that's actually, again, another team that's needed a center for so long. Finally gets one, them and the Bears.
Do you think he has any guard versatility? Because they signed Tyler Biotish, who's another bigger center, 6'4", 318.
No, that's actually kind of curious now that I actually think that. And Biotish, I would like Biotish more at guard, but then he's the vet.
Yeah.
Kind of like that too. So yeah, I actually even thought about that because I liked that signing originally.
Yeah, because currently their starting left guard is Trevor Penning. You don't want your
No, you don't want Trevor. You never want Penning on your roster.
Especially in this system.
And then Cole Strange as well. I actually like the Cole Strange just whatever, like fodder. I know but again, I think these teams are just trying to, again, use that term insulate. Just make sure like we have a guy that if we don't lose our center, all right, our whole team's not crippled now.
They just need to turn injuries off.
That's it.
Yeah. Joe Alt and even with this offensive line, like if Joe Alt and Slater get hurt again, it doesn't matter. That's where the big problem is.
Well, the funny part about that though is that last year, especially towards the end of the season, like in the playoffs and towards the end of the regular season, they're just getting smoked up the middle, and it's like their tackles were the ones that were hurt, not the guards and center Bradley Bozeman. But yeah, exactly. That's the point. It's like that's why you want to insulate this interior because that was bad last year.
Well, and there are a couple of things that always stand out to me on this. Number one, the injuries. You're absolutely right. But also, which makes it hard to evaluate where the line is as a whole. But one thing that Michael Jr. always said that sticks in my head is once you start moving guys around and trying to figure out, like anytime you have a chain link fence, it's fine, like if you have a little bit of a hole over here. But when you start trying to plug that hole by moving things all over the place, it just makes the entire thing worse and worse and worse. And something that I've said to you, Harmon, over the years is like there just aren't 32 starting caliber, amazing left tackles, left guards, centers in the NFL. There just aren't. So to me, every time your favorite team, whoever it is, takes a fat guy in the draft, that's a win. Just go up and throw the little confetti and be like, huzzah, because who knows? But ultimately, we know that you're going to need depth. We know that these guys, you need as many of them as possible. You're going to need some versatility. Like every team in the league needs help on their offensive lines. I think it's a smart pick and a very Harbaugh-like pick.
Yeah, for me, I took this from basketball actually. Sam Presti for the Thunder, and he said, default to size. It's like, hey, I don't know where I'm going here. All right, the big guy.
Yeah.
Like I'll just all right, and that's in basketball, and athleticism is a big part of that too. But I always think that with football, and I think it more positionally too. Like, all right, I got a tiebreaker between an okay corner and a guard. All right, and we kind of could need, but I'm going to go with the offensive line because there, people like you say it, the planet theory. There's only just so many of these guys that are even playable. So might as well get as many as we can because injuries are going to happen, and the Chargers know that better than anybody.
And respectfully, if you're the Chargers and you take a pick in the second round that you don't really need, but it helps bolster your offense, like they need this. But I'm just saying in general, like what's the downside? What is the downside for a team as talented as the Chargers?
You have good depth.
Taking the best offensive lineman on their board.
Their defense sucks. What?
Well, there is that.
Sucks is a little bit.
Their defensive line sucks.
Okay. Well, I mean,
it does.
Who could they have picked that would have helped that problem?
No one. They could have fixed that yesterday, though, and they chose not to.
That's a fair point. The Seahawks, the most forgotten defending Super Bowl champions in history, are on the clock. I just don't remember the last time we weren't spending an entire offseason being like, can the Seahawks go back-to-back? No, nobody's talking about it. But we are right now. Bud Clark, safety, TCU. The pick is in. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I thought they might address safety at some point. I had them as maybe a first-round safety team. They're even showing it right here. He's got some slot versatility. Yeah. They don't need that. They got a couple guys that can do that. But I actually think that's what Mike McDonald likes in his players, that everyone can do that. Another defense that likes trotting out a bunch of DBs, likes using them in every which way, can rotate down, can just kind of do it a lot. He really grew on me, actually, Bud Clark did. Kind of this group of day two safeties, literally, that's what he is, day two safety. I have him graded kind of more or less this, third round grade, we're at pick 64. I like him. It makes sense that the Seahawks went after him because he's a smart player that can do a little bit of everything.
Yeah, this makes sense. And like you said, like that was like safety, huh? But no, he could.
And then watch Kobe Bryant. So so
he's got more versatility, which I think is what you need, especially when you lose Tariq Woolen too. You're probably going to need people to play. Maybe more positions or stretch themselves a little bit more than they have in the past. So I do like this pick, just to get another smart player, like you said, And when you look at like some of the coverages like those Big 12 teams are running, where you got the guys like calling out different coverages on one side of the field to the other, Mike McDonald is going to ask guys to do a lot. So maybe getting a guy who's smarter like that and has played for a defense like TCU works out for them.
All right, so the second round is in the books. Let's get you a recap here. You can take a look at everything. We're about to head into round 3. You see there the big board giving us all of the action from the second round. The Cardinals on the clock and about to make their pick. But before we do any of that, we got to bring in the great Charles Robinson. Charles, C-Rob hanging out with us. C-Rob, we were talking earlier about Gerard McCoy and the slip. What can you tell us? What's happening right now?
Yeah, this is really interesting because on Monday when I was sending out texts and just, to different teams kind of asking them, what are you hearing? Like, what's sort of the buzzy thing that's going on? You heard that McCoy could really slip in this draft. And I guess I did not quantify it, that I thought he could slip completely out of the first 2 rounds. But as I started to talk to teams about exactly what the problem was here, and this news has come out that it's not the ACL tear issue, like that's fine. But he has a bone plug, which was basically a piece of bone and cartilage was used to repair a degenerative cartilage issue in that same knee. And now there is a thought process amongst doctors that this is going to now have to be replaced again, maybe not immediately, but at some point in the future. And I had one team tell me that, if there's a severe slip, it's because there are some teams that are taking the position that if this next surgery, which would likely knock him out for the entirety of a year, if this next surgery is not successful, it will effectively end his career, because what you're doing to fix it is you're taking a piece of bone and cartilage from somewhere else in that knee that is not necessarily load bearing, and you're transporting it to try and fix the defects. So you can't keep doing this over and over again.
Horrible.
Yeah, it's not good.
It's like it kept getting worse.
Bone and cartilage.
Yeah.
Tendon in there too.
It's a guttural reaction from all of us, Rob.
Yeah, it's and one other piece of information. Sorry, I got people texting me still about the tight ends that were drafted at the end of the second. The interesting thing here too is the kind of the foremost surgeon now who deals with these bone plugs. It's Dan Cooper, who's the Cowboys team doctor. So if somehow you see the Cowboys end up being the team that does the dice roll on it, it's because they have the foremost expert on their staff is the one that has really successfully handled a number of these bone plug surgeries. But it's really serious. Anytime a team looks at a player of that magnitude, despite the talent, and hears this next surgery's got to resolve it, you can't keep doing this, and that might be where you call it a career. That's why he falls out of the first 2 rounds, I think. C-Rob,
you just mentioned your phone's blowing up. Everybody talking about the tight ends. What's going on?
Oh yeah, no, you're gonna. I want to hear from Nate Tice on this, because as soon as the Jaguars made their pick, I mean, I've just had other people in other personnel departments are texting me about James Gladstone, and they're not loving that run of 3 tight ends to basically start to close out the second round.
And he moved up for him too, C-Rob. And that's the thing, is usually when there's a blocking tight end that maybe got overdrafted, he's the only one. There's 4 that, and kind of there's just that little group. And I like him, but I thought that was a little rich. I kind of agree with those other guys.
I think the complaint that as I'm going back and forth with people is, there was one area scout that was look, if he was a dominant blocker, that's fine, but look at his size. His size, they just don't believe that he's going to be able to maintain the kind of size necessary to really fill the role. I mean, look, there's no doubt his mentality, he's physical, he kind of brings some edge, but it's can he get to the size where consistently he'll be able to be used enough to justify a second round pick.
C-Rob, great stuff from you. If you want, we're going to keep you here. We're going to get your reaction to this. We have a big pick at the top of the 3rd round. Carson Beck is an Arizona Cardinal. What do you think, C-Rob?
Yeah, I mean, that's what we talked about, so doesn't quite squeeze into into the second round. He comes off at the top of the third. The Cardinals obviously have the need at quarterback. I think taking him at the top of the third tells you the Cardinals are not out of the quarterback business. So if he comes in, he flourishes, and they feel like, hey, we found something here with the 65th overall pick. Awesome, great. Then we don't necessarily have to expend assets in the 2027 draft. But if they take a look at him and they're like, it's not finished, that keeps them, I think, in contention to take a pick in that richer quarterback draft in 2027. But look, it was right. The aggregate was right. He was the third quarterback coming off in the stack, which I had a hard time believing, but, the believers clearly were correct.
Yeah, C-Rob, we appreciate you. I know we'll come back to you with anything that breaks throughout the course of the evening. Thanks for hanging out with us, buddy.
Thanks, guys.
It's great stuff from Charles Robinson. By the way, if you're just tuning in, we've got every single pick coming through the course of the night. You can also hang out with us in the Yahoo Sports app and at yahoosports.com. There you can see the grades. You can go out and you can participate. There's emojis. You can get all in on giving us fire and weird faces and all of those different things. You can also comment in the YouTube chat. We're going to get all those comments answered throughout the course of the night. We're hanging out with everybody. Charles Robinson going to be our reporter, obviously. Charles McDonald. I'm Jason Fitz. Nate Tice, Matt Harmon, Carson Beck. To the Cardinals, what say you?
He was my tight end 4, but it's not like he was my tight end 4. It was truly default, the 2 sweetest words in the English language. He was after, for me, Nussmeier and Simpson. Beck, it just never kind of got over the top as a player.
I thought you were joking when you said tight end.
I know, yeah. I was like, wait.
You said tight end twice.
Well, he's building a tight end. Quarterback 4.
Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry.
I thought you were just
tight ends
giving
are on
a
my
good
mind.
one.
I'm like taking all these tight end notes, clips. I'm the tight end guy all of a sudden. No, Beck to me is like this. I figured someone would reach on him in the third round. He has started a lot of games. He's been prevalent in a lot of people's minds. He was essentially QB1 going into the 2024 season, and then it's kind of wavered since then. When things are clean, and I've seen some pub about him, how smart he is and everything, and I don't doubt it, the ball comes out nice and he has good ball placement. I thought sometimes when the lights got bright, he also started babying some throws. He would throw stuff late. He would make sure he was a little too perfect. And for a guy that's played a decent amount of games, that is just a little concerning for me, where I would prefer the guy to get better as he has more starts, as opposed to, kind of being the same as he was when he started. He's an okay athlete. He's got good size. He's actually even bigger than I anticipated. And I think his arm is just more fine to good. I'm not over the top with him. I see him more as a high-end star or a high-end backup type. Maybe can start in the right system. I don't know if that's the Cardinals or not. But yeah, no, that's kind of. I had a 4th round grade on him, so the quarterbacks get inflated all the time.
Yeah, what's confusing about him is I was a big Beck fan at one time, and I still think his last season at Georgia, he got way too much flack for how that season went, because that was a season where Monroe Freeling was on that offensive line.
Yes,
and I was like, get this guy to Georgia State or something like that, because they couldn't block, they couldn't run, they couldn't catch, and honestly, Beck was the only thing keeping them alive on offense in a lot of their games. He was the reason why they won, a good handful of those games too. And then what's concerning to me though is I thought he got worse in the year at Miami than his last year at Georgia, which is not something that you really expect from a guy who's in his 5th year of college football, who has sat behind Stetson Bennett and played with a bunch of great players at Georgia and Miami last year.
Yes.
Yeah, so to me, this is another sign. Again, what is Arizona doing? What is the plan here?
The thing with Beck to me is, even though he has size, he has a decent arm. He's not stiff, but he's not a great athlete. I don't think he's even above average. Is, like you said, is what he's doing. What am I supposed to attain here? What have you not seen? It's not like he went to Wyoming or UTSA or UTEP, and you're like, we just gotta get some NFL coaching. Georgia and then Miami,
right?
Miami has a great offensive line. They have weapons. They have answers. They're in a lot of ball games. He's in good situations. And he just kind of not consistent.
Carson was there when Todd Monken was there.
Yes.
And I think the way you can kind of encapsulate is the last play of Miami's season, where Carson Beck literally makes one throw you cannot make on that play, where Miami's the sinking corner. There's no one underneath, so he's just going to sink all the way back, and he gets pinched for the pick right as the game ends. Dude, you're like a 5th-year college football player. That's not really acceptable. So I don't really understand what the upside is here. But as a backup, that's fine. But you already have Jacoby and Gardner Minshew. So
you already have 2 backups already. Now you got a 3rd backup. I mean, it just feels like he's also just really never been the same arm-wise ever since the elbow.
Agreed.
Yep. Yes, no, it definitely changed. I mean, honestly, the ideal career for him is Jacoby Brissett. That is it. But Brissett is an all-time vibes guy. Like, consider everyone loves Jacoby Brissett. Beck, some of the stuff has been like, kind of aloof is kind of the term I've heard. So, just also that kind of personality stuff. The Cardinals, it's a new regime. I mean, not Monty, but as far as the coaches, they're going to let them have the rights to their guy. They're throwing darts at this thing.
Yeah.
Like, we'll see. They're just trying to find somebody that can play quarterback for them.
With the second pick in the third round of the draft, the Denver Broncos take Tyler Onidum, the defensive tackle out of Texas A&M. What do we think of that one?
They lost John Franklin Myers,
Yep.
so now they get another defensive tackle, heavy-handed type. So kind of just a one-for-one replacement where they go. This is kind of, a little bit of a reach. I didn't have him even in really, not my top 75 or 85. He might have snuck into my 100. I really don't think so.
This is their first pick too, right?
Yeah. So this is a little bit of it's Sean Payton. He don't care. He'll just take the guys he wants, so I'm not shocked there. But they needed a guy like this because just of what they lost. And again, just because he had a great unit last year doesn't mean stop.
Right.
So keep getting bodies. It's a guy that can fit in that kind of funky system with Vance Joseph as well. So I think it's a little rich, but also I'm also looking at the guys that are available at D tackle, and I kind of get why they ended up on him.
Right, like I was about to say, like who else are you going to
I know, because you're not going orange here. Yeah,
No.
you're not. Yeah, that's actually kind of like, all right, that's where we're at in this draft. There's going to be some guys getting steamed up here.
I mean, it's also the third round, right?
That's what I mean, yeah.
I don't know how much of a reach anybody can be in the third round comparatively, but yes.
It's not a team that has a lot of needs either.
No, yeah, it's more just what you prefer to lean at. Like, Proctor from Southeast Louisiana would be another one, but we're kind of getting to his range. Halton from Oklahoma would be the other one. But those were only two guys, but they're tiered the same, I think, to who they pick. So I get that.
Now, for anyone that doesn't understand why the draft order is different, important to explain, 4 teams finished 3 and 14, and as a result, there's a rotation in the order they pick. So the Raiders had the first pick in the first round. The second round, it was different. Third round was different. So they go through a rotation. As a result, the Raiders had the third pick in the third round of the draft. They took edge rusher Kiron Crawford out of Auburn. So they take an edge rusher.
Loved him. This is a guy, I mentioned Chuck did actually at the beginning of the show, but just even talk about the day 2 edges. There's some DPRs, there's a couple heavy-handed types. He's more, I think he's more than just a designated pass rusher. Like, he's a fireball off the edge, but also he's really good dropping in the coverage. I really liked him. He was player 50 for me.
Same.
Yeah, that little group of these kind of edges that R. Mason Thomas, I have Crawford above R. Mason Thomas. I had him above Malachi Lawrence, who went in the first round. I had him above Cashius Howell because I think he's got some real juice off the edge.
Yeah.
Cowboys fans will love hearing that.
Well, I know.
I do think, in fairness, the Raiders have been trying for several years to put somebody across from Max Crosby.
Yes.
Tyree Wilson was supposed to be that, didn't work out. Malcolm Kuntz was supposed to be that. It was good until he got hurt, hasn't really returned to form. At some point, they have to have somebody else, and God only knows what the future with the Raiders and
They
Max
signed
Crosby.
Quiddy Pay this year, and it's like, well, they signed him after they thought they were trading away Max Crosby.
Right, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
I like this pick though.
I did.
Yeah, I mean, and the cool thing about Auburn's defense, and it applies to Keldrick Falk too, is you have to be good at 2 things, like to play in that defense. And with him, it's being able to play forward and backers. It's Keldrick Falk being able to play inside and out. But they ask their players to do so much at a high level that I think like they naturally kind of come in a little bit cross-trained coming from that defense. So I'm excited. I mean, I like that pick a lot. I think it makes sense. And Crawford, like he's a guy that could have gone on day 2, like very credibly.
All right, for everybody watching us on the Yahoo Sports Network, we're going to take a quick break. If you're watching us on YouTube, stick with us. We're going to take the chance to react to your comments. I promise we won't miss any reactions to any picks. So if you're watching us on YSN, we'll be right back. Okay, guys, the comments coming in galore all over the place. This is the most important comment. Somebody says, how have these guys not had to go piss yet? It is really what I'm going to be honest with you. I've had 4 iced coffees, 2 energy drinks today. I don't know how we're doing this. Like,
I feel fine. I don't know how.
Man, I thought that was like, I heard a heartbeat.
Yeah,
I thought it was like an Edgar Allan Poe thing. Like that was
so
actually
much.
just your heartbeat going on over there.
That's just normal.
No, I'm not gonna lie. Gotta go. but also just every time I'm like thinking about it, something happens.
Some tight end gets drafted. You know,
tight end gets drafted. I thought right there with C-Rob, and then all of a sudden Carson Beck gets drafted. I'm like, oh, okay, we got to stay here.
Yeah,
quarterback, not the tight end.
When I have to go, I'll just be getting up and leaving.
Yeah,
I hope my microphone is turned off.
There are certain guys
we got a whole control room for that.
if we're going to go on branded, like with a poll beforehand on who's going to worry the most and the least about having to tinkle during the show, I'm going to be the most because I don't want to let anybody down, and you're going to be the least because you're like, yeah.
Well, last year,
We'll unpack that at the end of the third round too.
No, last year at the end of the day too, like I was like physically in pain. I decided I'm not gonna do that again. That doesn't make any sense.
I appreciate that about you.
Yeah.
No, I
Been fasting.
usually that was my bold decision this year. Usually I stop water consumption early on this day, like full Scott Hansen. I'm like, I can make it. I don't know. Also, should be noted, right before the show, 3 of the 4 of us on this side of the table all took that opportunity to try and go tinkle, only to find out that the restroom was closed for cleaning. And then we had to go to the other side of the building. I think the entire show staff was panicked.
This is why you watch on YouTube.
I was wondering where you guys were like 2 minutes before. I was like,
thank you. I mean,
But they'll do the whole thing by yourself, big dog.
there'd just be no one sitting here.
that's amazing. If we just come back from break for everybody that's watching on the network, if we just come back and all of a sudden C-Max just sitting there, he's like, my show now. I run this whole
Put
thing.
my feet up, fucking crack a brew, and have a good time.
Then you'd have to go.
I am the captain now. I can't believe we just talked about that. Welcome back to everybody that's watching on the Yahoo Sports Network. The YouTube breaks just get weirder and weirder, I'm not going to lie. A lot of defensive Chili's, by the way, which belongs in there. Look, I'm a Chili's apologist. I still love it. As we get you through the third round of the draft, the next pick has come through, and it has come through for the Philadelphia Eagles, who took Miami offensive tackle Markel Bell. That was the next pick. So how do we feel about Markel Bell, offensive tackle for Miami?
I mean, they need to add someone.
Yeah.
That's a big human
big boy.
being.
Jeff
boy.
Stoutland's still there. That's the next group of offensive tackles that we're kind of sitting on now. That's why there was a big drop off. Why there was a run, or I'm sorry, I should say there was a run yesterday on these guys. I have 10 offensive tackles I would say I would include in my top 100. So guys that have third round grades or better. Bell was 10th of that group. There's only a couple guys I would care, but they're all tiered the same. He is a monster. He is gigantic.
6'9", 345.
He is gigantic. So that's why I made the joke. Is Jeff Stoutland still scouting these guys? But no, they need to get a tackle at some point. They obviously they went with Lemon, so they went away from the tier 1 guys.
Yeah.
But they got maybe what we would call maybe the day 2, tier 2 guys with these tackle classes. They went with size.
36 and 3/8 inches arms.
By the way,
He's better than like De'Zhaun Jones, though. Like I have him graded better than like De'Zhaun Jones for these kind of massive, oversized tackles.
I just real quick, 6'9", 346. I just want everyone to understand, when you say massive, 6'9", 346.
big human being. So that's all offense now for the Eagles. This is something I talked about a lot going into the draft, that they were going to hit offense hard in this one. I won't be surprised if that's almost all of their picks on that side of the ball, because they're kind of having to rebalance their books. If you look at, they were spending a ton of money on offense. Saquon, A.J. Brown, who's obviously going to be coming off the books here soon, but Devontae Smith, Jalen Hurts, offensive line, they got several highly paid guys. All those young star defensive players that they've drafted here recently, those guys are going to be coming up for contracts, so they need to get younger and cheaper on the offensive side of the ball.
Sorry, I got distracted. Because Markel Bell, we were looking at his size, 6'8" or 6'9", 346. Like, remember the old Baltimore Ravens left tackle, not Ogden, but Jared Gaither?
Yeah.
I was looking at his stats, like his combine, see how they compared, but now Jared Gaither at 6'9", 330, ran a 4.98 40-yard dash.
And
I just want to point that out.
And Ogden was like 6'9", 340. He probably ran like a 4.98.
I forgot about Gaither, dude. That was great. 4.90.
Was like, I just had Ratatouille. Just, like that memory just came in my.
I just keep thinking about how many people sitting on their couch on Sunday call these guys slow and fat, not realizing that like most of us couldn't beat these offensive linemen. Like you're sitting on the couch, you're like, oh man, he sucks. And it's like, yeah, that 350-pounder can run 40 yards faster than you can run 20. So let's just be honest here. A couple more picks to get caught up on. The Bears. Sam Roush, tight end out of Stanford, continuing the run on tight ends. How did this one finish in your top 81?
Yeah, he was a top 85 player. He was, yes. He was, though. No, this is a group of tight. This was another one of those Ys. Other people liked him a little bit more than I did. I think the lack of arm length did show up sometimes when he was trying to sustain as a blocker. He tested like a freak. And you can see it, like he's a big body, he can move. You're hoping he can become maybe Jack Doyle, if you remember him from the Colts. Doyle was a lot longer, went on day 3 and everything, but tested real well. You go with big, freaky, athletic tight ends, you can't go wrong. That's really what you bet on. Has some grit, has some inline ability, can move fairly well. I thought sometimes he couldn't sustain as much as I wanted as a blocker, which is why I limited it, maybe had some other Ys above him. But he was a part of that group that I referred to when I was talking about Borkirker as kind of like these kind of late day 2, early day 3 Y tight ends. He was part of that group.
Okay, so just to put the point on the arm length, because that we went past that quickly, you mentioned 6'6", 267 pounds.
Big boy.
So big boy for the tight end position. First percentile arm length, 30 and 5/8 inch arms. So definitely got the short arms for the tight end position. But yeah, this is just biblical greed by Ben Johnson. Like, I need another guy, need another 12 personnel, 13 personnel tight end. Because they drafted Colson Loveland last year, but the good thing about Colson Loveland is that's a guy that can credibly split out wide, play in the slot. You even saw last year sometimes he'd be the isolated receiver, all the other guys on the other side of the field. So if you're going to do the fun stuff with Colson Loveland, you still have Cole Kmet, but how much longer is Cole Kmet going to be around there? You need another player that's actually going to do the inline stuff.
All right, the next pick after that, San Francisco. And a pick from Cleveland. San Francisco takes Romelo Height, the edge rusher from Texas Tech. You're nodding your head.
Yeah, it's a solid pick. I think this is probably the perfect range for him too.
Perfect, yeah.
Yeah. And for a team that needs defensive end depth, I mean, good lord, because last year we saw
ran out of bodies.
They literally ran out of bodies by the end of the season. So they had to make some premium-ish investment at least, and to get Height here, I think it's good, and it's a good fit for what they already have, because he's kind of like the everyman defensive end. Not great at maybe any one thing, but like pretty solid at a lot of things. And I think he sets a really high floor. This guy played a lot of football, and I think he slides in like really cleanly within that defense. And like if Michael Williams and Nick Bosa can stay healthy, this is kind of like the type of player you probably target to be the third edge behind them. So I think it makes a lot of sense. And he kind of fell under the radar with David Bailey and Lee Hunter getting a lot of hype this draft season, but he's a really good player.
He's another little fireball off the edge. He's weird though. He's undersized. He's old. He didn't really have a ton of production to this last year, and I still like him. Yeah. It was like everything was blaring for me, and I was just, I don't know. You see this twitch. Even when I described him, I say his movement is best described as ice skater-like. And I mean that complimentary and derogatory, because there's times where it's just like he's sliding in, he's skating through, but then he kind of gets knocked off. But he's got some real twitch. I kind of get why the 49ers love these guys. They want to just throw a bunch of bodies at the quarterback. So you got to think of their pass rush. You know, this is a defense that will have their NASCAR fronts, whatever you want to call it, but their pass rush fronts. So you got Michael Williams, their first-round pick last year, another guy that got hurt. But he can kick inside in that Eric Armstead role. They got Osa Odigizua, who they traded for. They got Nick Bosa, and then they'll throw Romelo Height. And they got Keon White still on this roster. He's more of a dirty work guy. That's a lot of heat to be thrown at. I mean, legit heat, not just like, oh, that's a fun idea. Odigizua is a great gap shooter. Height's twitchy. Bosa is a defensive player of the year candidate when he's healthy. And then I think Michael Williams would be great rushing from the inside. Different flavors. This is cool. Yeah. This is where I preferred him, like in the 70s range. This is where I kind of had him stacked up. He's a specific player. He's unique, but he's got some juice. I liked him, even though he has some red flags. I
still love that you used the phrase premium-ish. Like, I feel like when we're going to the Chili's in Times Square after the show, some store's going to offer hey, premium-ish New York souvenirs. Like, that's
what they all is. Yeah,
premium-ish. Hey, guys, come on. Like, we got authentic premium-ish watches here.
Those I Heart New York shirts, that's premium-ish, you know?
Oh, man, the Washington Commanders pick is in. It's being announced as we are in the third round of the NFL draft. We are already a handful of picks into this one. 4 picks in. Again, if you're just tuning in, the Yahoo Sports app and yahoosports.com is where you can get in. You can react. You can get the little emojis. You can get in on the comments on the YouTube chat, too. We're getting a bunch of those in. throughout the course of the show. And credit to Pittsburgh, by the way. The scenes are wild for that crowd. I've been lucky enough to attend the NFL draft, covering it many years of my career. I'm not sure that there's a better live experience, honestly. So if you're a fan and you have the choice between going to the Super Bowl or going to the NFL, go to the draft. And every year
one's definitely cheaper.
Yeah, hell of a lot cheaper. And there are a hell of a lot more fans that are for all teams. And there's just such a great vibe to the entire party. So kudos. Every year, I feel like every city that hosts it does such a great job that we're reminded of what an electric event it is. Mark Rippon is up at the podium announcing the pick for the Washington Commanders as I continue to gracefully stall while we wait to see.
If you're a fan that can choose between the Super Bowl and the draft, just ask me for my Cash App real quick.
Okay. Just going doesn't. You don't have to.
You got to send that guy the condiment for the T-shirt.
But if you can choose Super Bowl, send me your Cash App.
Okay. I do like the entrepreneurialism of that. We're still waiting on the pick. Announcing the pick's a little like the national anthem. Just get it done. It's not about you. It's about the person that's getting picked.
He's probably saying something that we can't hear. He's probably saying something like really nice too.
I know, really great.
Hurry up.
Who do we think here? What's a good position?
I already know what it is.
That's the pro question I was supposed to
Well, then,
I was filibustering.
Receiver in some way, shape, or form.
It's a receiver?
Outside, Malachi Fields? No, outside, not Bryce.
The opposite of outside.
Slot, okay.
Finally, I mean, I haven't talked about a receiver forever. I can finally talk about a receiver.
Harmon's excitement is
I know,
palpable.
tight ends. I was like, give me some clips, Colin.
And Antonio Williams here, I think it's a great pick by Washington. Number one, it was him and Chris Bell were my top two guys available. Chris Bell, just a totally different archetype of receiver, and obviously a much more volatile bet. And they need some certainty at the wide receiver position because they have Terry McLaurin, who's awesome. He's on the extension. I'm really excited to see what he looks like in this new offense under David Blau there. It's going to look much more like a Ben Johnson offense than the Cliff Kingsbury offense previously, which also makes me excited about Antonio Williams because he's a guy that I think he played a lot of slot last year, 5'11", 187 pounds. He's definitely a leading candidate for the Matt Harmon Fell for It Again award in a smaller, separation-based wide receiver. But the reason I like Williams more than some of the other kind of guys I've had the wandering eye for in this position, he's just so reliable. Like, I think he's someone that's got great hands, really good in contested situations as well, 75th percentile success rate versus man coverage. So I think he's somebody that can play some Z for them in two receiver sets. And right now, outside of Terry McLaurin, it's Treylon Burks and like Luke McCaffrey at the wide receiver position. Like they might be trading for Brandon Ayuk at some point or signing him whenever he gets cut. Okay, maybe that happens and that's an upside bet, but this is a guy that I think can reliably just walk on there and play wide receiver for this team. I compared him to Sterling Shepard, which for me is a really high compliment because I thought Sterling Shepard would have been a stud had he not had all of the injuries, and he still turned out to be a really good, reliable role player. I think this is the guy that Jaden Daniels need to give him some layups in this new offense.
He walks in, he's their best yak guy, just right away. And I'm not even saying that's like the strongest part of Williams' game. I love him as a smooth route runner. He's slot-only guys I only can get so high on, but he was my favorite of like the day two slot-only guys.
Yeah.
I thought this is the perfect range for him. I had him as, I think, in my 60s on my big board. I really liked him, just a smooth operator, even if he can be more specific with his role. I mean, you are like, Chigoquanko is probably the best yak guy on this roster.
Definitely.
I think it just kind of gives them a different flavor than what they have right now.
I always go back to something C-Rob said to me on Inside Coverage a while back after that rookie year of Washington and Jaden Daniels. And he said, look, even within the organization, people in the organization understand that they were ahead of their skis. Like they weren't as good as their record was and that they had a lot of work to do. I think we need to be reminded of that because last year certainly seemed like it fell apart a little bit for Washington. There's still a long process. Comes back to what I was saying earlier. Like I have no questions about Jaden Daniels, but sometimes it takes a minute for everything else to sort of work around him. So I like that pick a lot for Washington. The next pick.
Can I say just one more thing about Williams too, just because I want to give the fantasy folks a little something here.
Hell yeah, come on.
This is probably one of the first landing spots in a minute where I've been like, oh, this guy can actually help you in fantasy this year. I think Antonio Williams, because guys like even Omar Cooper Jr. at the end of the first round, might be like the third or fourth pass catcher on the Jets. Obviously, the Browns have two rookies now, so Denzel Boston, how much upside is there going to be there? Even the third receiver in Pittsburgh, Germy Bernard. I don't know that that's going to be that exciting if Aaron Rodgers is the quarterback this year. But again, Williams has opportunity to see the field. Right now, if Jaden Daniels is healthy, this offense is going to be good. So this is actually a rookie receiver that I think could be pretty good in fantasy.
Do you want to talk about what you just said?
Oh,
you want to skip it? Okay, we got to do that real quick. The Bengals get Takario Davis, corner out of Washington for Cincinnati.
Yep. Big, great size, more of a traits pick. Was better maybe at Arizona than maybe what he showed at Washington. He followed his coach there, but really just traitsy and toolsy guy. I actually kind of like it because I think the Bengals corners are decent, so he doesn't have to step right in. So it's more of just an upside pick. He's battled some injuries as well, but really, really high-end tools.
Yeah, he's got some ball hawk to him too.
Yeah.
Complimentary and derogatory.
Yeah. I liked him better. I liked him better at Arizona than this past year. I actually had him he was just outside my preseason big board, which feels like 10 years ago at this point. But but day two corners, you're getting one of two types. You're either getting the feisty undersized guy or the toolsy guy that, hey, maybe we can squint and make this work. He's the latter guy.
I'm going to give you credit for a second. The whole reason that I spent my entire year watching Fernando Mendoza was because you did a way too early big board last year, the day after the draft. Yeah. And Tice was like, keep an eye out. Fernando's going to be the guy. So the whole reason, all year I was like, actually, I know it. So hey, look, there's value to nerds like me. We're consuming that.
And you knew by Halloween, too, to start looking.
Oh, yeah.
You're like, oh, yeah, I got to check it.
Now, why do we have to do that? You took a positive, beautiful thing and you
was it all the way till Halloween? I don't know.
Hanging out with my mom, finding a way to ruin the perfect moment. Okay, it's fine.
The Saints keep taking Bulldogs.
Yeah, Oscar Delp goes to New Orleans.
Yeah.
So, your tight end, what do you think?
I hate that for me as a Falcons fan because I think Delp was probably one of the most underutilized player that Georgia had over his entire career. Because when he was a freshman, he looked like he was about to be a superstar player in the future. And I don't think that talent level ever really fell off. It was just more like the players that you had, you have Brock Bowers, and then we can run the ball, and he kind of just falls out the mix a little bit. But it also helped the way because I think he's a pretty good blocker. He ran the 4.4. He's got good hands. This to me is one of those tight ends that maybe wasn't utilized the best way in college, but in the NFL, it's probably a cleaner vision for his game.
Which is just classic college tight end. I had Delp at 71 over on my big board. He was my tight end 4. Yep, 4. Another guy that has inline ability, great athleticism. Chuck nailed it. His production is not indicative of what he is as a player. Just a classic college tight end that's more about the tools and the mindset that you're betting on. But actually, the inline stuff he's not always polished yet, but he can block. He has the want to. He has enough length. He's not great, good enough athlete to bend and recover, but really his field stretching ability is really, really cool too. So different flavor than Juwan Johnson that they have, who's a receiving only tight end. Maybe you can kind of get maybe a Jake Ferguson here, a little smaller Jake Ferguson that Kellen Moore had in Dallas. So I like this for the Saints.
I thought this was a sneaky team to add an inline tight end too, because they just really didn't have one of those guys. And they really, as the league is going to more heavier personnel packages, they went the other way and played a lot more spread last year.
That's right, yeah. Spread and tempo and all that stuff, yeah.
So we have a big draft trade movement up. The Giants have gone from 105 all the way up to 74. The Browns trade out of 74. For that, they get 105, 145, and a 2027 fourth round pick. So that is a big move. And why did they make that big move? Well, they made that big move because the Giants wanted to get Malachi Fields, wide receiver, Notre Dame. Harmon, what do we think?
Well, first of all, they saw the Dolphins were picking at the next pick, and they were like, I bet they're taking a wide receiver, so we're going to go ahead and get one that we want here. And I like Malachi Fields. He definitely has flaws in his game. He's not a separator against press man coverage. 24th percentile success rate versus man, 25th percentile success rate versus press in reception perception. However, he's still a guy that is new to the wide receiver position. He was a high school quarterback, and I think you actually see some of his high school quarterbackness in how he beats zone coverage, because 81.6% success rate versus zone in reception perception, that's a 63rd percentile mark. So that's definitely the strength of his game from a separation standpoint. And these guys, I'm always fascinated by these perimeter, big-bodied college X receivers. Can you take them and move them into a slot role, into a Z receiver role in the NFL? I think there is some of that versatility here in New York, because you have Malik Neighbors, who when he's healthy can play the X, but you also want to move him around a little bit. So that's a nice bonus for Malachi Fields. But also, if you are going to play him as the boundary X receiver, you better have a quarterback who is aggressive, who wants to throw that ball downfield into tight coverage, and you have that in Jackson Dart. So there's opportunity in this receiver room, no question. They've been trying and unable to break up with Darius Slayton for many, many years as that vertical boundary receiver. Fields might be a guy who can actually push for immediate playing time here, and I liked him a little bit more. Like when he was getting first round buzz, that was kind of crazy to me. This is where I thought he would go in the third round. Makes a ton of sense to get him here.
I had him 60th on my board, late second, early third grade. A guy that I prefer bigger receivers, and when I first watched him, I'm like, stiff, not for me. And then I watched him more, and I was like, okay, you don't have maybe top end speed, but he's really good getting out of his breaks, like
and throttling down
surprisingly. Like it's like, whoa, where did that come from? Like he's quicker than fast at 6'4", 218. That's strange. It's just a real weird archetype. We've talked about it. You might have mentioned even right there, maybe a power slot guy. Yeah. I think with Neighbors, with Neighbors' injuries, like Fields is perfect complementary player for that.
Yeah.
Like they have great synergy because Fields' skill set allows Neighbors to be his best version, whether he has to be off the ball, whether he has to be in the slot. Fields can just go, okay, I can just do the other thing and just be the auxiliary player. So really like this. It's not the star, oh my God, they're going to have 2 Pro Bowl receivers. It's more like, no, this is a secondary pass catcher that helps out everybody else.
He's a perfect complementary receiver to Neighbors, 100%. He ran so many stop routes too.
Curls and stops,
and that's a route that Jackson Dart will want to throw there outside the numbers.
Interesting note from Yahoo Sports Daily. Last week we had a Giants reporter on that made it clear that Cam Scatterby was much farther along in his recovery and rehab than Malik Neighbors is. Yeah. So just something to keep in mind as we look at this team moving forward. If you're watching us on the Yahoo Sports Network, going to take a quick break. If you're watching us on YouTube, don't go anywhere. We're going to interact with the comments as we always do, but we'll make sure you don't miss a single pick on the network. So stick with us. We'll be right back. All right. So while Nate can't defend himself because he's going to get his batteries changed, one of the comments came in and said, "So Nate, is Nussmeier going to be the next tight end to come off the board?" Oh, I just thought that was worth pointing out. A bunch of comments coming in here. Is Seattle winning the draft by way of rival divisional picks? So you would have to believe that everybody else in the division is doing so poorly that Seattle's actually winning the draft. What do you think, C-Mac? We follow with that level of logic?
Well, I mean, Arizona's on some weird stuff. Who the Rams took Ty Simpson?
Yeah.
The 49ers they've had a solid run for it. I won't go that far.
Look, as a fan of a team that sucks, this is what usually we do. Usually your team sucks. You find a way to justify it. Seahawks don't have to worry about winning the draft. They just won the Super Bowl. I'm just reminding you, y'all won a Super Bowl. The draft does not matter to you. You won the Super Bowl.
Man, if the Falcons ever won a Super Bowl, I would never watch the draft again. It would cease to be a thing of importance.
That is so true. That's so true. I said it earlier. I think the craziest thing about the Seahawks, genuinely, is that usually when you win a Super Bowl, you get all the love going into the next season. Everyone's like, "Oh my God!" I just feel like it's almost like people have forgotten how good Seattle was last year.
Yeah, we don't respect defense still. We just don't. I mean, because I thought it was interesting just how fast after that game we wanted to talk to the quarterbacks. Man, we just saw one of the best defense performances that you'll ever see in a Super Bowl, and basically everyone is coming back except for Tariq Woolen. I don't know. I think we should still be very high on Seattle going into next year, and obviously the offense should stay at least somewhat competent.
Yeah, I mean, when you have somebody as respected as a head coach, look, with an offensive-minded head coach, we freak out all the time. Oh my God, to have McVay. When you have the defensive version of that, then you should equally respect that. So Seahawks fans, don't worry about winning the draft. You just won the dang Super Bowl. All right, we're going to welcome everybody back in that's watching us on the Yahoo Sports Network. We're just getting started. We're going to be here all night, every single pick. We've got you covered for all of it, having the time of our lives here in the New York studio. Thanks to everybody behind the scenes working their tails off to make sure this goes great. I'm having the time of my life.
I'm happy for you that you're having the time.
Okay, Harmon, you can't talk. Harmon's not allowed to talk right now.
No,
well, because there's an empty seat. See, this is.
Well, they could put me on. If they could put me on.
Oh, they could do a solo
and
shot.
Then we could talk this. Wow, come on.
I mean, here's the thing.
This is what the people want.
Can we do the?
Can you tell there's 25 picks left?
I think we should tell on our teammate a little bit because there was a battery change, which is totally normal. We're wearing packs. We're going to have battery changes. But suddenly, Nate Tice just disappeared.
No, I saw what this next pick is. Nate's got to be out collecting himself right
I wonder if Nate, if his microphone is on while he's tinkling, will he
You think he can hear any of this?
Nah, I'm sure he can hear it. I want him to chime in.
We're up for a violation if he can.
A urinal chime in would be absolutely incredible. From the urinal, he's like, "Hey, dude." Oh my God!
Someone will be going to jail.
I mean, yeah. I do like my job. While we're waiting on Nate to come back, amazingly, Caleb Douglas, wide receiver, Texas Tech. You mentioned that Malachi was going to be that the Giants were jumping up to get a wide receiver. The Dolphins still take a wide receiver, Caleb Douglas, Texas Tech. What do you think?
I charted 31 guys heading into this class. This was not one of them. This was not one of the guys that I worked on, and he just missed my cut.
Damn, I've never heard this guy.
I charted the other Texas Tech wide receiver, Reggie Virgil, so I didn't even look. And Reggie Virgil, interesting little player, but I did not look at Caleb. Oh my God, now I'm gonna have to end up doing work on this guy.
You know what? That's part of the joy of this. Caleb, 22
I'm gonna
years
chart him.
old.
I'm gonna chart him in my hotel room tomorrow.
He was a 2-year starter at Texas Tech. The Z receiver. And Nate's standing over here just like, Nate's now trash talking. You cannot trash talk through the glass. I mean, that
couldn't even wait till he got back in the studio to be like, what is going on?
We have this is where we are. More smooth than sudden as an athlete. That's the
Speaking of the opposite.
Yeah, I mean,
speaking of smooth, we got the next pick here.
We'll just keep moving. The next pick came in, and this one is a big one as we get a quarterback off the board. The Steelers, in front of their home crowd in the 3rd round of the draft, have selected Drew Aller, Penn State quarterback. What do you think?
All the fun stuff's happening while I'm gone. Caleb Douglas.
I know! 31 receivers.
6th-rounder.
Yeah, okay.
And another 6th-rounder here. That just
Oh my God, another 6. Okay.
No. Here's the Drew Aller thing. You're that big and that big an arm and no one thinks you're good? Come on, man.
I feel like this. I compared him to the robot that can't walk down the stairs in RoboCop.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
Yeah, that's true.
That's amazing.
It's just anything he has to move. If he has to move, he's very robotic. This is the guy that if you watch his 10 best throws, you'd be like, this guy's the #1 pick. He looks the part. He throws incredible football. If he gets moved off his spot, everything comes unraveled. The accuracy, his eyes, just every pressure makes him unfold. He'll throw some great throws, like unbelievable throws. There's talents there. Just a very robotic player. So
Drew Aller is the exact reason that I want everybody that sits here and screams about next year's draft class to sit down, shut up, and color in your books. I just don't want to hear it anymore, because a year ago, right now, it was, oh man, Drew Aller next year is going to be a top pick. The longer guys stay in college, and I think this is good for the NFL long term, but the longer guys stay in college, the more they have an opportunity to put film out. Now that film can be good, and that film can be bad. Yeah. And the more proof of concept we get, sometimes the proof is actually this guy ain't it. So Drew Aller, to me, is a cautionary tale to every person that is screaming about next year's quarterback class today, because Drew Aller was supposed to be a franchise savior in the minds of many.
Dante Moore is probably going okay, it better be a good year. Going back to Oregon, I mean, Ty Simpson just went 13. I probably would have gone a little bit higher than even that.
Yeah, the thing with unfortunately, the thing with players like Drew Aller, it's you're this big with true elite arm strength, and nobody's checking for this man. That doesn't really happen unless we kind of already know. And he's a guy who got hurt, but I wouldn't say it was the injury that hurt his stock to get him down here. Because even if he didn't,
it was already going down.
Right, it was already going down because he couldn't show the consistency. And at that point, we're like, man, you're at year 3 of starting, and you haven't really gotten better. I mean, maybe the NFL coaching is what he needs, but if he really has some stuff to him, I think he would have gotten a lot higher.
It's even the homecoming story of this, where it's oh man, he stays in the state of Pennsylvania. Mm-hmm. We just saw Kenny Pickett stay in the same stadium and suck. So it's just I struggle. I want Drew Aller to be wildly successful. I root for every one of these guys to go out and kick ass. I look at this and say it doesn't hit for me. Yeah. It doesn't answer any questions for the Steelers.
They're a sucker. This is the Rooneys are. They'll always usually have a guy from Penn State, Pitt, Notre Dame, maybe West Virginia. I think that's the other one you throw in there. So of course they have some preference with all that. I knew a team would fall for him in the 3rd round. It was almost one of my safest bets. I sure probably even said that at the beginning of the show. Someone's going to take him. He's on the Ryan Mallett, Joe Flacco spectrum. It's that kind of tier of quarterback. But Flacco's the high end version. Maybe Drew Bledsoe is the highest version of that, and then you got Flacco. He's more near Mallett, and I would say Mallett, who I actually went to the same year of high school with. We went to camps. Sometimes couldn't hit the broadside of the barn. Has more consistent accuracy than Aller. And that's the thing. I wanted to like him, like especially this quarterback class. This would be the easiest guy for me, Mr. Tools, to just go, oh yeah, Taylon Green and Drew Aller, woo, let's go. And then even me, I'm like, no, throttle back, day three. Not shocked he goes round 3 though.
If Drew Aller had like the last season or last couple seasons Ryan Mallett had at Arkansas, he would have been in the first round of this draft.
Yeah.
But it never got close to coming together for him in any consistent way. So, yeah. I mean, good luck. Is Aaron going to teach this guy anything?
No.
No.
I mean, yeah.
What his coffee order is?
Here's how you put my helmet through my shoulder pad and pick it up at the end of practice every day.
We have another trade, by the way, as we get the Packers trading 84 and 160 to move up to 77. So they move up by trading with the Buccaneers, and once they get up there, the Packers take Chris McClellan, Missouri defensive tackle, who, again, like some of these guys, you said this, I can't remember, forgive me for not remembering about which recruit, which draftee. Some of these guys have just moments on tape that you look at and say, this is a sure thing, and then you watch more of it and you're like,
who are you?
Okay.
No, McClellan, I mentioned this too, and actually it's one, man, I kind of like, we don't really do day 2 mocks. But I'm not shocked now, like looking at what looking at what defensive tackles have gone, and I'm like, oh man, this feels a little bit of a reach, but it's like it's kind of slim pickings right now. So now we're getting the guy that this is more of a round 4, round 5 grade to me guy. Not that he's bad or anything, but I think he's more of he does everything well. He's got some heavy-handedness, but nothing. He's not very disruptive, but he can hold the point, which is actually kind of what the Packers need. They don't need really sexy at D tackle. They need more plugger types. But we're kind of getting slimmer here as we're getting the kind of round 3 is kind of going along.
All right, so that means that the Colts are up on the clock next. And what's it?
Caleb Douglas. I was in the bathroom when that pick happened. And you guys said Caleb Douglas. I go, oh, that had to been a different guy. Caleb Douglas.
Dude.
That guy's like
point of reference here.
He's like round 6, round 7.
Scouts Inc. had him as their 26th ranked wide receiver.
And
26th ranked wide
I said I did 31 guys, and I was like, I know I'm not, obviously there's going to be more than 31 receivers in the class. There's probably going to be more than 31. There might be more than 31 drafted. There probably will be. But I'm just like, as long as I can get everybody on day 2. And I was like, I felt really good that I was going to have everybody on day 2. Guess not. I got some work to do in the hotel room tomorrow. I'll have a profile up on him by tomorrow evening. How's that sound?
Dane Brugler had him at receiver 31.
Well, I guess I missed my cutoff.
You know what? You were right there.
So but yeah, I mean, that's, I know.
And this is some of the other wide receivers available.
That's the
other part of it.
Like, that's the bigger story here.
I mean, even because, again, you talked about at the beginning of the show, was the flavors. So it's not like, oh, there's only small guys. Oh, there's only this type. There's everything. There's,
I mean, Chris Bell, Elijah Surratt.
Yep.
Deion Burks. I like Burks.
I like Bryce Lance. Like
Bryce Lance, Ted Hurst, Cyrus Allen, Skylar Bell, Brennan Thompson. Obviously Chris Brazzell, but we talked about this.
Yeah,
he's a guy I kind of expect to fall out of the 3rd round and go on day 3. So we'll see what happens with that. But yeah, at this point, it was surprising to see Caleb. Like I said, I worked on his teammate Reggie Virgil. I got a profile up on Reggie Virgil, but not on Caleb Douglas.
Not to mention shirt-eating Ted Hurst. Well, Ted didn't actually eat the shirt. Somebody in the YouTube chat wants to eat a shirt if he doesn't make the Pro Bowl.
Zachariah Branch, another wide receiver, by the way.
There's a ton of them out there. The Colts are making their pick right now as we are, again, flying through. It's 5 minutes between picks in the 3rd round. So everything in the 3rd round starts to run pretty rapidly, which does raise the question of why they can't just run the 1st round that fast.
Some people complained. Yeah, some people, what? That was amazing.
Some people whose brains are just cooked by this here computer thought 8 minutes was too fast.
Yeah.
Or too pretty. I mean, I thought it was a
pretty
good time.
fast.
I thought it was great.
Well, for us, it was great. I think
I'm guessing some of the TV partners didn't like it because they like to get all of their commercials in. AJ Halsey, safety LSU, is the pick for the Colts. You love it?
I like it.
He's a cool player.
Yeah.
Dude, CJ Allen and AJ Halsey for not having a 1st-round pick.
Yeah.
It's not a bad haul.
I know.
I mean, this guy, he's one of those guys where Where'd he start? Because I know he's at Houston before.
Houston, and then he was at
like Middle Tennessee State or something like that. Like some
Word or something like that. Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Something in that realm.
New Mexico.
New Mexico.
Okay.
Right. So he goes from New Mexico to Houston to LSU. I mean, dude, he earned every one of those steps because last year he was absolutely like one of their best players like on the whole team and one of the best defensive backs like in the SEC. So we're talking like a ball hawk who I think can play really both safety spots.
Yeah.
To get him in the third round, it's good value because I kind of watch him like, man, like this is a guy that's a high floor.
The last one.
Right, and so to get him here at what, 78, right as the third round kind of hits like the back end of it, that's a good pick. And I think you have two smart, capable players in Halsey and Allen, which is what this defense needed if you're not going to first round pick.
He's the last guy I kind of gave some steam to, if that makes sense. Like I was like, okay, you're in my 75. All right, you're 72. Hey, you're 70? You're 66? You end up at 61 for me. And smart, like can run down the play. He can play deep safety. Gets himself in trouble sometimes because he's like he reads the play and he's like, all right, I'm a ball hawk. I'm gonna go make the play. Can get caught sometimes, and there's teams that really scouted for that, which actually is a compliment to him. No matter what, he's well built, and every stop he's been at, he's produced and he's earned the right to be like the guy. He's got physicality. I really liked him, and what you mentioned right there, Chuck, the Colts really solidified their spine. Like these are two really smart players to add to their defense. And Lou Anarumo, when he was thriving with the Bengals, he had Jesse Bates. He had really smart safeties. So this is another guy, a really smart safety on the back end.
Everybody's laughing now. The next pick is in for the Falcons, and the Falcons turn around and take Zachariah Branch, wide receiver out of Georgia. Why'd you laugh?
I feel like this is a very familiar draft for me because they just drafted AJ Terrell's younger brother at Clemson and now they got Zach Branch at Georgia.
The Goodwill draft.
Yeah, the Goodwill draft. Yeah, that's exactly what this is. We got to get it here. We got to draft some Georgia players for these crazy ass people down there. But
Kennesaw State coming next.
You know, I'm sure there will be people claiming for someone that I'm not thinking of right now, but. It's an interesting pick. I don't really know like what his utility is as like a real like wide receiver too for this team, but he's a lightning bug, which is something that they could use. Like I thought they were more interested in like a true deep threat, which I don't think this is what he is. He's more kind of like a Taylor Gabriel type who had a lot of success with the Falcons 10 years ago in 2016. I think it's fine for round 3. That's what I'll say. It's more palatable because you have someone like Drake London out there and Kyle Pitts here for now on the outside, and those are bigger guys. But, Zach Branch, it's funny because I've seen people ask, like, why didn't Georgia throw in the bubble downfield? Like, well, neither did USC when they had Caleb Williams, too. Mm-hmm. So he's 5'8 and a half, 177, and he plays exactly like that.
He's tiny for an NFL player.
I thought that this would be a guy that is... I don't think he can play outside. I think he has to play in the slot. And this is a team that, I guess they trust Jahan Dotson to be their wide receiver too. And I'm still a Jahan Dotson, I pull the stock out from under, the couch cushion. I still kind of believe that Jahan could be something. But obviously their main 2 target getters are Drake London and Kyle Pitts. The thing with Zachariah Branch, it makes him a really tough evaluation. He in the games I charted for perception last year, 29% of his routes were screen routes. Yeah. That is by far the highest mark I've ever charted for a receiver. These are the only ones who are close, and I've been doing this since 2016 for prospects. Rondale Moore, rest in peace, 21%. Amari Rodgers, 19%. Ardarius Stewart, 16%. No one else in any of the classes I've charted has ever even hit 15%. So that just makes him a really tough evaluation with all of those screens. There are little flashes that he can do more from crossing routes against man coverage. But every contested catch he makes, he's cradling it, he's welcoming it into his body. So I do think he could be a useful player in the NFL, but more honestly, he'll be more useful in creating leverage for Drake London as a motion at the snap type player, which maybe that doesn't get you excited, but in the third round.
Yeah, as I said, if not the type of player I would have added, but I can't sit here and yell about the 79th overall pick. Maybe I'm getting washed.
He's got some juice with the ball in his hands. Yeah. It's just he's not gadgety. He's adjacent to it, though.
Pretty close.
He's close. He's as close as you can get.
But can you really have a creative touch guy be 177 pounds?
That's the thing. Is holding up. It's a very specific role player, and I thought they needed maybe another more receiver, especially with Drake London, especially a guy with outside ability because of the Drake London kind of power slot ability. So, yeah, I thought Branch, I would have been more comfortable with him in round 4, but I figured he would go in round 3.
Them Dogs fans going to be happy, though, because you got to draft the Georgia players.
Gotta get your Bulldog.
According to them, that's the reason why the Falcons are never good, because they don't draft Georgia players.
They skipped Todd Gurley, and they've regretted it ever since.
That's exactly
how they think,
right.
Dude, when I worked there, D-Led was asking questions about Todd Gurley, and I was like, dude, that was 2 drafts ago. Like, let it go.
Shout out my guy D-Led. Retiring
I know.
He's retiring this year. It's his last draft. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So the next pick comes in, and we continue the run on wide receivers. The Ravens take the 5th wide receiver of this round, Jacoby Lane, USC, a highlight catch guy. It's just one of those guys you see a million highlights for. What do you like about him?
Well, you got to see a lot of highlight catches because you're not going to see a lot of separation from this guy. 2nd percentile success rate versus man coverage, 7th percentile against zone. So I don't even know if he's necessarily one of these guys you want to take from the perimeter and kick into the slot. Again, I just don't know how you could watch him and not come away with serious separation concerns and ability for him to get open against press man coverage. That being said, he can be like a sacrificial X receiver where he lines up on the ball and clears space out for his teammates. And you mentioned this too, I do want to give him credit that he has some unbelievable catches on his tape. I mean, there are times where it's like his quarterback just would truly just throw it up to him. And I'd be like, ain't no shot he's coming down with that. And he would come down with it, which, if you think about the Ravens wide receivers, they don't exactly have that guy. They have Zay Flowers. My therapist says I'm not allowed to talk about Rashad Bateman anymore, but I'll briefly just mention that he's not a guy that is a ball winner and is more of a true route runner. So I think at this point, you needed something else in the room. I definitely had a lot of guys I would have preferred over Jacoby Lane because I just don't think there's a lot of ceiling there. But I do think, again, he could be that sacrificial X receiver for a team that has guys that you want to move around and do all the fun stuff with.
If you are watching us on the Yahoo Sports Network, we're going to take a quick break. If you're watching us on YouTube, don't go anywhere. We're going to interact with you guys in the comments, maybe change some batteries. We're going to have some fun. But if you're watching us on the network, don't worry. You won't miss a single reaction to a single pick. We'll continue the action coming up next. Cool. All right, I think you guys are...
All right, so while these boys get their batteries...
Yeah, I got to use the bathroom too.
Nate, you and I are going to talk about a little bit best available players here.
Let's do it.
We've got the Football 301 approved board up on the screen here. Obviously, we know why number 1 is available, but let's talk us through some of the best available players here.
Yep, Nussmeier, I figured he'd be sitting in this spot. I heard that he has some interest right now in round 3. This is kind of when his real range goes. Keontae Scott, older slot guy, but fun, experienced. Again, if I'm going to go glass half full on him. Danny Dennis-Sutton from Penn State is kind of a interesting kind of player profile. Tested really well. Doesn't always play to that, but was productive enough. I think he's got a higher floor than he's getting credit for, even though if he's a little bit of a frustrating player. I feel like we're in his range now. Bryce Lance, again, is a guy I'm higher on probably everybody. I like him better than Lane.
I was going to say, if you're looking sacrificial X receiver, I would have preferred Bryce Lance as a ceiling bet more than Lane.
Lane I had as a 4th, 5th round guy.
I had him as a 5th.
Yeah.
Are we reaching a spot where Jamad McCoy is just not going to get drafted?
Or it's going to be a day three, whatever pick. That's what it seems like. I mean, what C-Rob was saying there is that's some serious stuff. Bryce Lance to me, I'm not shocked he's gone either. I was super high with him having him in my top 50, but he was kind of more sitting in this 90 range. Manuel Pregnon, kind of surprised that maybe he hasn't gone yet.
I was going to say, what do you think
teams
that could look at him here?
I'm a little cool. I cooled on him a little bit, but I mean, anyone use a little bit more of a power guard. He's older. He's top heavy, so maybe that's with some things too, where maybe zone teams don't really like that. And he's not powerful enough to be like, oh yeah, this guy's a glass eater. Yeah. So kind of like a tweener, and he's old. But having said that, I have still liked him. I had him still above Rutledge, who went round 1. But they were kind of tiered the same for me. But that's kind of, I liked him just a little bit more power, a little bit more oomph to him. And my dad did too. We viewed those two the same way. We like Bisontis better than both of them. But no, they're this little next group. I was wondering how the receivers would go, and now they're going interesting.
Receivers going everywhere, by the way. Welcome back to everybody watching us on the Yahoo Sports Network. We are getting you caught up on everything that's happening across the draft. We're here all night. You guys can interact with us, hang out with us in the Yahoo Sports app and at yahoosports.com. You can punch the little emojis and get in on the fun, see how everybody else is reacting to the picks that you think are great or terrible. Either way, another pick has come in from Jacksonville. We've had some questions about the Jags draft so far, but they take Albert Regis, defensive tackle out of Texas A&M.
Yep, compact, sawed-off plugger, though. I would say if you're looking for one comparison to him, it'd be like the Rams' Poona Ford. Where it's like, yeah, he's smaller, but he doesn't play like that. Like, he plays more of a power role. That's what the Jags have needed. They need that plugger type. And remember, I keep saying this with all these defensive tackle picks because these are little reaches. Like, these guys, I'd be more comfortable. I had day 3 grades on these last couple of defensive tackles that have gone. But like I mentioned before, that group, there wasn't a lot of this type of flavor right now. So I'm not shocked that he ends up. I'm a little shocked. Gladstone's going on a little bit of a heat check right now. He's feeling himself a little bit right now. And
Are you sure? The guy who said I am uniquely qualified to oversee a player playing 2 ways, and no one else has ever done that before in the NFL.
Intangibly rich is he? He loves his buzzwords. Intangibly rich. So maybe intangibly rich. You can go with that. I understand the archetype they went after. We're getting into the range. We're running out of talent, really. I told somebody this before that I had 90 round 3 grades or better. Usually I have about 105, 110, but then I only had 7 round 1 grades. So that's a lot of guys that are usually day 2 guys.
Yeah.
But now we're kind of getting into kind of reach zone. But that's what this draft is. It's not really a reach. That's just what the talent level is.
You guys both certainly, as we met earlier today and we're getting ready for the draft, we expected that there'd be sort of just this moment here where you're seeing sort of flavor of ice cream. Now, Dominique Orange is the pick for the Vikings out of Iowa State. You give a little head shake to that.
Yeah, this is one of my highest rated guys left, actually. I was one of the higher guys nationally on Dominique Orange, a.k.a. Big Citrus. I also want to maybe shout out. So my best remaining just individually is Jermon McCoy, which we know was dropping, Nussmeier, who is quarterback, and then Dominique Orange would be next. Playing a funky defense. Like, this is a guy, those other defensive tackles got drafted. I was curious, why not Orange? Because had only 1 career sack. Was a big recruit, but then during COVID got up to 400 pounds. So a big schools kind of dropped off of him. Ended up at Iowa State, stayed loyal to them. Iowa State plays a very unique defense. It's truly 3 down. They really ask their defensive linemen to use a lot of movement where they're slanting and looping across, because then they opens up stuff for their linebackers. It's a specific system, doesn't lead to a lot of production for their defensive linemen. Orange is one of those guys. The few times that you get to see him actually be a D tackle and go is what made me excited about him. Some twitch, some length. He has some want to, like sometimes his effort kind of comes and goes, and I would say that's a little knock on him. Here at 82, this is a perfectly safe range for him. You're not reaching on him at all. Very comfortable with his talent could be. And also, thank you, Rob Brzezinski and the Viking staff for listening to Football 301 for taking Caleb Banks and then now Dominique Orange, 2 defensive tackles that we are a little bit higher on. We keep saying address D tackle, and now they just got 2 guys that have some talent, and they have Jalen Redmond there too.
They did the baby gangster version of what they did last year. Instead of getting
they did.
Young guys.
They really did. I know. Yeah, they actually did. Yeah, they got the
young guys.
They got the baby Muppets version, whatever you want to say. Oh, Panthers.
The Panthers make their pick as we continue to fly through the 3rd round. Chris Brazzell, the 2nd, is the pick, wide receiver out of Tennessee. What say you, Harmon?
Yeah, Chris Brazzell, definitely a guy that I think this is the right range to take him. Like in the 3rd round, I didn't buy any of the late 1st round buzz or 2nd round. I think for these Tennessee receivers, you just got to remember there is a pretty big learning curve coming from that offense. Like what you're asked to do in that offense, you do not see a lot of that in the NFL. He is one of these receivers that falls into a bucket of players that I've charted over the course of reception perception that's a skewed alignment player. That means he took 95.7% of his sampled snaps outside, and he was on the right side of the field for 95.5% of those snaps. So that is just very unusual. Like I have a whole write-up on this on my website, so I won't bore you with all the numbers here, but it's just, you don't do that in the NFL. Like line up on one side of the field like that and run a rather stripped down route tree. So he does have some red flags from an on-field perspective. There's no question about that. The other part of it is there was an arrest in his past too, so you gotta keep that into account here. But from an on-field perspective, like from a talent level, he is definitely different than like the Jalen Hyatts that have come out of this school before. Like the best part about his game is in the intermediate area. He's got very loose, fluid hips where he can open it up. Like, Chuck, I know you the plays that he made against Georgia, I'm sure you remember those, where like he can run those out-breaking routes. Like, I thought that was different from him than some of those other Tennessee receivers. So there's definitely something from him here, and luckily he goes to a place in Carolina where they have Tetairoa McMillan, they have Jalen Coker, so they have 2 starting receivers. He doesn't have to contribute right away because he is definitely a developmental pick.
They all are. Every Tennessee skill player.
Yeah.
Like, dude, it's not even the same sport almost. I mean, think about how we were talking about Dylan Sampson last year as a running back at Tennessee.
Yeah.
It's hard when there's not 5 people in the box and the 2 safeties are 50 yards apart.
It's Oklahoma drill. He just has to make the one guy miss. That was it. Yep.
Yeah, and the same thing goes to receivers. I mean, think about how many guys have been drafted that ultimately have done nothing in the NFL. I think we're at a point with this offense where the transition is just too hard. Like by the time you're ready, potentially to contribute, is your rookie contract up?
Right.
Like it's really that bad. So we'll see what happens.
It's more the classic year that takes 3 years, which is how receivers used to be looked at. It took to year 3 that they could adjust and play. We've gotten a little spoiled that these guys have been catching balls and playing some offense. It's like, yeah, they can contribute right away. Yeah, his talent is ridiculous. Like, so he's truly a freak. Like I heard the one term, loose hipped. You don't really see big guys that can just move like this. Yep. And Big Gumby, like everyone always wants to throw out the Chris Henry comparisons. It's like, this is one guy that actually moves like him. And why I always think of Chris Henry, well, his son is now around, but then also Chris Henry was the guy that was the only guy people said, kind of looks like Randy Moss. And everyone was like, whoa. Okay, I see what you mean. But you don't see big guys that can move like this. But there's some off-field stuff. Mm-hmm. There were some worries about that. I do like this with the Panthers because they needed deep speed. Yeah. I like Coker and I like McMillan. They aren't the deep threats. They're intermediate guys that can create stuff after. So kind of complementary with that, as well as just, behemoth receiver group that the Panthers are just kind of creating in that group.
Also a statement to Carolina that they can take a luxury developmental pick. Like, this franchise has absolutely turned around. I know that it's taken a minute, especially at the quarterback position, and I know the expectations were through the roof, but I think you have to give Carolina a little tip of the cap. Like, it wasn't the conventional way to do that, but the fact that they can make this pick, I think, is a statement to them.
Yep, McMillan's the X, Jalen Coker is the Z/power slot, ideally, I think. Mm-hmm. Leggett, they're just like, watch Quentin Johnson film, and maybe we can turn it into
run player,
catch and run, crossers.
It's this is definitely not great for Leggett.
No,
you gotta like get going right now. Like, you gotta get going right now. The thing is, though, again, like I said with Brazel, I do think it's like 2027 and beyond for him. Like, he needs a year of development. But after that year or so of development, maybe he can contribute as that perimeter player to allow McMillan to move around too.
I'll make a prediction that I'll forget about in a month is that he'll have one game where it's like 3 catches, 110 yards, touchdown. You're gonna have to do a segment on him. On the Yahoo Fantasy Forecast. We're going to talk about him on waiver wires, and then he'll just have like 2 catches the rest of the season. But he's going to have one of those spike weeks. I could just already picture it now. But the rest of the receiver room, Jimmy Horton's the gadget guy. He's got some twitch to him. John Mechie's the dirty work guy. You can take a project, like you mentioned. They're actually in a better position to take a guy like this.
I also think, to your point, it's interesting. I got a lot of love for Tennessee volunteer football. I lived in that state for a very long time. That being said, I don't know why any wide receiver chooses to play there. Like,
you can score a lot of points.
Money.
They see the stats and they go, 1,000 yards.
These guys are getting drafted.
You're getting drafted, but there's going to come a point where we start to say the same thing about this will get louder and louder.
I mean, that's where I'm at. I think the results are so overwhelmingly negative for every single non-offensive lineman that has played under Josh Heupel in the NFL. All of them, including Hendon Hooker, who we talked about as a potential quarterback for the Lions. Yeah. They didn't even want to see him play. Yeah. So I'm just so out on this offense. It doesn't have to do with him as a player, but we've seen that these guys, they don't acclimate to the NFL ever before it's over.
I do think he could be the outlier because the traits,
unlike who's the Raiders draft?
I was going to say to bag on the 2025 Raiders one last time. This is when I knew they were completely unserious when they were like, oh, we're going to start Dante Thornton, our 4th round pick, as our day 1 X receiver. I'm like, dude, there was nothing, and I mean nothing on that guy's film last year. It was like, he's ready to start in the NFL. I was like, oh yeah, but he's 6 whatever.
And
he
the
runs
one
a 4.3.
preseason player, right?
Exactly.
Where he got the go ball.
Yeah, it's like when he was not open at all because he was not ready to rock in that way. That was they were unserious.
I got destroyed by Raiders fans on Raider Radio because I do a weekly hit for them. I got destroyed when I wasn't buying into the Dante Thornton hype in the preseason. Everybody's like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm like,
people have no idea how. Really? You think like one-on-one to football practice, the big fast guy won a lot of plays? Really?
Yeah, in mini camp, he was like, man, Dante Thornton is tearing it up at the OTAs. I'm like, of course he is, because he's bigger and faster than everybody. But like when he has to come out there and be in the right place at the right time and actually
it looked bad early on that one. All right, speaking of wide receivers, we have another wide receiver going on. We'll see if this means somebody's eating a shirt. Ted Hurst headed to Tampa Bay. So Georgia wide receiver, we had a comment earlier telling us that if he doesn't make the Pro Bowl, that commenter will eat their shirt. So Tampa Bay, Ted Hurst, is somebody eating a shirt?
I mean, again, Pro Bowl is, he's probably,
and that's nothing to do with him. I mean, he's got to fight for targets here.
Yeah, let's put that aside. Okay. And, I mean, from a Ted Hurst perspective, though, I do think he's well worth a 3rd-round pick that to develop and everything. He's really, really talented. He is a total freak athlete. I don't think he necessarily plays to that big X receiver type just yet. More of his stuff, honestly, is comparable to a Torrey Horton in last year's class. More of a slasher, the in-breaking routes. But that way, you can get him on the field and do some of that stuff early. And this is the pretty deep receiver room where you don't have to do any of that right now. I mean, you got Emeka Egbuka, you got Chris Godwin, you've got Jalen McMillan, even Tez Johnson gave him a little something last year. They'll probably re-sign Sterling Shepard at some point because him and Baker Mayfield are buddies. But the thing is, all of those guys I just listed off there, they're all best as, Z's, slots. They lost Mike Evans. They don't really have that long-term X receiver option. In time, not this year probably, but in time, Ted Hurst could maybe be that.
He's big and he can run, but there's some. My theory on him is he has really big feet because he would trip.
Puppy feet.
I can't, and it's one of those. It's one of those things I just can't unsee. It's when I just noticed anytime he got bumped, he would trip. Yeah. Anytime he would turn, he would trip, and then he would recover and everything. But it was why do you trip so much for a guy that tested well, gigantic? I liked him, and I was trying to make an argument for him, but I couldn't really get all the way there because it's just some of that movement I didn't always see. But outside kind of project, like you mentioned, it's different than maybe the guys they've taken later. Emeka Egbuka is oh yeah, plug play, get going. This is the complete opposite. This is maybe we get an X here, maybe not. All right, well, be a gunner on special teams while we figure you out.
Yeah. The Steelers, in front of their home crowd, back on the clock, take Dalon Everett, corner out of Georgia.
Yeah, this is interesting. He's a guy that, he's kind of like Georgia's defensive version of Monroe Freeland. He was burnt rubber out there to start his career at Georgia, but they kept putting him out there. I mean, he played a lot as a freshman, sophomore, and obviously his junior and senior years. And his junior year, I think, is when he kind of started to figure it out. He's not a great man coverage guy. When I put him in a dig where I think he made near 75. Just because he tested well, and I do like the stuff downhill. I wonder if he could fit better as a safety in the NFL. He does. He does seem like honestly the Pittsburgh Steelers football player. Yeah. Where it's not always the cleanest. Technically, smooth stuff you see down the field, but playing zones, being able to come and hammer downhill, he's really good at that. So maybe that's his role. And I'm interested to see how they see him fitting in that defense. Mike Tomlin's.
Well, and that's the thing too is that he could kind of just almost be. We'd say best 5 enabler at O-line. He's kind of that, but DB. He's the best 5 enabler of DB. He's one of those guys I really couldn't. I watched him, and it was just kind of okay. I kind of get with you. You're smart enough. Okay. Yeah. I didn't love him. I was I don't think he can be right away day 2 or your number 2 starting corner. But he's worthy of being on a roster, and he was in my top 100. So it's and he ended up going in the 80s. This is kind of where,
he must be a high character guy because he got a lot of chances.
Yeah.
A lot of chances over the years.
He's tough, and that's why he maybe ended up being a safety, like you said. I don't know. It's depth, but it's just I don't know. It's like having a 6 offensive lineman kind of thing, but just that defensive back.
Yeah. I'm adding your compliments to my list now. We have he's a player, and they had to make a pick to he's smart enough.
Enough. These are all Dalon Everett. He's a ball hawk. good and bad.
Yeah, right. That's really it.
Oh, the Browns have made a trade. They've moved all the way up to 86 from 105. In order to do that, they gave up 105, 145, and 206. So they move up fairly substantially in this draft, and that aggressive move gets them to Austin Barber, offensive tackle out of Florida.
Yeah, I really like Austin Barber, and I think I am quite literally the highest person on him. I had him at 46 on my big board.
Oh, wow.
I liked him before the season.
46?
Yes. No, I really like him. First off, he's bigger than I was anticipating, like very good size. I thought it was a nice mover. Got a lot of penalties. I thought sometimes he can get caught when he's trying to recover and his hands can get askew, but he's played both sides, started a good amount of games, has some injury stuff, but he can legit hang on the left side because he has length, he has quick feet, and I thought his technique was fine enough. And so I think at worst, he could be a really good swing tackle for you, but he might potentially start down the road for you. They're kind of getting speaking of best five, they're okay, all right, Spencer Fano, we're going to try you at left tackle. If Fano, I wouldn't be shocked, I'll say this right now, I'm not going to go oh, hot take, both. If Fano ends up somewhere else, not left tackle, and Barber ends up the long-term left tackle, would not be shocked if that actually ends up for the Browns. But the Browns have killed it, man.
Yeah, they've had a really nice draft.
These are all players I really like, and they're getting them at great spots. I really like this pick. Again, I had him as a top 50 guy.
By the way, I mean, we all know the glaring weakness for the Cleveland Browns. We understand that quarterback is the unsolvable portion of this roster. I would argue that the rest of this roster is far better than people are giving it credit for.
Right now it is.
They are putting themselves in a situation where if they get any just mediocre level of quarterback play, I think we're going to see a massive shift in the way that they are perceived. The Dolphins that have now moved up, and they've taken, I don't know that they moved up. The Dolphins have taken tight end from Ohio State, Wilkes Merrick. How do we feel about that one?
The blocking version. Both tight ends drafted from Ohio State. He is the true Y blocker. Like him, I had him, again, there's a good group of Y tight ends. He can maul you. And again, they lost Julian Hill to the Patriots. They needed a true Y, a guy that can do that stuff. They only have Greg Dulcich essentially at tight end. I mean, they're pass catchers, man. Every time I open it back up,
it's scary.
And then the receiver they took is just such a reach. This is not a reach. This is exact range he should be going. This is how I had him graded, late third, early fourth. He's a gritty work Y, and I like this pick a lot because this is the stuff that really helps out your team without being a star. It helps the stars be stars whenever you do, acquire them, whatever that is going to be for Miami.
Well, and I said about Greg Dulcich earlier, does that really light your fire? But he did have a couple little moments at the end of last season, but they definitely need it. He can't be like that inline tight end. He's always been more of a move guy. So I think this is a team, given just the way Bobby Slowick has called plays previously, we mentioned it earlier, more of heavy personnel packages and the state of that wide receiver room. I don't think they want a lot of 3 wide receiver sets on the field, so you did kind of need this inline presence.
Yeah, might as well go get a glue guy, especially when you have a shot at being maybe the worst team in the league this year. If you're watching us on the Yahoo Sports Network, we're going to take a quick break. If you're watching us on YouTube, don't go anywhere. We've got important poll results to get to and plenty of reaction coming at you. For everybody else, you won't miss a single reaction. We'll be right back. All right, the most important poll ever that we put out. What's the best Chili's order? Triple Dipper has won with 44%.
Why are we giving so much pub to Chili's for free?
Because Chili's is an American treasure.
I don't remember this being a sponsor.
No.
But Chili's is a delight.
No,
that's why.
Nothing in Times Square is a delight.
Okay, well, can I take you to a regular Chili's if it's not in Times Square? Can I convince you?
On a weekday, probably.
On a weekend, the food is demonstrably different.
Well, on a weekend, I would be somewhere else.
This is what I'm dealing with. Chuck, you did get it. There was a question specifically for you in the chat that said, Chuck, do you hate Bain to Tampa or Delp to New Orleans more?
Oh, Delp to New Orleans. I don't care about Tampa Bay. That's not a real rivalry to me. I mean, I like.
I like how that's the team that's been good recently.
Yeah, but I feel no animosity towards them.
I know.
I don't know. There's nothing.
You feel no animosity towards the team that actually has a Super Bowl?
No, because that's not what the Falcons-Saints rivalry is about. It's about being terrible. Like
pure
literally
hatred.
Like literally,
They're stuck in the NFC West back in the day.
Literally, they're looking across we're so bad. Maybe we can battle each other. That's what it's about.
That's amazing.
I guess the Bucs were included in that too. They were pretty awful for a while. But no, the Falcons and the Saints, the Aints.
Bro, that's the only game, Falcons-Saints game, that's one of the few games that feels like college games. Like I've seen brawls.
Yeah. No, it really is. It was one of those, once I got there, it was one rivalry I appreciated more. My uncle played for the Saints for a decade, but it was one of those until I got with the Falcons, I'm like, oh, you guys actually get hyped for this. This is cool, even though our teams aren't great this year. But the thing for me with the Falcons, just realizing, I mean, the Saints were the Aints for forever. Archie Manning was getting killed for years. But with the Falcons, until I got there, I didn't kind of realize it, because in my head it was the 98 Falcons. But then you get into the building and it's like, they're celebrating the first time they won back-to-back winning seasons. Yeah. Like stuff like that. And it's just like, oh man, it's been bad for decades here.
We're in the best run of Falcons football right now, the past 25 years.
Yes.
By far.
Yes. Like quite easily.
Yes.
This is why you and I share the common thread of misery, my friend. All right. We want to welcome everybody back that's been watching us on the Yahoo Sports Network. Thanks for hanging out with us all night. He's Charles McDonald. I'm Jason Fitz. He's Nate Tice. He's Matt Harmon. C-Rob, Charles Robinson, been with us all night. Also remote, getting us caught up on everything we need to know as the draft is flying through the third round now. We got another pick that we'll get in here. Emanuel McNeil-Warren, the guard taken out of Oregon, taken by Jacksonville.
Yep, he was 56 on my board. Again, I mentioned that kind of little group of guards. This was the last of those three, so Rutledge. And I think I had Bisontis a little higher than this. But McNeil-Warren, guard-only prospect, great length, gigantic hands, 11 inches at the combine. He's got a great upper body. I know. I'm 9 1/4, and it's bigger than that. Almost 2 inches bigger than that.
I have the tiniest little baby hands in the world. Like
2 inches on top. He's older.
Adding that to my quote list. Go ahead.
The Jags and Gladstone obviously do not care about length. They don't care about age. They're all about whatever. It's just whatever they feel like whatever emojis they want to give you. Mm-hmm. I think his length is good in pass protection, which this team's going to do. I think his run fit is better for what the Jags want to do too, because I think he could be a better at-you run blocker. So because he got some strength and length. So I love this for the Jags, actually. I thought this is a proper spot for McNeil-Warren, and they needed more offensive line talent. That was one thing I've said. The Jags can make a push this year if they nail the draft, which, TBD. But McNeil-Warren, at least, this is one that I'm like, yes, they needed trenches, and this is a good pick for them.
Yeah, I think they've really sent a signal here that they want their running game to be better and more consistent than it was last year. With the blocking tight end, with McNeil-Warren here, good value. And it's just will be interesting to see like the development of their run game, because Liam Cohen's final year, one and only year in Jacksonville, a lot more like gap scheme stuff. And then last year, I think both to the talent of the running back and the talent of the offensive lineman, they went more into zone scheme. So it'll be fascinating as that continues to push with new running backs in the backfield and everything, how that continues to kind of play out there.
Got another wide receiver off the board. Boy, Harmon is
Bears wide receiver.
Xavier Thomas goes to the Bears.
Baby. And he's round 3 as draft capital, so you actually have to chart him.
And another guy I didn't look at, 31.
No, he is not. He is way down there. This is a gadget guy.
Oh, man. Oh, is it a gadget guy?
Yeah, he's a returner.
Well, that makes sense, because I actually, when I was doing my ideal prospect fits for the wide receivers, I sent Zachariah Branch to the Bears, because, again, Ben Johnson, biblical greed on the offensive side of the football, wants those little kind of like gadgety playmakers. And when you look at like Khalif Raymond's role in this offense. Khalif Raymond, by the way, on the Bears roster. Last year, they kind of had like Devin Duvernay, Olamide Zaccheaus, like, ooh, they're going to play the Khalif Raymond role for Ben Johnson. Obviously, they just went and got the real thing now, but he's a guy who's getting up there in his career, so they definitely need a gadget-based player. I have no takes on this player because I did not chart him. 31 receivers. I thought I was going to be so good on the guys who were going to go on day 2, and I've gotten screwed here twice. So I guess I got 2 things of work to do tomorrow.
There was a comment earlier that said if I was going to pick if it came from I don't know, Matt Ufford. If I were an NFL team, I would take a wide receiver Harmon hadn't charted just to mess with him. That's what we're doing.
Well, I guess it's already happened here twice.
Dude, his yards per catch is real low.
Like, all right, I've watched Nussmeier for a while. It wasn't like Thomas was showing up much on that film outside maybe a screen.
No, yes, let's say I watched Nuss too. I didn't even realize that they had a receiver.
Thomas ran a 4.28. Did you ever see 4.28 out there at once?
No.
He is a great returner. He's got multiple return touchdowns and everything. It's
well, yeah, just run like full speed at the snap, and again, create some motion, create some leverage for Rome Odunze, Colson Loveland, Luther Burden, but we don't need any more target getters in this Bears offense. Come on.
The 49ers take Kalen Black, the running back out of Indiana.
They cannot help themselves.
I was curious with Kalen Black, man. This is Shanahan, round 3 especially. This is a special. This is his treat every year.
Yeah.
This is John Lynch gives him his.
It's in his contract. He gets one like every other year.
Yeah, he gets Joe Williams, Who is the LSU guy that when he got drafted?
Tyrion Davis-Price.
Oh my God! Everyone said I was so dumb for saying that they shouldn't have taken
Trey
him.
Sermon.
Sermon was another one. Yes.
Yeah.
Then here's Kaylen.
They got Jordan James was last year. So actually it's pretty much every year.
Pretty much every year.
They
It's
take
this
a
little
third,
treat.
fourth round running back, and the question will be, is this guy going to be on the roster in 2 years?
So to put it this way, so there's 2 Indiana running backs. I'm probably the only one that preferred Roman Hemby over Kalen Black. Black is kind of does a lot well. Got some pass protection. He's got a little bit of juice too. But he's a guy that I consider more of a day 3 guy, which is really the rest of this running back class, if I'm being honest. We had gone a while. I think this was the first time in a long time, first time since 2003 that a running back was not taken in the 2nd round. So that was from our buddy Keegan Abdu from Next Gen Stats. But the rest of these guys are kind of late thirds for me, like Jonah Washington.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so I'm not gonna get too upset because it's just that, but also I'm not over the moon with this. Like Shanahan offense, let's go, wee!
I was watching these guys, and once I got past Jadarian Price, I was like, man, I don't care about any of these guys.
It's not a good running back.
That's amazing.
Which is, it feels so weird because for so long, like the discussion around running backs, but now you can just find one anywhere. That's not true.
Correct.
Not true. And I think last year, as we saw teams are running the ball more, they're running the ball efficiently again, like league-wide as a whole. Maybe you need someone back there that can actually be talented, and this class just didn't really have any. Like the more this goes on, you kind of see why Seattle took Jadarian Price at 32 because nobody went in the 2nd round, and nobody might go in the 3rd round.
And every time somebody says, "Oh, you can plug and play anybody," I just challenge you. Like when you watch a whole season as a fan of a team that has a terrible running back, then you're like,
It's brutal.
"Oh my God, just save us." We did get a question. I think it was interesting. Never mind, it went away. I thought we had it here. There was a Harmon ranking. We'll see. I'll see if I can find it again. Just about which players you like the most coming into this. But we'll see if we can find that again. In the meantime,
it sounded interesting.
Thank you. It really was. There's a lot going on in the doc here. Where I thought it was going to be really cute and get you a question, and then all of a sudden it didn't happen. My beloved Raiders are on the clock. Any big old predictions for my beloved Raiders?
You know, a lot of people threw this out there, but could they take Elijah Surratt at this pick and just pair him up with Fernando Mendoza?
Damn, Surratt's still on the board.
Why not?
Yeah.
I know Surratt's still on the board. Like, there's a lot of guys. Listen,
I
think the reason too people love Surratt is because this whole back shoulder thing has been talked about so much that Fernando took the time to get really good at it. He's got a connection with him doing it. I think that's part of why everybody looks at it and says, and to your point that we've said gently over the course of the night, it may not be the deepest wide receiver room in Vegas. So why not? Wide receiver is a position to need. There's somebody he has familiarity with.
And
why not?
Surratt also, he definitely has areas of weakness. He's not a separator. I don't know how you could watch him and not come away a little concerned with how much he's going to be able to get open at the NFL level. He's also another one of these guys that is a one side of the field player, only took snaps at the left outside receiver position last year. So there would be a developmental curve, but that is not a reason enough for him to still be on the board at this point because he's a really good zone beater. I think he makes the most sense of even Fields. We kind of talked about this earlier, but he makes more sense to kick in and be a big slot receiver. He's really tough, smart, catches everything. So I definitely think that he's a guy that should have gone ahead of several players, and he would make sense for the Raiders.
Found the question. Any early thoughts on who to pick first between Boston, Antonio Williams, and Cooper Jr. in Dynasty?
I would...
You're welcome.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I would probably say off the cuff, it's really difficult to say that you're going to take Antonio Williams as a 3rd rounder ahead of a 1st rounder in Dynasty and Omar Cooper Jr. So I think I would still side because Boston and Cooper were same tier of prospects to me. I would take those guys ahead of Williams still. But if I could trade down and get Williams ahead of those guys, that's what I would rather do. Just because I think he's got the runway to be really good right away. But this is the thing. In time, could the Browns get a quarterback? Could the Jets get a quarterback and make those guys better? I wouldn't just necessarily say, there's immediate opportunity for Williams. I'm taking him ahead of those guys in Dynasty. I think if I'm picking between Boston and Cooper, which is what I've been trying to buy myself time to think about here as I blabber on and on, I think I'm going to take Boston over Cooper just because I think the other two guys have more target competition.
I need y'all's help making this one make sense because I'm not going to pretend to be an expert here. Trey Zoon III, center, Texas A&M, is the Raiders pick. Obviously, he's not playing center. You just made Tyler Linderbaum the highest paid offensive lineman in history. He's not playing center. So what's the mindset of this?
He can be a center, but he's got some flexibility. He can play guard as well.
6'6".
Yeah, he's a good athlete. He's even played tackle. So he has some positional flexibility. So this is what you ideally are picking in the middle rounds. It's either a for sure starter at one position or a guy that's solid at multiple positions. And having flexibility, again, we talk about best five enabler or whatever, that's what his potential is. I like him best at center. They obviously go into a spot that doesn't need a center, but the fact he can play it is nice. But also, I think he can stay out at guard. Like I think that actually is a good spot. I had this is the range we're in. Yeah, I had like a 4th round grade on him of that kind of center group. I mentioned him before. He was kind of his own thing because he had some of that flexibility. So him and Jones from Iowa that they're drafted. So.
Here's how you know it's been a long week because you were like, the Raiders don't need a center. I'm like, who's the Raiders center? I was like, oh yeah, this is the biggest contract.
I said earlier, you don't know what you don't have until you watch a bad running back. I'll say the same thing about a center. Most of us don't know a damn thing about centers until suddenly you've got a terrible one and you're just watching the interior offensive line get eaten up on every play.
2015 Falcons.
Yeah, to Alex Mack.
Yeah, until we got Alex Mack, and it was like, whoa! Yes. No, I'm a huge proponent of you have to address the center position. You should always have an answer there. You should have 3 guys that can be able to do it. Something I've gotten from my dad. I've seen too many offenses crippled because they don't have workable center, even idealistically, like what they have with their starters. So I always think it's a position you can't have enough of.
Well, and certainly the Raiders have other interior offensive needs, right? And Colton Miller is not a spring chicken, so I'm not surprised that they're addressing their offensive line in some ways. Jackson Powers Johnson has been good, but I don't know exactly what.
Another guy with center guard flexibility.
Yeah, I know they've done that. Yeah, so it's interesting. The Cowboys pick is in Jason Barham, the edge out of Michigan. How do we feel about this one? The Cowboys need edge. We all know that they're just going to continue to try and find somebody that can disrupt.
Yep, kind of my last of, I would say, this group of edges. Oh, Dennis Sutton would be another guy.
Did you make your top 78?
This guy's a top 100 guy. Yeah. No, he's relentless. He's got speed. He's got twitch. Kind of a wild horse.
Yeah.
Can kind of get himself in trouble because he just goes. But you're drafting him just to be, another. I mentioned that kind of analogy before, a relief pitcher. Where I was talking about some of these other DPRs that got drafted earlier. Is that this is just part of your bullpen? Yeah. Okay, 3rd down, we got another guy that we're throwing at offenses, throwing at tired offensive tackles. That's where you're drafting.
Yeah, he kind of reminded me of like a less athletic version of Yaya Diaby. Yeah, just hustle. Run, hit.
That's it.
Not much else.
It does feel like that's what they want in Dallas right now. It's like just throw waves at this thing.
That's what they're going for, it seems like. Yeah, they got a lot of beef in the middle, so they can withstand lack of size on the outside. So it's kind of a traditional build. Big in the middle and just throw some heat on the outside.
And why not, at this point, if you're the Cowboys, you need to address it. And I say this all the time. We can no longer care about Micah Parsons. It's just impossible. They've moved on.
Gotta move on. Yeah.
So as much as every time this comes up, somebody says, well, you wouldn't need that if you still. It doesn't matter. At some point, you really have
Quentin
to.
Williams is a really good player, too.
Yeah.
We just kind of ignored that part as if he's kind of scrubbed that which is tacked on.
All-pro.
Yeah, he's an all-pro, and he had the highest pressure rate of his career in Dallas last season. Put some respect on one man's name.
He's awesome.
Yeah, 100% correct. And I hate the fact that every time the Cowboys do anything, we're like, well, Micah. And it's like, okay, y'all broke up. Move on. Stop looking at the Facebook. Keegan Trost is out of Missouri, is the next pick for the Rams, getting a little bit of offensive line here. Do we like that?
Got some positional flexibility. He can play guard or tackle. I don't think he's got a ton of upside. Don't think he's the greatest mover, but the Rams kind of make the most of that, of guys that don't have the high-end athleticism. Also played college 7 years.
Yeah.
So
7.
7. And
how old is he?
Old.
He going to
25. He is 25 on the dot.
There we go.
Limited ceiling, more just like that. He's got some strong hands. Again, that's kind of what this Rams offense thrives on. They've made it work with limited athletes. They're well coached. He's good. He's best for this kind of at-you scheme they're going to run. That's what the Rams are doing more duo runs. It's just a way for depth. And there's not a lot of guys that have true flexibility maybe at this point that can maybe hang a tackle and play guard legitimately. So that's what they're going for is depth here. I consider him more of a day 3 guy, but again, it's offensive line and we're at pick 94. So we're basically day 3. Yeah, so.
For our gamers,
I'm not splitting hairs
for our gamers who are listening, Nate just described an NPC offensive lineman.
Yeah.
Just someone who's there.
Someone's there.
Yes. You don't want to be around too much, but you need them to make a workable project.
Well, you never know what happens to. I mean, Warren McClendon's the guy who's starting at right tackle for them now that Havenstein's moved on, so maybe he could compete.
Yeah. And again, this is like, at this point, it's like, kind of why not? You know, like if you see some trait, like you mentioned earlier, you're a traits guy. And I think one of the really interesting things about covering the draft every year is you kind of learn different guys have different things, right? So just like different teams, different analysts have different things. Like some guys are super into traits and some guys are super into, what have I seen? And some guys are super into development, all of these different things. Like if you're looking at the end of the 3rd round, yes, particularly you can still get quality, impactful starters. In this year's draft, I just think the 3rd round's a little bit more of a roll of the dice. So certainly plenty more to come, though. We still have a handful of picks left, and we'll get every single one of them to you. If you're watching on the Yahoo Sports Network, we're going to take a quick break. If you're watching on YouTube, stick with us. We'll figure out more reaction to more of your comments coming up, and we'll make sure that you don't miss anything with the picks that are happening if you're watching us on YSN. In the meantime, we'll be right back. All right, gentlemen, let's take a look at some of this.
Can I read you guys a funny headline? Real
Yes,
quick?
give me a funny headline.
After passing his physical in Philly, Jonathan Grenard went to the Celtics 76ers game with Big Dom.
Big Dom, the ultimate get in there and make it about you. Get in there and make it about you. Enough already.
Enough.
Hey, he doesn't like the spotlight, though, No.
That's
why right now I'm going to list all 31 other security directors that I know. Oh, man.
In his title, he's got a headset on game day. That's what kills me about the headset thing is there's a limited amount of headsets that are available on game day, like the NFL says. Like I'm making up a number. You only have 9 that are live or 10 that are live. So that means there's a coach that doesn't get a headset. Because Big Dom, because he one day had to get in Dre Greenlaw's face, they're like, well, he's not a coach. What's a loophole for Big Dom?
It is unfortunate that Dre Greenlaw, it is all his fault. It is all his fault.
It is.
It's like, come on, man.
What comments were you going to read?
Yeah, what was that?
No, that was far better than anything I was going to
get.
There was a little bit of trash talking to Matt. Rajan knows, says Matt's going to be doing extra work at the airport.
Mm-hmm. I am. Not in the airport. I'm going to be doing it tomorrow.
Oh, that's fair.
I'm not getting my 13,000 steps in Central Park tomorrow. Apparently the weather's not going to be that nice anyways. So there we go. Perfectly. I'll be inside in the hotel room doing some charting just for you guys. Actually, literally, I think it was probably 45 seconds after Caleb Douglas was picked. I already saw on my phone notification from the Reception Perception Discord. Can we get a Caleb Douglas chart? Can we get finished with the show first?
Hey, how about you get on that right now?
Dance, clown.
Dance for me, clown.
That's exactly what we're all doing. Still some big names available, so we'll get you caught up as the 3rd round is about to come to a close, and more reaction coming in next, obviously. All right, welcome back to the Yahoo Sports Network. Chris Bell finally goes off the board. One of the names we've been waiting all night. The Dolphins have just gotten their pick in as we come back. Thank you, Miami, for timing that so perfectly with us. Chris Bell, what do we think?
Yeah, this was clearly my best available wide receiver. He's been my best available wide receiver for quite some time now. Now, to be clear, he's coming off an ACL. That's one part of the problem here. I do think that someone like would have been a 1st-round pick had he been healthy. I think that was a little bit agent nonsense to me. I don't think he necessarily was that type of player, but a really, really good 2nd-round prospect, early 2nd-round prospect to me. Like, had he been a top of the 2nd-round pick, I would have not blinked at all because he is a very interesting blend of some red flags in his profile. He's another one of these guys that only lined up on one side of the field last year. Interestingly, he only lined up on the other side of the field the year prior, so I don't quite know what to make of that, but he's definitely a guy that is a bit of a developmental player, but he flashes, unlike Chris Brazzell, who was picked earlier, who I think needs like fully reworked release packages, all that stuff. I think Bell actually flashes the ability to beat press man coverage. And I've been obsessed thinking about Alec Pierce in this year's draft process, because Pierce, who's coming off this great year, his first 2 seasons, like, he was essentially just out there kind of eating snaps because he was just good enough against press man coverage to be a sacrificial X receiver so that he was afforded the time to improve and get better. I think Bell could be one of those guys because he can win against press man and run the vertical route tree, in addition to the fact he's really useful with the ball in his hands. I mean, you watch him against not just like, James Madison, but like Miami. He's ripping that team on these crossing routes. He has some immediate utility. I think he could have like that developmental path that by year 3, year 4, he's ready to be a high volume player. The question just for him is, when is he going to be ready to contribute coming off that torn ACL? That does make it a little bit difficult for his year 1 projection. I hate when rookies miss time in the offseason, but I really love this developmental pick. Like, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I would bet that he's the better receiver that the Dolphins have taken today.
Yeah, I would too. These 2 guys. No, Bell was a borderline top 50 player for me. No, there's a lot of freaky traits to him.
Why is he still here?
That ACL, and just there's some rawness. He's a late performer, I would say, or late production.
Well, yeah, but he's only 21 years old.
Yeah.
But he is kind of like a guy with unlike like Leggett, who he gets compared to, like my co-host at Reception Perception, James Coe's like, is he AJ Brown or is he Xavier Leggett? I was like, can I just pick somewhere in the middle of that wide cavern you just gave me here? Yes. But the other thing too, like if you watch Chris Bell, he already has that I'm the wide receiver 1, like throwing his hands up, like, I'm open, why didn't you throw it to me? Like, he was clearly hated as quarterback last year, and not everybody's going to love that. That could also be part of why he's still available.
Interesting, too, he was a late bloomer. Like, he didn't even make the football team, I think, as a freshman, and he wanted to be around it, so he played on the band. He was in the band without playing an instrument, just hanging out at the games, and then hit a growth spurt. I also want to ask the high school football coaches, like, even if he was 5'7", he couldn't run? Like, I see him how big he is now and how much he can run now. Like, you couldn't play him at corner or receiver. But no, he's the nice way I've tried to put it maybe is he's what Treylon Burks was supposed to be.
Yeah.
Okay.
That like Burks, Leggett, Mingo, archetype.
Yeah, Quentin Johnson became this, I guess.
Yeah.
Is like movement routes, crosser routes. He's raw as a receiver, but the thing is, not a lot of guys move like him. Like he truly snatches the football, it sticks in his hands, and then immediately at 220 pounds is in a hurry getting upfield. He outraced the Miami defense, the ones that played in the national championship game, and he gets a step on them instantly. It wasn't a guy tripped. It wasn't he had an angle.
Yeah.
Those kind of plays are just he's like an overwhelming force of nature. He's just very raw. The Dolphins are going to give him plenty of reps once he gets healthy. So, not going to be the best maybe infrastructure for him, but he might just become something. He might blossom into something because he has chances.
Back half of the year, in a play action heavy offense with Malik Willis and Devon Achane and your boy Proctor out there. I think it's going to be a run heavy team, a lot of crossing routes and stuff like that. It makes sense. Hit him on these runway routes on play action. I really like this fit for Chris Bell. It's just, again, when is he going to be ready to contribute? I love the note about the band thing too. I mean, 6'2", 220 too is his current listed weight. I think there's a lot more room for him to actually get more muscled up and become more physical.
All right, the Patriots selected Eli Raridan, tight end Notre Dame. What do you like about that one?
He's my tight end 2A, 2B with the two Elis because they're just such different flavors. Oh man, it's with Eli Stowers, but he's another true Y. I feel like I'm just repeating myself, but that's what this class was. That's why I got excited at the beginning of the night. I was like, look at this tight end class. What's going to happen, especially at the end of round 2 and the round 3, because there's some legit blockers. And it's not theory. Even more, this is why I had him higher than Delp and some of these other guys that got drafted. It was that it wasn't projecting too much here. He has dominant snaps as an inline blocker blocking defensive end types, not safeties, not off-ball linebackers, true 260-pound types, and getting movement and having great technique. And he's not a big stiff. Like, I actually think he can stretch the field. He's got great ball skills. He's big. Like, he's got great size and more frame to grow into. His biggest blemish is he had 2 ACL injuries, one as a senior in high school and then one his first year at Notre Dame. But he's had a clean bill of health since then. Maybe that scared some teams. Again, teams know more information than I do, but I didn't really hear that as a worry, even when talking with Dane Brugler about it. But he ended up as my tight end too, because this is a true Y that has receiving ability. If I had to pick this year's Tucker Kraft of another loaded tight end class,
there we go.
This is the guy. Because he has real blocking ability and real receiving ability. I love this pick. I really, really do. So once Hunter Henry moves on, like him, Julian Hill, that's a really cool tight end pairing.
All right, the Steelers make a trade to move all the way up to 96. And in that trade, they then turn around and get Jennings Dunker, Iowa offensive tackle. You're nodding your head. What do you
I like him. I like this take.
Jennings?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I would imagine he's playing guard. Or maybe he can play right tackle too. But I don't know. I like the way he moved, and it's like the kind of the power he can generate at first contact. Like anyone, like to me, like when I like watching sometimes like the broadcast view for offensive line, defensive line tape, because you get to see like you get a drawn marker of where the line of scrimmage is, and you get to see like where people are in position to it as the ball snap. This guy's someone like as soon as the ball snap, like he's driving people off the ball. He's got a lot of athleticism. Like I had him ranked closer to like 60, I think, on my board. I don't know, like I don't remember exactly what he tested at, but I remember the numbers were good and it shows on film. So I mean, to get him here at the bottom of the third round, that could be someone that credibly starts for you this year.
Again, I think a starting guard that can play tackle.
Yeah.
I mean, Steelers already had some really young, talented guys, and now they just added a couple more.
Yeah.
Like that line could be like awesome. Like
Yeah.
not just like, oh, good, interesting young offensive line, cool, Zach Frazier. Like I'm going all excited on my shows. Like no, like legitimately best offensive line in the league potential. I think that's really fun. I think that's cool to build a true badass unit like this. And that's the thing is he a guard? Is he a tackle? We can find out. Like if you're the Steelers coaches, he doesn't have to play right away. We have enough somewhat depth there. He doesn't have to play tackle. We have like 3 guys now that can play there. This is a great spot for him.
If Broderick Jones decides he wants to be a good football player, I mean,
There's 70s.
it's up to him, man.
Yeah.
It is. I almost take for granted. Like I forget. You mentioned like this whole draft season is so long. This isn't Mike Tomlin's Steelers anymore.
No,
You know,
I
it's just
know.
like it's just such a jar. Like this is Mike McCarthy's Steelers, and I just don't. I don't even know what the hell to make of that. Like I don't know what that's gonna look like. I don't know. Like there are certain. That's one of the weirdest things about this entire offseason in the NFL is that some huge brands aren't gonna look the same the next time we see them, and that's going to be different. We're going to look the same the next time you see us in just a couple of minutes. If you're watching us on the Yahoo Sports Network, we got to take a quick break. We'll be right back. If you're watching us on YouTube, don't go anywhere. We're going to figure out how to fix the world with your comments. That's going to happen right now. We'll be right back.
Oh, great.
Oh, great. Great. The comments get weirder and weirder every time.
It's 11 o'clock, you know. On a Friday, too.
There is no Ben Meyerson says Kyle Shanahan's an addict and he needs to go into a 12-step program with these third running backs. I don't know. At least he's consistent. He's just out there doing it.
Man, it's.
God love him. Gotta just let him do his thing. It is just crazy though. I mean, again, there was some pop at like San Francisco. Oh, Jordan James, he's gonna be the backup this year. And then nope, just get another running back in this year.
Is there someone we can prank before this is over? Can we prank Charles Robinson? Like anyone?
Prank Charles Robinson?
I think C-Rob can hear us, can't he?
Yeah, that's perfect.
You think he's been sitting there the whole time?
No,
just
I
like,
don't.
Yeah, paying
But everyone-
really close.
locked in.
He's gone in do not disturb mode. He does not
Yeah,
want to be bothered by
definitely,
a GM right
definitely.
If everyone who's listening to this could send Charles Robinson on Twitter, Blue Sky, Instagram, Threads, Facebook, wherever you have it, a clown emoji, just a clown emoji.
now. Just a clown emoji.
Just one. If we get like 20,000 clown emojis, 2,000 clown emojis.
Him and
that
Trent Baalke.
Yeah, that would really make my day. So.
This is the greatest single idea you've ever
That
had.
phone number
We should have been
is-
doing this every break. We should have been doing this.
What I used to do is tell people
There he is. We've got him.
That's C-Rob right there.
All right, Charles, what do you got for us?
Thank you so much.
All right, great.
Great stuff there.
Oh, this is amazing. This is how you know we're at the end of day 2.
I'm staring at the clock.
McVay said, what?
Yeah, that is amazing. And this is how you know we are at the end of day 2. That we're
Talking to
goofing.
a blank guest and everything.
That's amazing. We should just throw to C-Rob before the end of the draft live on the
Just stare at a
network,
blank
too,
screen.
Just continue to bring him
see what
in.
happens.
Thank you. Thank you for the reports. We're 8 seconds away from bringing everybody back in. So we'll get you caught up in roughly 5 seconds now as we continue all of your coverage happening here at Yahoo.
That's a nice pick.
Oh, welcome back to Yahoo Sports Draft Live. Charles McDonald, Nate Tice, Matt Harmon. I'm Jason Fitz. C-Rob, Charles Robinson checked in with us on YouTube. If you missed it, you missed something delightful here. Back-to-back picks for the Minnesota Vikings. That's a rarity at this one. The first one coming in, Caleb Tyran, the offensive tackle from Northwestern, just seeing a run on offensive lineman, guys.
Yeah, shorter arm, weird build. Tyran, shorter arm, but he's very, very big, has experience playing both tackle spots. Pretty solid. A guy, actually, even when I talked with my dad, I thought my dad wouldn't really like him much, and he actually liked him because he's a technician. He's got clean footwork for such a big guy. Lacks some sustain, which again, that's where the arm length kind of shows. Even this picture right now, so you can see the arms don't go to his waist.
6'8".
Yeah, little short arms, and that's where because he's a good enough athlete, and that's the thing. Every offensive lineman, every athlete's different. Every player is different. How they win, how they lose. With him, his lack of sustain isn't athleticism. It's just that lane. But if he could stay out at left tackle, I think he has enough technician to him. He's got enough light enough feet. I had him in the 60s, I believe, on my last big board, but he has potential to start, and it's insurance for the Vikings who, I mean, you can never rely on their health at offensive line. Brian O'Neill's been solid health-wise, but Christian Darrisaw, who's a great offensive lineman who's never finished a full season. So it's insurance. They're giving themselves a little bit of insurance that nothing's going to cripple them if an injury happens. But I really like the Vikings addressing their trenches. I really like it.
I do have to quickly point out, you mentioned you talked to your dad. We should tell the world, your dad, Mike Tice, obviously had a very long and distinguished career. It's different than if I called my dad and I'm like, hey, Pa, what do you think?
Yeah. What do you think about the whole line? That's it. That is a good point. People are like, who cares?
Dude, we don't care about your dad.
Oh, yeah. I talked to my dad about, no, that's
I talked to my cousin, and he thought this. No, I should mention that once or twice. But yeah, it's nice I can call
I just like to remind people.
Yes, no, I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Call him up. He had a 2-hour podcast. But
I like this pick, but I remember when I first started looking through the offensive line, I remember Tyran, he was projected to potentially go like late round 1.
Yep.
And I was like, ugh.
He was flirting with top 30. Yep.
But this is a lot more palatable, I think. For him to be like your swing tackle and potentially your starter if people continue to get hurt, that's a solid pick. And actually, the next pick the Vikings made was the all-juice team.
Yeah.
Okay.
Give me your thoughts on the next one. Jacoby Thomas, Miami.
Yeah. Charles Ramstein, we had him slotted, I think, in round 5 for all-juice team. Jacoby Thomas, the safety for Miami, the Vikings drafted after Caleb Tyran with the next pick. He's just a ball hawk, man. Like, just makes a ton of plays on the ball. He was the guy that I got excited about as I was watching, and then I looked up how old he was. He's about to turn 25. I was like, damn. These guys are all over college football now, which maybe we should adjust. We'll see. I think this class might teach us a lot about just like what's coming down the pipeline as guys decide to stay in college longer and longer. But, man, Jacoby Thomas, he's each just one of those guys that got a nose for the football, good playmaker. And it'll be interesting to see like where Brian Flores decides to like kind of piece him in the scheme. It's kind of funny that they got the stabilizers right with Caleb Banks and Dominique Orange. Okay, we got people who can just eat blocks up front. Now I'm going to get back to my meticulous stuff and tinkering on the back end because he's a guy that I think if you put him in the right spots, he'll make a lot of plays for you.
Dude, the Jags.
We got the Seattle. Let's get the Seahawks first. Seahawks, second to last pick of the round. The Seahawks give us Julian Neal, corner out of Arkansas. Any thoughts on Julian Neal from the table?
Oh, no, nice, solid starting corner. Actually, this is weird. I feel like I associate Neal with the Seahawks for some reason, and now I'm trying to remember why. No, they needed to address corner. They lost some DBs this offseason, which was expected just based on their roster. Again, this is what's nice with the Seahawks. Their roster is pretty cool right now for at least this year, but you need someone that can be on the outside. Good in zone systems too, which I think is going to make him a nice kind of clean fit for McDonald. You can see even it's at decent size.
Yeah.
Like he's over 200 pounds, so he's got some physicalness, also a little different flavor than maybe what they had on the outside. Like Devin Witherspoon goes inside and out, totally different player than that. So I'm like him. This is what I thought they should address. This is the range that he was probably at. Like I had him as a borderline top 100 guy. So here we are.
And partner that with second round pick of Bud Clark in the safety. So to go back to Harmon's
two guys they
earlier.
missed, they just boop. And at running back, okay, Kenneth Walker's got boop. 1-1-1. Yeah, that's what they did. They literally did that, like 1-1-1.
And now, all that to say, you were very excited. I think, I don't want to put words in your mouth, you had a reaction, let's say it that way, a visceral reaction to the Jags with their last pick of the round, which is Jalen Husky, cornerback, Maryland. Why?
I watched him and had a note, and I just said depth. And I had a day 3 grade on him, and now and I was like, okay, am I just super low? Because I really just want to have a write-up on top 100-ish guys, and I didn't even consider it as a top 100-ish guy. And I was like, all right, am I just being mean? And I would look at my guy, Dan Brugler. This is safety 18 on his list. And So I don't mind some reaches. I don't mind if you go against the grain. I am a guy that goes against the grain himself with some of his evaluations. This is a big heat check for a team that could push it this year.
Yeah.
So I've said this a lot about Gladstone. He's done well, Jacoby Myers trade especially. You better be right. If you're going to go so off kilter and so into we're taking intangible guys and maybe unique players, you better be right, because they had a lot of picks here that could actually have turned into some decent players.
And they didn't really make a lot of additions in the offseason either.
No,
like
'cause they couldn't.
They couldn't.
Draft,
yeah,
yeah.
exactly. So it was like just draft picks, and how many of these guys are going to be like big time contributors? So you think he's a safety? He's not a corner?
I think he's a DB. It's actually kind of similar to the guy we were just talking about, the guy from Georgia, Everett, where it's like he's DB depth to me. So it's like corner or safety. I'm not exactly sure what best position. But for me, I was just like, I watched him. I was like, okay, all right, fine. Like it wasn't anything overwhelming. There's a couple more interesting names, but this again, we're getting into this range where it's like, yeah. If you consider this guy a round 4 guy, we're at pick 100, we're past pick 100. So.
I know, again, I was talking earlier about how I like these 3-year sample sizes. I know that doesn't exist. The Jags had a really good, let's say 50, 60% of the season. Like it started fine and then it got good. We've seen that over and over and over again from a team that gets hot for half a year. Mm-hmm. I do think, I know I don't want to be a contrarian to a franchise that's waited a long time to be good. I just think that the amount of bandwagon jumping right now for Jacksonville, I want way more proof of concept before
I think there's very fair reason to be skeptical about Jacksonville. I mean, this is a team that lost in the first round of the playoffs that's, quite frankly, just running it back, which is always the danger zone when you're just coming back with basically the same team that you had last year. So they need Travis Hunter to come out and be that, guy that was worth 2 first
transformative player.
Yeah, transformative player, or else, they and maybe this is fine, but they haven't really made a whole lot of strides. Like it's just kind of the same team as last year.
They got a lot of nice players I like as depth in this, but it's like O-line's fragile.
I'm scarred from
tackles fragile.
And I mean, obviously Travis Etienne, they let him walk. They bring in Chris Rodriguez, who has a history with Liam Cohen back in the college days. Like Bajal Tootin flashed a little bit, but even in the receiver room, Parker Washington was really good at the end of the year. Was that and I really like Parker Washington. I've always been a big Parker Washington fan, but is he ready to just be the dude there? Jacoby Myers is going to be 30 years old. Brian Thomas Jr. coming off a down season.
And they're floating him as trade bait.
It definitely I think Brian Thomas Jr. will be on the roster this year, and I would try to want to pour into him and get more out of him, but that's a big question for them. And the Travis Hunter of it all, they're going to play him at cornerback more this year, but they still need him to play wide receiver too, because otherwise it's okay, he's a great corner, but was that worth everything that you gave up? And
you paid a king's ransom.
Correct.
You paid a king's ransom for something more than just a corner, right?
And he's too good. I talked to Trevor Lawrence at the Super Bowl. He's like, I still want that guy out on offense. Yeah, they were trying to they finally found something right when he got hurt too.
I think this is what's kind of hard for, or maybe it's hard for me to wrap my brain around it. I get it. Gladstone was a Rams guy. They kind of go do their own thing, their own evaluations on the stuff.
As we've seen.
They address a lot of positions that I want them to address. They got a guard. They got a blocking tight end. They got a run stuffing defensive tackle. They got a safety. All positions they desperately needed. But then and I get consensus boards one thing, and okay, there's times that you do have a good eye and evaluate these guys differently. These are heavy reaches. Burkirker is borderline. Okay, I like some other guys better. But there's some guys. Regis is because maybe there's some other run stuffing defensive tackles, but I just think they could have helped themselves with maybe some more. What picks that were maybe expected. Pregnon was
better be right.
Yeah, better be right. Pregnon was a good pick, though. I would do it.
Who's always right? Charles Robinson. He's going to join us now. C-Rob, let's get some of your thoughts on this. Biggest winners and losers for you. What do you got?
Yeah, since we talked about Jermod McCoy previously, might as well revisit that now. I mean, this slide for him, it's pretty devastating. I know his camp was not expecting this. A number of teams. I mean, they were flat out told, look, if the health was not an issue on the table, you're the number 2 corner in this draft, and there might even be some teams that would consider you the number 1 corner had you not suffered the ACL injury in 2025. So, to go from that kind of status all the way now into the 3rd day of the draft, and we discussed it earlier, the idea that this degenerative knee condition with his cartilage, this could be a career ender if the next surgery does not correct it properly. it's a really rough, way for him to start his career, and particularly after missing the 2025 season with the torn ACL. So, I hate to say loser, but I mean, just from the standpoint of what could have been had his health been in the place it needed to be, a potential top 10 pick all of a sudden heading into the 4th round of the draft, and maybe even lower, depending how poorly this medical condition has looked to team doctors. And then when I look at the winners, look, I'm not saying that they're going to establish themselves as starters, but quarterback's all about opportunity. And when you look at Carson Beck landing in Arizona, you got Jeremiah Love now on that team. You have an all-world tight end. You've got, depth at receiver, particularly if Marvin Harrison Jr. can finally round a corner. And you have a situation with Jacoby Brissett where I think that is a team that's going to be motivated at some point, if this does not go well with Brissett, to actually get a look at Carson Beck sooner rather than later, because they're going to want to make a decision about the 2027 NFL draft class at the quarterback position. And then also Drew Aller. Slightly different situation. I was texting with someone in the organization. This does not affect their pursuit of getting Aaron Rodgers to return. I think in their ideal scenario, Rodgers would return and Aller would be able to obviously sit behind him in 2026 and soak up as much as he possibly could. But again, that is a franchise where there will be opportunity quickly for Drew Aller if he can show that he's got the tools and can be molded under Mike McCarthy's watch.
See, Rob, always appreciate your insight, man. You make the shows better just by hanging out and giving us everything that you know. Always appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of the draft, my friend. Thanks for being here for us.
Thanks, guys.
Always great stuff from Charles Robinson, who is keeping us caught up on all the news and notes and really good context around Jamad McCoy. Sorry. So let's go through. What's the biggest surprise to everybody? Harmon, what's the biggest surprise to you?
I mean, I think the Caleb Douglas pick had to be the biggest surprise to me, and mostly just for me, it was the personal part of it that I thought I was really well prepared. I set out to have the most receivers charted in a draft class that I've ever done, and I accomplished that goal. And still, there was someone I didn't see coming going in the 3rd round.
What does that teach you?
Man, what we learn
work harder next year? No, it's work harder next year, Charles. Next year we got to have 35 wide receivers. No, that was a surprise to me, but ultimately I think that the Dolphins end up doing well for themselves because they got Chris Bell later, who I think was the guy that was the best available all day long for me.
Yeah, surprise. I mean, that's a pretty big surprise. I would say maybe that Jags class that I kind of touched on a little bit there. I would say just kind of overall like some of the reaches, but actually not surprised though, because it's like that's what they do and they kind of go off the beaten path and kind of do their own thing. Really, the surprise is just maybe how some of the tight ends kind of fell. Like, and not that I'd say all these guys were unworthy of being drafted this high. Just maybe some of the landing spots were interesting to me. Where including the Jags with Burkisher, where I do like. I just thought other guys, even of that play style and that player profile, were you kind of easily slotted above that.
I think it's hard to find like surprises in a year where we didn't view this class all that highly.
Exactly. It's a lot of role guys.
Like, if there aren't a lot of marquee players, like, does it feel like a reach or does it feel like a spot? But I guess I'll go with Carson Beck at 65 that feels like a reach, especially because when you're talking about 65, you're a borderline 2nd round pick. That puts you in line, like C-Rob just said, puts you in line for potentially playing as a rookie. I don't know. I didn't see that last year at Miami, and I think like the steady downtrend for over the past 2 years for him in terms of performance is fairly alarming for someone who's played as much football as he has. So I think I'll go with Carson Beck at 65.
I'm going to stack on that. And the fact that we saw Carson Beck and Drew Aller go off the board and not Garrett Nussmeier that's a surprise to me.
Yeah,
I'm really surprised that Garrett Nussmeier is still out there. I'm not surprised Garrett's still out there. I'm surprised he's still out there and the other guys aren't.
And this should tell people too, maybe just like even eval, because I had Nussmeier's tier the same as Ty Simpson. And this is what I kept trying to tell people. People in this tier, the Allied group, have gone round 1, like Simpson, J.J. McCarthy. I liked maybe a little bit better than McCarthy, but they've gone high, but they've also gone in day 3. Like the range of that group, and that's why quarterback just takes 1. This just even shows me that it's like, I like Nussmeier so much, even with the lack of size, the older age, all these red flags that I'm usually like, nope, in these guys, but it shows that the NFL, it's traits, it looks the part sometimes. Yeah. And this is maybe the negative side of it where I'm like, no, I don't get it either, guys. Like, and I'm the guy that's all about traits and tools and everything, but the NFL, they just like, there's certain types of plays, certain types of skills. They'll just defer always to that.
Well, just speaking of the traits and the skills, do we give Drew Aller any shot of being something in Pittsburgh? Because like that is a good situation.
I'm not gonna say no, but it's tough. It's like it's the footwork. Footwork is such that's where like you can clean up footwork. Josh Allen's the best example of it, but his footwork is it's heavy. It's not just that his feet are everywhere and they're going to the wrong spots. When that foot moves, it's just lack of foot speed. Yeah, it really. Like, as someone that was big and heavy-footed, and it's weird because he's not a.
I think that every time I see him drop back.
Yeah, you will though. Like you watch him move that one step, and it's like boom. Yeah, I don't know. It's and he's not a bad athlete because he can scramble a little bit, but it's like man, there's something about not having that natural coordination for a guy that's played quarterback for this long and has been coached decently well.
That's
you're
what
still
I'm
like
saying.
this.
If you got those tools and you're going round 3, bro, they think you suck.
Right.
No, that's true. All right, so
His top 10 throws are the best of this class.
Right.
Like that's
give me a best available. Who's best available? Who stands out to you is still available? I don't need long night. I'm not gonna ask you to have it perfect.
I mean, Nussmeier certainly makes a lot of sense, but I also think Elijah Surratt's somebody that like I can't believe he didn't go off the board when a lot of those guys did. Again, I know that he's someone that does need kind of the role catering maybe. He doesn't have the separation skills to win down the field against man coverage, but I think there's a role for him in the NFL.
I will again die on the hill of the Raiders have the second pick in the next round. I feel like a wide receiver, whether it's...
Like, I think he could be a little samey with Jack Best, you took last year, Jalen Naylor a little bit, but, like, it's the 4th round. Who cares? Like, throw darts at this point.
Yeah. For me, other than McCoy, other than Nussmeier, Bryce Lance, again, I was higher on him. I'm not shocked he lasted around 4, but seeing some of these other receivers go off, including Jacoby Lane, who's kind of similar archetype, I would have gone Lance all day there. Danny Dennis-Sutton, edge from Penn State. Keith Abney from Arizona State, Keontae Scott from Miami, Elijah Surratt, and then Travis Burke, offensive tackle from Memphis.
I'll go with Danny Dennis-Sutton. Just kind of a rare archetype nowadays, 4-year non-redshirt college player for a big program. That in not the cleanest tape, but shoot, if you can start, not like borderline start for 4 years at Penn State with a lot of production and test it out through the roof, that's doesn't really fail all too often. He's got a good chance, I think, still have a decent career.
It's going to be wild, day 3, of course. Tomorrow night, you can catch Yahoo Fantasy Forecast live, 6 p.m. Eastern, and Football 301 live at 8 p.m. Eastern with draft grades. Plus, look out for inside coverage in your podcast feed. You know where to find it. It takes an entire village, and I could spend the next hour thanking everybody that makes this show happen. Unfortunately, you don't have the time for that, neither do we. But I do want to make sure that I point out Madison Sanders, absolute rock star tonight. Jason Chan, always a rock star. For everybody behind the scenes, we could not do what we do without the work that they do every single day. It is an honor that we get to cover the draft and we get to sit in your houses and go through this with you every single year. We appreciate every single one of you that took the time to watch. Charles Robinson, we thank him. He's Charles McDonald. He's Matt Harmon. He's Nate Tice. I'm Jason Fitz. Sincerely, thank you so much. Stick with Yahoo Sports. We're going to be with you all the time on all of it. Thank you so much for watching the 2026 NFL Draft.